an equal in rank, but it was a sign of the older man's competence that he had the friendship and loyalty of a deputy who was so obviously feared. One of the coats led them inside. Crystal chandeliers hung from the mansion's ceiling, and ornately carved furniture rested on rich rugs illuminated by the early morning light that filtered through leaded windows. The air had the musty smell common to wealthy old buildings. They walked into a room with a heavy oak conference table in the center and oil paintings of famous Port Massey tycoons decorating the walls. On one side of the table sat 5 men and 1 woman. Half a dozen coats acting as bodyguards for their respective bosses were positioned near the walls or doors, standing in a relaxed manner, but with hands resting on their hips or in their pockets in such a way that their pistols were visible, watching the new entrants, but also each other. The Kekanese were the last to arrive. This had obviously been by design. The crew bosses were bringing in Dauk the way a council of kings would receive a foreign emissary. Hilo waited for Dauk Losen to sit down in one of the empty chairs at the table before taking the seat next to him. Blaze the Bull Cromner had been born into a childhood of poverty, and though he was now well-fed and vain, his enemies would be unwise to forget that he had worked his way up through the Port Massey underworld with absolute ruthlessness and cunning, eliminating many rivals along the way. True to his moniker, Cromner was a beefy man with a heavily fleshed face and a reddish complexion. His features were crude, as if a sculptor had formed them in a hurry, pressing in 2 shallow thumb dents for eyes and attaching a rough lump of clay for a nose. In contrast to his natural ugliness, Cromner was impeccably dressed. His tailored pinstripe suit and vest fit his broad frame perfectly. The mustache over his broad lips was trimmed, and his thick brown hair was neatly combed. He wore a gold watch with a crystal face and a red silk tie. The Bull controlled the gambling and prostitution south of the Camrys and a substantial amount of the drug trade. Only the cartels from Tomasio in West Spenda that held sway on narcotics elsewhere in the country competed with him. Cromner was the most famous crew boss in the country and liked to be photographed by the newspapers when he appeared at expensive clubs, attended the theater, and dined at the finest restaurants. He was well insulated by layers in his organization, and although his word was law in the Southside crew, he left much of the day-to-day operations to his trusted foreman. Cromner was seated in the center chair at the table. To his leftmost side was a short, stocky man known as Joran Gasson. Joe Boy ran the Baker Street crew that controlled the more affluent northeast of Port Massey, primarily John's Island, and he was dominant in horse racing and bookkeeping. Gasson was a round-faced man with a shrewd, squinty expression, and he was known for being stingy and private, maintaining a low profile and rarely appearing in public. He had the most policemen, politicians, and judges on his payroll, and so all the other crews frequently went to him and paid him for his influence in society. The use of Thoric Mansion was on account of his connections. On the right side of the table was a matronly woman with a white scarf around her throat and a cap that sat atop very curly hair. Angus Slatter looked like someone's rich but shrewish aunt, but she was the de facto acting boss of the Wormingwood crew ever since her husband, Rickert, Sharp Ricky Slatter, had been sent to jail on charges of money laundering. It was said that she acted in Ricky's stead in all things, and communicated his decisions after visiting and consulting with him in prison. The Wormingwood crew controlled the northwest of the city and its inner suburbs. All the other bosses in the country had lost respect for Sharp Ricky for being so stupid as to get caught on minor charges, and for having no better system of management than to let his wife run the business. Accordingly, they paid Angus Slatter little heed. Each of the bosses had brought one of their foremen with them. Cromner's foreman, Willie Skinny Reams, sat on his boss's left-hand side. In contrast to Cromner, he was lean and bland-looking, clean-shaven, in a charcoal gray suit, holding his brimmed felt hat in his hands. Cromner watched with arrogant curiosity as the Kekanese men entered. When everyone was seated, he swept his hand around the table as if in general introduction to everyone assembled. Then he spoke to his fellow bosses.
You all know the trouble I've been having in South Trap with the Kekanese.
Cromner was naturally a fast, animated speaker, and his voice was higher than one would have expected for so large a man.
Now I'm aware this doesn't affect any of the rest of you directly, so you're likely asking yourselves why Bully Blaze has put you to the trouble of coming all the way out to John's Island on a whip crack, at first dawn over Harvest Steve's holidays, no less.
He paused as if waiting for someone to validate this assertion by asking the question out loud. When no one did, Cromner lifted a finger anyway and said,
This little dispute is about more than a few broken skulls in K-Town. It's about the jade business. There's big money to be accounted here, and that's a matter concerning all us bosses.
Cromner turned toward the Kekanese and took a second to study the four men before picking out Dauk Lawson.
Mr. Dauk here is who the Kekanese think of as their own boss. He's asked to meet with us to work out an agreement.
All eyes turned toward the oldest Kekanese man, who sat with his elbows on the table, hands lightly clasped and his back stiff, clearly ill at ease at being the center of attention. Dauk cleared his throat and spoke in Espionage with a slight accent. For many years, the Kekanese community has had an understanding with the bosses. We each mind our own businesses. No matter how long we've been here, or even if we were born in Port Massey, we Kekanese are still seen as unwelcome strangers in this country. We stick to our own affairs. We want to be good citizens, respected members of Espionage society. At the same time, we hold strongly to our traditions, and we ask only that they not be interfered with by outsiders. So we don't seek to interfere in anything that you do, and in exchange, we handle our own matters. This is applied particularly in the areas of gambling, protection money, and of course, jade. Joe Gasson said, in a reedy voice,
That's not the case anymore, is it? You've opened up your gambling halls to the regular people who are putting down money on cockfighting or dueling instead of racing or slots. That competes with Boss Cromner's businesses directly.
It's true, we've opened the grudge hall to outsiders on certain days of the week, Dauk said. But it's by invitation only. It's only natural that our children would make Espionage friends and marry into Espionage families, and it's no longer fair to say those who aren't 100% Kekanese shouldn't be allowed to be part of our community gatherings. On those days when we open up the hall, we have cockfighting and gambling only, no duels. The fee we charge goes towards maintaining our community center and helping those in our neighborhood who need help. We're not making any effort to draw people away from your establishments.
That's not the main issue here, Cromner said with obvious impatience. I'm a generous man, and I'm willing to let go of small money if all you keks were up to was little gambling. But your not-so-secret halls aren't just cheap entertainment. They're where you people go to show off your jade and practice your fancy moves. You're running the only jade markets in town, and that's not right. The jade business is too big for you to have to yourselves.
A flush of anger came into Dauk's face, but he spoke calmly. Jade is our cultural heritage. Our families brought it with them to this country, and we keep it within our community. We don't sell it for profit. And now, with the government ban and negative public perception, we've all the more reason to keep our jade hidden, so as not to attract the attention of law enforcement. It's bad publicity for the Kekanese community when someone is caught selling jade or a non-Kekanese person commits crimes using jade or comes down with the itches. That's why we train to use our green, and we police our own if there are any problems."
"Oh, you make yourselves sound quite innocent," said Angus Slatter, raising thin, well-plucked eyebrows. "As if you people haven't attacked Blaze's bookies or murdered his coats."
Cromner made a huffing noise of appreciative agreement, but Dowk said, "There have been offenses on both sides. I'm not saying otherwise. But the main issue is that the peaceful understanding we've had for many years has broken down. The police attention is bad for all of us, but there are fewer of us Kekanese, and we're not as powerful or influential as the crews. We know we're not in a position to go up against you. That's why I've come here to petition you."
"Well, get on with it and say what you're offering."
Cromner frowned, the ample flesh of his cheeks pulling down his eyes at the corners as they slid for the first time over to the younger man sitting next to Dowk, who hadn't spoken at all thus far.
"And who's this you've got with you? Doesn't he talk at all?"
Dowk said, "Kaul Hilo Shudon is a representative of one of the Green Bone clans in Kakon. He's come from Janloon at my request." The bosses looked at the stranger next to Dowk with interest now. He was young, in his early 30s, though Cromner had a hard time guessing when it came to the Kekanese. He was looking back and forth attentively between the speakers during the conversation, and he was apparently important enough to travel with his own bodyguard, an equally young, tough-looking man who stood near the wall behind him. Cromner had to admit there was something to be said for the Keks. They were a proud race, a don't-fuck-with-me race. The women looked haughty, and the men looked like they would put a knife in your side for the fun of it if you looked at them the wrong way. Blaze Cromner liked that about the Keks. They didn't lie down easily, that was for sure, which was why he had to break their monopoly on Jade, or wipe their gemstone-toting toughs out of the city. Dowk said something to the man next to him. The visitor nodded, then sat forward and began speaking in Kekanese, pausing frequently so that Dowk could translate his words into Espionage. "I understand that your organization wants to get in on the international jade market," said the young man. "Kakon is the only place on Earth to get jade, and it's controlled by the Green Bone clans. Anyone who wants to trade in green has to go through them. I come from one of the most powerful clans in my country and have complete authority to negotiate an agreement." Cromner looked to Dowk.
"You're saying this fellow can sell us jade?"
Dowk nodded slowly. "I will act as the go-between in this deal, but I don't want any share of it for myself. You can get jade straight from Kakon, and the price for my part in this is that we've re-established the peace in Port Massey. If the crews agree to leave us complete control over our part of South Trap, including the freedom to run all our businesses and our grudge holes as we see fit, then we can broker a new agreement that benefits everyone."
"That sounds reasonable to me, Blaze,"
said Joeboy Gasson, who had nothing at risk in South Trap, but was sure to benefit from the legal and political graft that would inevitably be necessary in such a venture. Cromner ignored him and said, with a strong hint of suspicion in his voice, as he looked from Kaul to Dowk,
"I thought you people didn't sell jade to outsiders."
Dowk made a face that looked rather pained, then spoke again in Kekanese to the man next to him. Kaul replied, and Dowk relayed his words. "That used to be true. It's admirable that our countrymen abroad are able to stick to a tradition and keep jade to themselves. Often it's the immigrants that hold on to the old ways, while those of us in Kakon have to keep pace with changing times. The truth is, my clan is in a long-standing war with another clan, and we need the money. They've been selling jade and shine and eguton, and so they have the advantage over us. We need our own markets." The visitor waited patiently as Dowk caught up in the translation. "Any agreement we come to today would have to involve an entirely secure transaction. Our confidentiality has to be guaranteed. You see, the government of Kakon sells jade to the Espenian military, and it would be bad for my clan, which has ties within the government, to be selling jade to the crews at the same time. Cromner waved a hand as if to dispel the concern.
That's not a problem. We can promise that, he said quickly. How much could you sell us, and at what price?
The visitor said, That depends on whether it's raw or cut. There's a state cartel, the Kakon Jade Alliance, that strictly regulates how much jade is mined and processed in Kakon. So there's a tight supply of cut jade, and it's very expensive. Raw jade can be smuggled out of the mines, so you'd get much more for your money, but it's useless unless you have workers who can carve and polish it. Boss Cromner addressed his foreman for the first time.
Skinny, what do you think? I think we can easily rustle up enough migrant laborers, boss,
Reams said. Dauk said, with concern, Jade is dangerous for non-Kekanese to handle.
We know that, Cromner retorted. You think I'd go into a business without knowing anything about it, without doing more research? It was Espenia that created Shine, not your country. With all the soldiers in Ortico and all the war vets that'll need the drugs, you don't think we could get SM1? If Skinny says we can get the labour, it'll be no problem to keep them doped.
Dauk conveyed this to the Kekanese clan representative, who said, Raw jade then. So long as you understand that the quality varies naturally in any given amount of uncut rock. Usually, you can expect about a 30 to 50% yield of cut jade. Kaul leaned his arms on the table. The market rate these days is 10 million thaliers per kilogram. God, seer, and truth, that amount of money made even the South Side crew's lucrative narcotics trade look like small money. Even Blaze the Bull Cromner could not enter into such an expensive venture on his own, and before answering the Kekanese, he said to the other bosses, Now you know I'm getting into this for serious money. I'm not asking either the Baker Street or Wormingwood crews to be a part of Southside's business, but we can all see it's serious money. If you want to be involved, now's the time to speak. If you don't, then feel free to say so, but I expect the old crew boys' courtesies that we leave each other to eat well. Joe Boy Gasson smoothed his tie and said,
My crew isn't interested in handling jade ourselves. Too risky and too much heat. We're bookmakers, not fighters, you all know that. But we confront the money and handle all the financing in exchange for the usual cut. And we can pay the people who need to be paid to look the other way.
It was exactly what Cromner had expected. Indeed, it would have been difficult to proceed without it. He nodded in ready agreement. Angus Slatter said,
Blaze, you know Ricky is going to expect that the Wormingwood crew should have at least a part of the action in this. If we're talking about smuggling jade into the country from across the ocean, well, any shipments that come in or out of the city go through the ports, and we control the dockworkers' unions. So let's figure a 15% cut in exchange for getting the goods safely through the harbour. I have to clear all this with Ricky, of course, she added. But I'll turn on the wifely charms, and I'm sure he'll agree if you do.
Cromner was disinclined to give any percent to that fool-sharp Ricky or his woman, but he thought about it and decided that 15% was reasonable to guarantee the Wormingwood crew's cooperation and prevent him from having to spend his own people's time and energy on getting the goods through the harbor front. Cromner entertained longer-term thoughts about taking over Wormingwood completely after he'd established himself in the jade trade and the South Side crew was large and strong enough to make the expansion. So he intended to get the percentage back eventually, and didn't quibble over it now.
Tell Ricky it's fine by me.
Throughout this discussion, Mr. Dauk and his Kekanese guest waited, the older man with a slightly anxious frown, the younger looking at the bosses and their foreman with a strangely unmoving but slightly off-center gaze, as if he was concentrating on something else while the Espenians talked. Cromner squinted at the man, then turned to Dauk and said,
Tell your friend that I'll pay him 700 million thalers for 100 kilos of jade rock."
Dauk's mouth puckered as if he'd eaten something sour. He relayed the boss's words to his guest in an apologetic tone. To Cromner's surprise, the younger man did not appear offended or thrown off by the low offer. He brought his attention back and smiled. "In my country, it's the honor of an alliance that's important. The leaders assign people they trust to work out the details in a fair manner."
"Well, we're not in your country, are we?" Cromner said. 700.
He'd hoped to put himself in a stronger negotiating position by making the Kekanese uncomfortable, and was disappointed when the visitor gave a shrug. "Everyone wants jade. I could sell to the Shatarians or the Egutanians with less hassle, but I'm willing to come all the way here because of my Kekanese friends in Espenia who want to get along with you. 900. They settled, after some predictable back and forth, on 800 million thalers for 100 kilograms of raw jade to be delivered in 4 equal shipments so as to spread out the risk of it being intercepted by Espenian authorities. Kaul explained that everything would be handled through intermediaries and the jade would be transported via cargo carrier ships that were not owned or registered by anyone with ties to the Kekanese clans. All communication going forward would be passed through Dauk Losun, or those in his confidence. Cromner was pleased with how smoothly everything had proceeded. Let the Kekanese have their area of South Trap and their gambling halls, which were of little consequence. In the whole country of Espenia, only his crew now had a supply of jade straight from the source. Already, Cromner was thinking of the fortune he would make on the black market. Of course, he would keep some of the jade to equip his own foremen and coats. The South Side crew would become more powerful than any of the others. Perhaps he would be making a move to take over Wormingwood sooner than he'd planned. After all, it wasn't as if Sharp Ricky could do a good job running his business from prison. Cromner would give the Slatters' territory to one of his foremen, Skinny Reams or Moth Duke, perhaps. Skinny was more competent, there was no question of that, but he was too independently minded. He might well take what Cromner gave him and break off his own crew. Moth wasn't smart enough to entertain any complex thoughts, so he was more trustworthy. The Kekanese man, Kaul, was still looking between the bosses and speaking. He really was surprisingly amiable and nonchalant, not like the serious Mr. Dauk or that killer, Roan. Cromner was not one to take anything at face value, however. He suspected that Kaul was merely a front man, someone young and easy to deal with, sent by those dangerous men who held the real power on that mysterious island. Cromner had never been anywhere near Kakon, but his imaginings included a shadowy council of elders, elaborate rituals, jade swords. Again, Dauk translated Kaul's words. "Since you're foreigners, I feel I should tell you. Jade isn't like your drugs or guns, which can be easily used by weak men. In Kakon, we say that jade can make men into gods. Only the strong can wield it. You're going to have to move a lot of jade safely and secretly, making sure that it doesn't get into the hands of street hoodlums in your own territories, or spirited away by your own low-level people hoping to make extra money. Who's going to be responsible for making sure that the jade is handled properly?" Cromner did not like the whiff of condescension he sensed in the Kekanese man's words, and the way the visitor was now sitting, leaning back in his chair with a slightly hooded expression. Cromner said, "No street punker coat in my crew would dare skim from Southside. Not unless they wanted to take a river cruise with no boat." Angus Slatter smiled, and Joe Gasson grimaced, but the Kekanese didn't react. "I'll personally guarantee it," Cromner said. Kaul shook his head. "Your word as a boss is important, of course, but it's obvious you're too important to be doing the unpleasant work in the streets yourself." He gestured toward Cromner as if indicating his fine clothes and hefty body. In a Kekanese clan, the person who would handle the dangerous work is called the Horn. He has to be completely loyal, respected by the men he commands, and feared by the clan's enemies. He would be the one trusted to lead should anything happen to his boss. I'm asking if you have someone like that in your crew, because you'll need to put that person in charge of the Jade. Cromner jabbed a finger at the man.
Listen, I like doing business with you just fine, but I'll need you keks to give me advice on how to run my own crew. Have you personally ever had to keep an organization of hundreds of people in line?
When the Kekanese man didn't answer, Cromner said,
I didn't think so. So let me tell you something. I didn't get to be the boss of Southside by having incompetent men under me. Willie Reams here is the man for the job.
Kaul studied Willie with interest. Then he turned toward Dauk. The two Kekanese men had an extended conversation in their own language.
What's he saying?
Cromner demanded. Dauk cleared his throat and said, He's concerned about Jade getting out into the streets and hurting innocent people, especially women and children. It's against their code of honor, you see. So he's asking whether Mr. Reams really is the top foreman in Port Massey, how long he's been with you, how well he can fight, how many men he's killed in combat. I told him Mr. Reams has a reputation, but I wouldn't know for sure. Dauk spread his hands. What can I say? My friend is from the old country. All they respect is personal strength and violence. Willie fiddled uncomfortably with the hat in his hands, but Cromner snorted.
Well, tell him not to worry his little keck head. Joe, Anger, tell him that my word and my men are dependable.
Joe Gasson said,
Everyone knows that Skinny Reams from Southside is as tough as they get and runs the tightest ship in town.
And Onga Slatter nodded and said, That's the truth. Dauk repeated these words to Kaul, who looked at Reams again with intense assessment. Then he nodded. That's what I've heard as well, through my own sources. I'm a stranger in this country and am taking a big risk with this deal on behalf of my clan. So forgive me if I seem pushy with all my questions. The clan representative spread his hands. I'm happy with our arrangement. After leaving Thoric Mansion, Roan Toro drove Hilo, Tar, and Dauk back to Dauk's house, where Sana had prepared lunch for all of them. The dining room of the house did not feel as cramped with only 5 of them around the table. Dauk's son was out with friends, and Andon was either with him or working an extra holiday shift at the hardware store. Hilo could tell that Tar wanted to ask questions, but the Pillarman knew his manners and didn't voice them aloud during a meal with clan outsiders. Hilo did his best to make idle conversation, but he had a headache from getting up before dawn and straining his perception all morning. He hadn't understood everything that had been said between the foreigners at the meeting, but he'd observed every expression and gesture, the way the foreigners sat in relation to each other and their tone of voice, and he'd carefully perceived the heartbeat, pulse, breath, and bodily twitches, signaling subtle turns of emotion during the conversation. So even though his Espenian was not up to Shay's level, he felt that he understood the people he was dealing with. He was glad he'd decided to come to Port Massey himself instead of sending his weatherman. As smart as his sister was, sometimes she lacked a certain awareness when it came to connecting with people, striking the proper note with potential friends or potential enemies. Later today, Hilo planned to meet with Hame Tumashan, so the Master Luckbringer would know that even this far from Janloon, he still had the clan's support and the Pillar's notice. There was nothing more important than personal relationships. They were what made clan oaths real, and not merely words that could be spoken by anyone. Hilo glanced at his watch. It was too late to phone home to Janloon. Wen and the kids were sure to already be in bed. When the meal was over, an expectant pause fell over the table. Hilo pushed back in his chair and said, "Doc Jen, will you take a walk with me around the neighborhood? I haven't seen much of South Trap yet, but my cousin tells me there's a toy store down the street where I can pick up some souvenirs for my sons." Doc rose from his seat, and the others moved chairs out of the way so the two pillars could step out of the house and talk alone. The air outside was bracing, sharp in a way that stung the nostrils. Hilo cupped a hand around his cigarette as he lit it, then offered one to Doc, who declined politely, saying he was trying to quit. As they strolled down the street, Hilo said, "You look puzzled, Doc Jen. I'm guessing you have some questions on your mind." Doc said, "I'm trying to figure out your purpose for being here, Kaul Jen. My cousin called in a favor from the clan on behalf of the family that's hosting him, to help you against the crews. The deal we made this morning means the boss Cromner gets the jade he wants and will leave you and your community alone. Isn't that what you hoped for?" "It's not the solution I expected," Doc replied. "Selling jade to the Southside crew might satisfy Cromner for a while, but the bull is a greedy man, not someone who's ever content with what he has, always seeking to have more money and power." Hilo nodded. "A man like that can't hide what he is," he said. "A dog that was once starved will bark at anyone who comes near his food, no matter how much he has now. And he suspects everyone else to be the same way. Cromner's men follow him out of greed or fear, but no one loves a leader who cares only for his own meal." Doc slowed his pace. "I've done my homework on you and your family, Kaul Jen. No Peak is consistently opposed the sale of jade to foreigners, yet today, you agreed to sell jade from your clan's own stores to the crews, who are nothing but criminals. I'm told you have a reputation as a fierce and uncompromising man, but you gave the bosses exactly what they wanted." Hilo slowed alongside Doc and said, "You were expecting a more dramatic and permanent solution. When I was growing up in Kakon," Doc said slowly, "the One Mountain Society could whisper the name of anyone, even the highest Shatarian officials, police captains, generals." "That's true," Hilo replied. "But as you've said before, this isn't Kakon. A couple of years ago, I spilled blood in the Uiwa Islands, and it ended up being a problem, as my sister is still quick to remind me. Now it's impossible for me or my fists to get inside that country to deal with our enemies there. My weatherman would have my head if I made the same mistake in Espionage." He smiled wryly and said, "So we have to deal with this in a different way." "Then why make the trip all the way from Janloon personally? You could have sent a representative of your clan to negotiate a deal if selling jade was your intention all along." "That was never my only intention." Hilo sped up again. He wanted to get out of the cold. "The clans in Kakon have been fighting illegal jade smuggling for years. My horn and his fists have confiscated thousands of kilos of raw jade scrap stolen from the country's mines and en route to be shipped offshore by shine-addicted rockfish. Some of it is usable, but a lot of it is too low a quality to be worth the cost of carving and polishing. Maybe some of it could go to schools or temples for training purposes, but the last thing any greenbone wants is flawed jade that might weaken his abilities at a crucial moment." Hilo stopped in front of the toy store and looked in the window, grinding out his cigarette. "Most foreigners, though, unless they're Espenian military specialists, don't know the difference, and I'm guessing the boss Cromner doesn't have an experienced Kekanese jade expert on hand. All that mediocre jade scrap sitting around in No Peak storage, that's what I'm selling to the bull and his crew." They went inside the store. Hilo eyed a train set, but it was too large to bring home in his luggage. He bought some bilingual board books and a water gun for Nico and a stuffed tiger for Rue. The lady behind the cash register greeted Dauk by name and asked Hilo if he was visiting from out of town. She was delighted to learn he was from Janloon. Her parents were from there. As they walked back to the house, Dauk said, "Even if what you're selling to Cromner isn't high quality, it'll still make the crews stronger and more dangerous. It's not a solution." "It'll focus their attention elsewhere for quite a while," Hilo said. "It'll buy you time, Dauk-Jen. Time to strengthen your own position with more men and more jade." Dauk drew to a halt in the middle of the sidewalk. "What are you proposing?" Hilo stopped as well and turned around. "That no peak equips you with jade, cut jade, of good quality, as well as a few people to help train the green bones you have or will have. Your man, Ron Toro, is not young, and you've said yourself you're short on others like him. Where does that leave you in 5 years? I can deal with that worry you have by helping you build the advantage you need over the crews." The older man did not react at first. "You're able to move that much cut jade?" "I have a clever weatherman," Hilo said. "I trust her to come up with a way." Dauk put his hands in his pockets. Then he said slowly, "One does not simply give away jade, not even to a friend." He looked at Hilo with suspicion. "All things come at a cost, especially jade. So what cost will no peak make us pay?" Hilo put a hand on the man's shoulder. "We only met this week, so I know that we've no history on which to trust each other. But I've done my homework on you as well, Dauk-Jen. You were born in Janloon, and you come from a Green Bone family. Your father was a war hero against the Shatarians. You came here as a refugee, and now the people in this neighborhood call you the Pillar. You've shown kindness and protection to my cousin, for which I'm grateful, and since I've been here, you've been nothing but hospitable. You were able to arrange a meeting with the bosses on short notice and to play the part I asked of you perfectly. So I like and trust you, and it's made me think that we can help each other from now on." Dauk looked at him steadily. "You want a foreign tributary to the No Peak clan?" Hilo considered this. "Not exactly, but something like that. No Peak had a handful of tributary minor clans in Kacon who fell under the umbrella of No Peak's resources, protection, and jade allocation. In exchange, they either paid tribute out of their business earnings, just like Lantern Men, or partnered with the clan to run certain townships or industries. No Peak's largest tributary, the Stone Cup clan, did not hold any street territory of its own, but managed a sizable share of the construction trade, while its second largest, the Jo Sun clan, controlled most of the southern peninsula of Kacon. My clan is expanding our business interests in this country, Hilo said. We're buying real estate. We have plans to export more Kekanese goods to Espenia, and we want to help our lantern men in the clan to grow their companies by entering the Espenian market. My weatherman wants to send more Kekanese students, like my cousin Andy, to get an international education before they work in the office on Ship Street. We need help to do all of that. We need connections in this country, and we need partners and allies. Not just the pragmatic partners that Hilo knew the weatherman's office was cultivating, foreign politicians, business people, educated graduates, but true allies who understood the weight of clan and jade, even if it was in their own strange and provincial way. Hilo gave Dauk Loson's shoulder a firm pat. Don't take this the wrong way at all, but you don't come across like any sort of pillar I've ever met in Kacon. But now I can see why you're the right sort of man to be pillar in a place like Espenia. You stay in the background, but you make things happen. I would like for Green Bones to grow strong on both sides of the ocean. Will you and your people help in that, Dauk-Jen? Dauk was silent for a minute. Then he said, I hope you'll understand if I can't agree to such a proposal right away. We're a small but proud community here in South Trap, and even though people call me Pillar, it's only out of respect. Others would have to agree, and no offense, Kaul Jen, but you're still a stranger to us. We don't know what will happen after this agreement you've made with the crews, whether it will hold, or whether it'll only bring more trouble. Hilo let go of Dauk's shoulder and blew into his cupped hands to warm them from the chill. Dauk did not seem bothered by the cold. I'm not offended by your reluctance at all, Hilo assured him. In fact, I would have had to reconsider my favorable impression of your judgment if you'd said yes right away without first talking to your wife and friends. I'll say only one other thing, and then let's get back to the house where it's warm. I don't make promises lightly. You can ask anyone who knows me whether that's true. Here's the promise I'm making to you, Dauk Jen. If you're willing to trust me and to ally with the No Peak clan, in 5 years, we Kekanese will have more power in this country than any of the crews. The Pillar of South Trap clasped his hands together and touched them to his forehead, inclining in a salute. That's something I'd like to bring about, Kaul Jen. Chapter 41. Green as Fuck. Andon met with Hilo one last time before the Pillar left to return to Janloon. Hilo came to the Hion's yellow townhouse on a 6th-day morning, arriving alone in a taxi, wearing slacks that were casual enough for travel, dressed up with a fine new tan sport coat he'd bought from one of the expensive shops near the Crestwood Hotel on Baylis Street. Uncle and Auntie Hion, he said when he came in. I'm glad to have this chance to tell you in person how grateful I am that my cousin's being well cared for. He presented Andon's hosts with a generous monetary gift and a beautiful rolled silkscreen print from a famous Janloon artist. The elderly couple were intimidated to the point of near speechlessness, murmuring their thanks and saluting repeatedly. Hilo said, "Let's go out for breakfast, Andy." They went to a Steppenish bakery and coffee house in Lockwood. There was a place like this next to the hotel where I stayed in Libon when I went to fetch Nico, Hilo explained. I like these little pastries they make. Haven't found them in Janloon, though. Someone should set up a shop. The waitress came by, and Hilo nodded for Andon to pick whatever he wanted and to place their order. All this is going to pay off, Andy, Hilo said when the waitress departed. Your studies, I mean. What do you think will happen now with the crews? Andon asked. I made an agreement with Cromner. It's risky because it means putting some of our jade in the hands of criminals. I'm only doing it because I think it'll work out for us, but you never know. From now on, I need you to keep your eyes and ears open, to tell us what you see going on, even if it doesn't seem important. Steer clear of any trouble, though. It's good that you have friends here, but they're not family or clan, and No Peak can't keep you safe when you're so far away. The waitress returned with their order. Andon tried one of the pastries. It was sweet and flaky. Hilo took a sip of coffee, made a face, and looked at Andon sternly. I worry about you being here. Anywhere people hide their jade isn't a good place. You know the saying, too dark to see green? Andon nodded. The idiom usually referred to locations or situations so evil and desperate that even greenbones did not feel safe entering. These days, it was also commonly used to describe books or movies with especially grim themes in which there was no morality and the protagonists died in the end, the opposite of the traditional adventure stories with victorious greenbone heroes. Andon felt a stab of resentment at the irony. Hilo had banished him from the clan in a rage, had refused to speak to him for so long, but now that had passed, the Pillar was full of brotherly concern. You should phone home more often, Hilo said. Call collect. Don't worry about the money.
Helo-gen,
Andon said. He wasn't sure how to broach the topic that was sitting so heavily on his mind and decided he had no choice but to bring it up directly.
I've been working hard and my grades are pretty good. I'll graduate from the ISIL program next summer with an associate's degree in communications and a language fluency certificate. Shouldn't we talk about what happens afterward?
Hilo was silent for a moment. Then he turned to the window next to them and tapped the glass. You see that building over there? Across the street, a new condominium complex was under construction. We own it, through one of the clan's lantern men. And it's not the only thing we have. There are a lot of changes going on, Andy. Shay is setting up a branch of the Weatherman's office here in Port Massey. It'll manage our interests in this country and help lantern men who want to expand into the Espenian market. She's tapped Hame Tumashan to lead it, but they need more people. People who are familiar with both cultures. Relationships with the local Kekanese Espenian community will be important to us. That's one reason I came here, to make some of those connections in person. Hilo said, when you've gotten your degree, you'll work in the new office. A dull roaring was building in Andon's head.
When you sent me to study here, you said that I could come home after 2 years.
I said we'd talk about your options. That's what we're doing now, Hilo said.
We're not talking about options. You're telling me what I'm to do, and that's to stay put.
Andon's hands clenched under the table, twisting the cloth napkin in his lap.
How long do you expect me to stay here? Another year? 5 years? The rest of my life? You want me to be of use to No Peak, but to stay in exile, so you don't have to see or speak to me more than once every couple of years?
Hilo's eyes flashed with a sudden, dangerous light, and even from across the small table, Andon felt the hot surge of the pillar's jade aura. Andon could not help but flinch, but he did not lower his gaze nor apologize for what he'd said. He'd applied himself diligently during his time here, had done everything that his cousins had asked of him. Hilo had embraced him in the airport and called him cousin, had sat him on the Kaul side of the table in the Dauk's living room, had made an effort to spend time with him and shown him pictures of his nephews. All of these things had raised Andon's expectations, made him anticipate the clan's forgiveness and a place back in Janloon. Now, he did not know what to think. A painfully long, grudging minute passed as the two men glared at each other, flaky pastries forgotten, coffee cooling. To Andon's surprise, it was Hilo who sighed loudly and broke the silence first. I should have made Shay explain this to you. It was her suggestion, not mine, but she leaves it to me to be the bad guy. Still, I don't disagree with her. Learning Espenian is only worthwhile if you apply it. You don't want the last 2 years to be a waste. What could you do in Janloon that would be as useful to the clan as what you could accomplish here?
There must be something,
Andon insisted. In a cold voice, Hilo said, Tell me you'll put on Jade, and I'll book an airplane ticket for you to fly home tomorrow. Andon swallowed, but did not say anything. He should have known it was still about this. Hilo closed his eyes briefly and rubbed a hand across his forehead. In that instant, he looked far older than he had been just a few years ago, when he'd been the powerful young horn of No Peak, and it seemed that nothing could dent his cheerful ego. When he looked up again, he said in a voice that no longer held any anger, You think I'm being stubborn, that I'm punishing you for longer than necessary, still trying to force you to be a greenbone. When Andon still didn't answer, Hilo nodded a little glumly and said, I can see why you'd think that, but it's not true, Andy. At least not anymore. Janloon's a green bone city. Sure, most of the people who live there don't wear jade, but it's still a Green Bone city, and you're not most people. There's no way to change things that happened in the past. If you go back to Janloon now, you'll only ever be the least of the Kauls, the one who was ruined by jade and can't wear it anymore. You'll be treated the way a recovered alcoholic or a released convict is treated, with pity. Is that what you want? If you intend to be something other than that, you'll have to figure it out for yourself. So you might as well do that here, where no one is judging you. Are you concerned about me, or just the family's reputation? My wife's a stone eye, Hilo said. From a family that had a shit reputation before I made Ken and Tar my closest fists. You think that's what matters to me? He sounded angry again. You're fucking 21 years old, Andy. Too young to be a case of ruined prospects in a green-as-fuck city like Janloon. The waitress came by and Hilo smiled at her and paid for their breakfasts. He turned back to Endon and said, You've already settled in here, learned the language, started to make a life for yourself. What about Dauk Koru? Don't you want to stay with him? Andon felt his face reddening. He couldn't look his cousin in the eye. He almost blurted, We're just friends, but managed to catch himself. The pillar would see right away that it was a lie, and then Andon would only feel worse. Hilo didn't believe in queerness being bad luck or a punishment of the gods, the same way he didn't judge the Makes for their family history or Wen for being a stone eye. But Andon had never spoken to his cousin about romantic things. Indeed, he'd never spoken to anyone. And his first instinct was to deny. He did want to stay with Corey. He wanted to see him far more often than he did now. And despite himself, he'd begun to like Port Massey, to see its muddled nature and strange customs as unique and vibrant in their own way. But he also wanted to go home, to hear his native language spoken on the streets, to be surrounded by the sights and smells of Janloon that he'd grown up with but always taken for granted. The conflict felt irreconcilable. Andon forced himself to look up. Corey knows I only plan to study here for 2 years, and he's going to be in law school for a while. We haven't talked about the future. Hilo was looking at him steadily, and he felt supremely uncomfortable, but he kept talking, deciding he didn't care anymore. I don't know if he'd want to live in Janloon, but if we were really serious, maybe he'd consider it. He's Kekanese after all. Hilo shrugged. In a way, I suppose. What's that supposed to mean? Andy, your face might blend in here, but you're more Kekanese than Dauk's son will ever be. He wears jade, but you can tell that he's never had to kill for it, or fear being killed for it. He couldn't make it as a greenbone in Janloon, you know that. You're greener in here, Hilo tapped his chest. And here, he tapped the side of his head. Which is why the clan needs you, why I need you, to be No Peak's man in Espenia for now. There was authority, but also a plain and unreserved honesty in the pillar's words. When Kaul Hilo gave a difficult order, he did so in a way that showed he understood it was difficult. It was why his men would do anything he asked of them. Andon could not think of anything else to say. They left the coffee shop, and Hilo hailed a taxi to take him back to the Crestwood Hotel, where he would meet up with Make Tar and gather his bags before leaving for the airport. Andon didn't know how to say goodbye. He didn't even know when he would see Hilo again. He wasn't sure whether to embrace his cousin, or salute him, or turn and walk away without looking at him. As the taxi pulled up to the curb in front of them, Andon murmured, Have a safe trip, Hilo-Gen. Say hello to everyone back home for me. Hilo placed a hand on the back of Andon's neck and drew him close for a moment. Take care of yourself, cousin, he said. Then he was getting in the taxi and closing the door, and the cab was driving away, lost in Port Massey traffic. Andon stood on the street corner for a long minute. Then he went back into the coffee shop, where he found a payphone just inside the door. He picked up the slightly sticky receiver and dropped a coin into the slot. After 3 rings, Corey's sleepy voice said, "Hello?" "It's me," Andon said. "Are you doing anything today?" "No, just packing." Corey was returning to AC tomorrow morning. Something in Andon's voice must have sounded strange, because Corey said, "What's going on, Crumb?" Andon rested his forehead against the top of the metal phone casing. "I'm at a coffee shop in Lockwood, on the corner of Thurlow and 57th Street. If you're not busy right now, do you think you could come pick me up?" Sure, okay. Just let me get dressed." A rustle of movement. "You want to do something?" Andon said fiercely, "I want to fuck." A moment of silence passed. Corey said, "I'll come get you." Chapter 42. A difficult position. Shay was astounded by how much difficulty her brother had managed to create for her in such a short amount of time. It was dangerous to let Hilo off the island of Kakon, she concluded. It seemed each time he returned from an overseas trip, it was with news of some shocking and irrevocable thing he had accomplished abroad. This time, at least, he had not recklessly killed anyone, although she expected inevitable violent consequences were still forthcoming. "It was a good trip," Hilo told her. "I had some useful conversations." "You sold 100 kilos of raw jade rock to an Espenian crime boss, and you promised cut jade, manpower, and from the sounds of it, tributary clan status to some people you just met." "Do you disagree with what I did?" Hilo asked mildly, but with a narrow-eyed expression at her tone. "I solved the problem they were having with the crews and got exactly what you wanted. Information and allies in Port Massey. A way for us to gain a stronger foothold in Espenia and grow the clan's business over there without relying solely on those swindling foreign politicians. By selling raw jade to a well-known criminal kingpin," she repeated. Hilo crouched down to fix one of Nico's shoes that had come loose. "The KJA controls all official mining, and thanks to the Royal Council, there's now a shitload of regulations to keep all that activity on public record. But both the Mountain and No Peak have been confiscating jade from smuggling operations, and that jade isn't officially declared anywhere. All of it goes through the horn side of the clan. It's considered victor's spoils, same as from any battle or duel. I've got a bag of it sitting in my drawer in the study. None of that shows up in any KJA files. Now Swen has been raiding Zapuño's jobs the same way we have. What do you imagine Aitmata's doing with their share of the jade? And do you think she's given up on producing shine after you leaked her Egutanian factories to the Espenians?" Hilo shook his head. He lifted Nico onto the swing set that had been installed on the lawn in the garden and pushed him back and forth. "I'd bet my own green the Mountain's still enriching its purse in ways we don't know about and can't prove. It was always part of Ait's strategy that Kakon supply both sides of the conflict." Shay sat down on the stone bench by the pond and studied the water pensively. What Hilo said was true. One of Wen's white rats had provided phone logs that showed Iwi Kalundo and his top luckbringers making long-distance calls to Egutan. Another informer reported that the Mountain's weatherman had recently made a business trip to that country. Aitmata was no doubt well aware of No Peak's alliance with the Espenians and seeking to expand her clan's own businesses, legitimate and otherwise. Due to the Mountain's previous activities in Egutan and connections such as the late Temben, It made sense that Ait was choosing to focus on the other world power with a market large enough to rival Espenia. It would not surprise Shay in the least if the mountain was rebuilding its SN1 factories right now, perhaps somewhere less vulnerable to detection and attack, such as the demilitarized Tun-Igutan border, or pursuing some even larger scheme. Despite agreeing with Hilo's assessment, Shay was disturbed by the path he had set them on. Ait Mata is undermining the KJA, putting Jade in the hands of foreigners and criminals who don't deserve it and can't control it, she said. By selling Jade to Cromner, we're following her example. We're acting no differently than our enemies. Hilo made a noise in the back of his throat. If it were up to me, foreigners wouldn't have Jade at all. But we're way past that point, Shay. Grandad's generation went down that road 30 years ago, as soon as they let the Espenians into the country and took their money to rebuild after the war. Now look at where we are. SN1 and IBJCS and all the other shit. He leveled a faintly accusing look at his sister that suggested she was as much to blame as anyone for this, having made decisions that further entangled them with foreign interests. Hilo went on. Ait will sell Jade under the table to make the mountain powerful enough to eventually destroy us and rule the country themselves. If we're not willing to make some big moves of our own, that's exactly what'll happen. He stared into the distance as he continued to push his son on the swing with one hand. Unlike Ait, though, I've no intention of keeping my clients. The crews aren't a state, and their people aren't warriors. They're like the greedy sailors that landed on Kakon hundreds of years ago. They've no clan loyalty, no real brotherhood. They want Jade, but don't know what it means or how to handle it. We'll take the money they're offering and invest it where we need it, shore ourselves up, because the mountain is going to come after us again. It's just a matter of time. How am I supposed to move that much Jade across the Americ Ocean? Hilo gave her a crooked smile. Ken and his people have experience with all of Zapunyo's methods. We've confiscated ships and containers. We have companies and people on both sides of the ocean. I'm sure my weatherman will figure something out. Shay grimaced. She was already deeply uncomfortable wielding the clan's influence over the Royal Council in support of the Espenians' political agenda. The agreement Hilo had made might turn into yet another area where she'd have to regularly plead the understanding and forgiveness of the gods. The black market jade trade. We're getting into a dangerous game, Hilo. You have to go where your enemies are, Hilo said. And then further. Shay gave her brother a long look. She was accustomed to being the one who made decisions about the clan's foreign interests. The idea of Hilo acting like a cold-blooded horn in the place where the weatherman's office was placing its stakes made her nervous. She wished she could speak to Lon. She wanted to consult his thoughtful, steady moral compass, his broader view of Aisho, his prudent mind. She imagined that if she'd been Lon's weatherman, they would have had detailed, rational discussions before each major clan decision. Hilo was guided by his own strict principles, that was certainly true, but on his own, he took instinctive action with all the decisive military cunning he considered necessary, and filled in the rationale later. I heard one of the Kobans was gunned down in a parking lot last week, she said. Anyone could have done that, Hilo replied, with a satisfied shrug. Not only had the assassin, a man with no clan ties and a long record of petty crime and mental illness, been conveniently killed by police while fleeing arrest, but Koban Ento himself had proven unexpectedly and unintentionally helpful, loudly blaming a business rival in the Iwi family before dying of his injuries in the hospital some hours later. Of course, there was suspicion that Ait herself had whispered the man's name, or that No Peak was behind it, but conflicting speculation was to be expected. The important thing was that the mountain's various factions were at each other's throats, each convinced that the others were out to ruin them, and demanding Ait Madashi quell the infighting by making a decision about the succession. A group of workers passed, pushing a trolley stacked with folding chairs. Large red tents were being erected in the courtyard for tomorrow's festivities. Woon Papidunwa and his bride would be getting married at the Temple of Divine Return, but Hilo had generously offered to host the reception at the Kaul estate as a gift to the new couple and in recognition of Woon's status in the clan. Since Shay had convinced the weatherman Shadow to stay on in his role, more than a year had come and gone, but Woon had not made any further mention of resigning his post, perhaps because he seemed to be much happier now. Shay was glad for him, but the feeling was not unreserved. Nico held his arms out to be taken off the swing, and Hilo obliged, setting him down and watching the boys scamper off down the garden path.
"I haven't seen Morrow around lately," Hilo said. "Are things over between the two of you?"
Shay did her best to sound nonchalant. "We're on something of a break right now." She suspected that statement sounded as noncommittal and confused as the issue itself, and was disappointed that she was not as beyond caring about her brother's judgment as she thought she was. "We're still friends," she added. "He's coming as my guest to the wedding tomorrow." Hilo gave her a knowing, almost sad look, as if he guessed how much the duel had cost her, more than even her jade.
"If you're friends like you say, you should be honest with him, Shay."
Shay pretended not to have heard him. "Morrow's been involved in a humanitarian advocacy group called Four Virtues International. He asked if you'd be willing to meet with some of the representatives who are looking for the clan's support. It would mean a lot to them."
Hilo sighed in exasperation, possibly with her for redirecting the conversation, possibly at the fact that as pillar, he was being constantly petitioned by various groups and had never ceased to find it tedious.
"All right, as a favor to your friend," he said.
"Sometime in the new year, when things aren't as busy."
Wen was due to give birth in a month. Nico came back with a fistful of colorful pebbles. Hilo made a show of admiring them, then picked the boy up to bring him indoors for lunch.
"Andy's doing well," he said to Shay over his shoulder. "He wasn't happy about staying, but he understands."
Shay watched her brother's back recede toward the house. She called after him. "Would you really have done it? If Ait had killed me in the duel, would you have broken Aisho and gone back to war with a dirty blade?"
"Ait thought I would."
Hilo's aura was smooth as a river.
"That's what's important."
Chancellor Sohn was warming up at the target range of the Three Springs Leisure Club when Shay joined him that afternoon.
"Call, Jen,"
he exclaimed with a relaxed and cheerful air.
"A lovely day, isn't it?"
The Chancellor was 3 months away from the end of what had been a grueling 6-year term in office, and he was obviously looking forward to having more time for his family business, his grandchildren, and the game of Chasso. Chasso is a cross-country game that involves walking through a sprawling and manicured parkland, stopping at regular intervals to shoot fake birds, tufted rubber balls launched from hidden machines, with crossbow darts fired from specialized bows. Although Chasso began as a foreign gentleman's game with origins in hunting and archery, in the past decade it caught on as a popular pastime for wealthy Kekanese. Janloon's most well-heeled politicians and businessmen regularly conducted business over games at the recently built Three Springs Leisure Club, located 30 minutes south of Janloon. Shay personally found the game uninteresting in the extreme, but she understood why it appealed to someone like Son Tomoro. Devoting so much land to private recreation on an island where space was at a premium meant exorbitant, status-enhancing membership fees. The sport required reflexes, good aim, and expensive equipment, but low physical fitness. And aging Kekanese men still liked to pretend they were capable warriors. She also suspected that Sohn enjoyed beating her at the game, as jade abilities were of minimal advantage. Shay waited until after they'd spent the first 2 flushes in social chat and were hiking up a low hill against the wind to the 3rd flush point before she decided to broach the topic she'd come to discuss. "No one deserves a break from the pressures of Wisdom Hall more than you, Chancellor Sohn, but it'll be a loss for the No Peak clan to no longer have such a dependable friend in the Chancellor's office next year." The Royal Council had voted in Geem En, the current Minister of Home Concerns, as Sohn's successor. Geem was viewed as an experienced, fiscally responsible statesman with a populist streak. He was also a long-standing member of the Mountain Clan.
Geem is a reasonable man,
Sohn said unconcernedly, planting himself at the vantage marker and lifting the chasso bow to his ample shoulder. Sohn raised his left arm to signal his readiness to the machine operator below. One after another, 6 chasso balls flew into the air from behind a row of shrubs. Sohn fired in rapid sequence and grunted in satisfaction as 3 impaled balls thudded to the lawn below. "This is a difficult time for the country and for No Peak," Shay said. "The clans have held to peace, but only because the world around us hasn't. Can we count on Geem En to continue to pressure the Yuwiwa Islands over smuggling? Will he keep holding the mountain accountable to the KJA? Will he oppose the Orticon Conflict Refugee Act when it's time for the Royal Council to vote?" Sohn stepped aside and Shay took his place at the vantage marker. The chasso balls flew. Shay pinned 2 of them using the rented bow from the leisure club shop. She grimaced, tempted to cheat by deflecting her opponent's darts at the next flush. As they hiked down to collect their points, Sohn said, in a considerably more somber voice,
"Kaul, I was there in the room during the visit from the Espenian secretary, and I'm well aware of the foreigner's security concerns. But the Refugee Act addresses a humanitarian issue. No Peak will seem heartless to oppose it." He wiped his brow and bent his large frame to pick up his downed chasso balls, which he handed to the young chasskeeper who tailed them at a respectful distance, carrying equipment and water and keeping score. "Compassion is one of the 4 divine virtues, after all."
Shay didn't disagree with Sohn's sentiments. Nevertheless, she said to Sohn, "In a perfect world, people would act in accordance with the divine virtues all the time, and then I suppose the return would be in sight. But the world is far from perfect, and we both know there are trade-offs to be made." Sohn turned around and jabbed one of the chasso darts into the air.
"The Espenians are asking us to turn away homeless widows and orphans because they're afraid some of them might be Egutanian spies. Should we compromise our morals on account of foreign pressure?"
Sohn's words were indignant, but his tone was resigned, and his objections were more rhetorical bluster than true disagreement. He knew as well as Shay did that No Peak was in a difficult position. The military challenges in Ortico had made the Espenians paranoid and controlling. To their continued displeasure, the Kekanese Royal Council held firm in refusing to contribute soldiers or additional jade to the Orticon war effort. Yet all the while, Shay had steered the clan toward business expansion and trade deals with Espenia, and was opening a branch of the Weatherman's office in Port Massey. Now that Hilo had established clan ties with the Green Bones in Espenia, and knowing that the mountain was seeking its own foreign opportunities, Shay was all the more certain that No Peak needed every bit of political influence it could hang on to, at home and abroad. It needed the continued favor of Adamant Capita, as did the whole country, for a fact, if it wished to maintain its rapid economic growth. The Sohn family's own textile business was benefiting handsomely from reduced tariffs. You've held Kakon's highest political office during clan war within our country, and now foreign wars surrounding it, Shay pointed out to the Chancellor. You know all about pressure, and when to compromise.
Sohn shook his head. These are issues for my successor to deal with now, Kaul Jen.
They descended a well-landscaped pebble path into a small woodland. The afternoon was cooling fast. It wouldn't be long before the autumn chill and the dimming light drove them back indoors. You're not an old man yet, Chancellor Sohn. Look at how you're outlasting me on the Chasso course. Shay paused in the middle of the path and faced the man. On behalf of the Pillar, I must ask you for one more act of friendship to No Peak. Don't retire after the end of your term. Keep your seat in the Royal Council. You'll have plenty of time to enjoy yourself later, but stay in government for another year or two and continue to do the good work this country needs of you. She paused meaningfully. The clan would be grateful to you and your family. As a former Lantern Man, Chancellor Sohn knew that the clan's gratitude was not something lightly given, and almost certainly meant a significant monetary reward to him and his relatives. If he remained in the Royal Council, Sohn would continue to act as No Peak's most senior politician in Wisdom Hall and would vote in line with the clan's interests. In the event of a tie, his status as Chancellor Emeritus gave him the same privilege as the sitting Chancellor to cast an additional, tie-breaking vote, which would potentially negate Geem's deciding power. Chancellor Sohn pursed his thick lips, speaking thoughtfully, but not without a touch of pride.
I suppose, after a lifetime of public service, what is one more year?
He fixed Shay with a sober, calculating gaze before hefting his Chasso bow and turning back to the path.
I remain a loyal friend of the clan, Kaul Jen, but I can't hold back a tide. Most people don't understand the trade agreements or care about the Espenian security concerns. Many don't see why we should accommodate foreigners at all. You're walking a thin line. If you continue to keep pitting the interests of No Peak against the will of the country, you won't prevail.
Shay was not normally a heavy drinker, but she had several glasses of wine at Woon's wedding reception the following evening. Sometime after midnight, the bride and groom departed to the cheers of the guests in a limousine festooned with red and yellow peonies symbolizing marital happiness and fertility. Shortly afterward, Shay left the party and retired to the weatherman's residence. Morrow, dressed in a pressed blue linen suit and tie, walked with her to the front door. She paused before she went inside and turned to him over her shoulder. Do you want to come in for a little while? She wasn't sure if it was politeness or drunken wistfulness or something else that made her ask, but in that moment, she hoped he would say yes. Dozens of people had seen them leave the reception together, but having already endured and survived national public scandal, Shay no longer cared if there was clan gossip tomorrow morning. Morrow glanced away, then back at her with a hopeful but cautious expression. For a little while, he said. Inside, Shay took off her shoes and sat down on the sofa, rubbing her sore feet. Morrow poured 2 tall glasses of chilled mint water from the pitcher in her fridge. Shay accepted one of them gratefully and pressed the cold glass to her forehead before draining half of it. Although the weatherman's house was at the far end of the central courtyard, she could still hear the music and perceive the energy of the remaining crowd like a distant background throbbing. By now, her body had acclimated to carrying less jade, but at times she felt as if her senses were softened, muted around the edges. The alcohol she'd consumed exacerbated the effect. She was tired, and everything seemed slightly gauzy. Morrow sat down at the other end of the sofa and leaned back, loosening his tie and taking a drink from his own glass of water. He didn't appear as inebriated as she felt. "Your friend Woon Poppy must be very dedicated to the clan," he said. "Your family threw quite the party for him." "He was my eldest brother's best friend. And mine. He deserves it." "Well, thank you for inviting me." Morrow turned the glass in his hands. "And I appreciate you setting up a meeting for 4 virtues to talk to your brother." As if trying to fill the air between them, he continued, "I've been on their steering committee for a while. They're doing good work, but can only get so far without more high-profile support. It would be an enormous step for the major clans to publicly acknowledge the need for Kakon to take a more active role in international humanitarian efforts." He looked to her as if hoping for agreement. "Perhaps we can convince your brother to lend his support to the Ordicon Conflict Refugee Act." Shay was in no mood to explain the situation involving the clan's business interests and the pressure from the Espenian government, nor suggest that she was the one holding Chancellor Sohn and the Royal Council accountable to questionable foreign interests. "Let's not talk politics right now," she said. Morrow tugged at his collar. "If you say so," he said uncertainly, as if Shay had snatched away the last of their safe conversation topics. A swollen silence hung between them. Nearly 5 months had passed since the duel, but their relationship persisted in the awkward limbo of 2 objects held at a precise distance by constant centrifugal force, unable to move either closer together or farther apart. They'd spoken on the phone. They'd had lunch together a number of times. Shay still consulted Morrow on questions of economics and foreign policy, and now he was hoping for the clan's endorsement of the non-profit work that had begun to consume a greater amount of his time. They were cordial, friendly, but they circled each other tentatively, as if the other person was a fire whose warmth they craved but knew might burn. Morrow had, on more than one occasion, implied that they could get over this difficult stretch if they were both willing to trust again. Looking at him now, handsome and earnest, seeing the longing in his eyes and the slight flush in his face, Shay wished more than anything that were true. Tonight, she ached for closeness, but she did not deserve Morrow's trust and could not bear to regain it dishonestly. She considered thanking him for coming and politely showing him to the door. She considered pulling him over to her and fucking him on the floor of the living room. Neither option seemed entirely correct, nor fair to her friend. She did not regret the decisions she'd made, but she did regret that she could no longer look at Morrow without seeing the impassable distance between the realities they inhabited. "Shay." Morrow cleared his throat roughly, then got up and moved to sit next to her. His soft aura brushed against her, brimming with conflicted desire, almost distress. He had trimmed his beard, and there was tension in the curve of his jaw. "I think I understand better why you shut me out before. I've accepted the fact that you were under a lot of pressure at the time and wanted to keep me from being targeted. But I'm not sure I can do this anymore. Be your friend, that is. Someone who's vaguely associated with your family, who gets invited to weddings but isn't a part of the clan itself. It's not a good position to be in." A heaviness came to rest below Shay's ribcage. "I know. I tried it once myself and it didn't work out." She sank lower onto the sofa. A throbbing had begun somewhere behind her eye sockets. "You're right. I've kept you at a distance and not told you the truth you deserve. I was trying to protect you from my decisions, but it was wrong of me." Morrow's face moved in a brief spasm. "You can't shelter me. You know that I don't like Green Bone culture, but I still care about you. Do you remember when I said I wanted us to be completely open and honest with each other?" He searched her face. I need to know where I stand with you. Can you just tell me once and for all? Is there any chance for us?" Hilo's words came back to her. "If you're his friend, as you say, you should be honest with him." The pressure of a fierce and masochistic abandon swelled inside Shay's chest. She wrapped a hand around Morrow's neck and kissed him. The taste and smell of him flooded into her mouth, and she sighed, filled with bittersweet ferocity as strong as the dry, lingering taste of wine. When she pulled back, Shay said, "I had an abortion, Morrow. I was pregnant before I fought the duel with Aitmata." Morrow's face went blank for several seconds. Then he sat back as if he'd been shoved hard. A cloud passed over his gentle features, turning them wounded and ugly. The edges of his jade aura seemed to ripple and harden. "You," his voice came out as a coarse whisper, "you kept this from me. You decided without even telling me, just like the duel." "You wanted complete honesty," Shay said. "So that's what I'm giving to you. I love you too." Shay looked down at her hands and found that they were clutched tightly in her lap. "You asked me if there's any chance for us, but only you can answer that question now." Morrow set the glass down on the coffee table and stood up. Shay felt the painful weight of his stare pressing down on her for a long, silent moment. She leaned her head back against the cushions. The ceiling seemed to be rotating, and so she closed her eyes and did not watch as Morrow turned away and left the house. Chapter 43. Family Jade. 3 weeks before New Year's, Hilo drove an hour inland from Janloon and stopped at an abandoned farmhouse indicated only by a highway marker on a flat stretch of road at the foothills of the mountains. He navigated the Duchess's bulk up the rutted dirt path until it became too narrow and overgrown. Then he got out of the car and walked the rest of the way to the single crumbling brick building. The sun had already slid behind the forested rolling peaks that dominated the sky to the west, and bats were flitting all over the empty field, flickers of heat in the periphery of Hilo's perception. 2 of Tar's men stood in a clearing behind the farmhouse, digging a hole, their shovels scraping and clanging against dry dirt, breaths steaming in the air. They paused in their work, wiping their brows with their forearms and touching their heads in abbreviated salute as the pillar passed and ducked under the sagging eave to enter the dilapidated structure. Inside, stark light came from an electric camping lantern hanging from a metal hook fashioned from a coat hanger. A layer of dirt, straw, and bird droppings caked the stone floor. Tar and his Lieutenant Dune stood together, chatting and sharing a smoke as they waited for Hilo's arrival. Near their feet was a long lump, wrapped in canvas and tied with rope, like a badly rolled carpet. Next to the lump was a large rectangular steel container with a lid, lying open, an underbody truck toolbox that Tar had purchased from a freight equipment company. At Hilo's entrance, Dune saluted, then bent down and cut the ropes binding the lump. He pulled away the canvas to reveal a dirty and bruised young man. The teenager had been gagged and bound, but at the sudden light, he blinked and twisted on the ground, struggling to sit up. His shrill jade aura flared, as painful in Hilo's mind as a blast of microphone feedback. Dune stood back, and Hilo looked down into a thin, sweaty face and eyes wide with hate and fear. The pillar's gaze slid off the captive's face and settled on the jade beads around his neck, and then the jade-studded forearm cuffs cinched to his skinny arms. Kaul Lan's jade. It had not even been reset. Hilo was overcome by a sense of cold rage and deep unease. Years ago, when he was the horn under his brother, he'd been at the Twice Lucky restaurant in the docks on a night when 2 teenage hoodlums tried to steal the jade off a drunken old greenbone. Hilo and the Makes had been there to stop them, but Hilo remembered thinking that those boys were a sign of a growing societal rot, an omen of worse to come. He felt that way even more strongly now, looking at this stranger, this nobody who had caused so much grief to the Kaul family, and yet managed to go unpunished for so long. Some people believed that with SN1, jade could be worn by anyone, but that could never be true. Because if any lowlife could wear Lan's jade, then jade meant nothing. The world of green bones meant nothing. The sheer nihilistic possibility horrified Hilo to his core. The No Peak clan was like a tiger, and this thief like a rat. But even the largest, most powerful creature would fear a plague of rats, moving in the dark with sharp teeth and carrying disease. It was an imbalance in nature, a sign of an accelerating fundamental wrongness in the world that even this moment couldn't set right. Tar had opened a duffel bag and was laying out some tools. A cordless drill, a length of plastic tubing, duct tape. Hilo crouched down. The teenager jerked away from him, straining with strength to break his bonds. He threw a deflection that rippled out in an unfocused wave, sending the dirt on the ground puffing against the stone walls and swaying the hanging camp lantern as Hilo dispelled the panicked effort with a casual counter-deflection. Dune came over and pinned the prisoner's shoulders to the ground to stop his flailing. Hilo undid the buckles on the cuffs and removed them one by one. He reached around the boy's straining neck and unfastened the clasp, gathering the long string of jade beads into his hand. Hilo tucked Lan's jade into his inside jacket pocket. He patted a hand over the bulge, reassuring himself that it was secure. The thief moaned. His eyes rolled and his body shook and shuddered with the initial jolt of jade withdrawal. Hilo removed the gag from his mouth. The teen spat blood-tinged grit through broken teeth, and to Hilo's surprise, he swiveled his head to stare at Tar, his face contorted and gaze burning with a loathing that seemed larger than his skinny frame could hold. "You!" the thief snarled, his voice shaking. "You killed my Da! You slit his throat and threw him in the harbor! I hope you and your whole family die screaming, you soulless piece of shit!" Tar glanced over with interest, then went back to fitting a drill bit. "Who was he?" "His name was Moot Jindunan." The boy began to weep. Ugly tracks ran down his muddy face. "He owned a store and a bit of jade, that's all. He was my Da, and you killed him." "I remember Moot Jin." Tar nodded that it all made sense now. Mountain spy, shine dealer, jade thief, crime ringleader. Helped to plan the cowardly murder of a green bone pillar. Normally I don't like to think that bad blood runs in the family, but I guess in this case, it's true. Hilo looked at the noisily crying teenager who'd killed his brother and escaped, then desecrated the family's grave for its jade. He felt no sense of triumph, just an overwhelming disgust and pity, a heavy and impatient desire to finish something that should have been done long ago. Hilo unbuttoned his shirt down to the navel and pulled it open. He removed 3 jade studs from his chest, wincing a little as he worked them free. He rolled them in the palm of his hand, his own jade, won in his youth against some enemy he could not now remember. He would barely feel the loss of them now, but back then, every bit of green he'd added to his body had tasted like destiny. "Look at me," the pillar said softly. He held out the 3 jade studs in his hand. "This is Kaul family jade. It's what you were willing to kill and steal for. I'm giving it to you. You'll take it with you to the grave, just like a green bone."
"It wasn't me!"
Moot screamed, animal fear finally blotting out his deep rage.
"There was another guy. He did it. The whole thing. It was all his idea. I just went along."
Hilo gripped the thief's jaw and squeezed, forcing his mouth open and cutting off his frantic protests. One by one, he dropped the 3 jade studs into Moot's mouth, then clamped the jaws shut. Tar tore a piece of duct tape from a long silver roll and sealed the teen's lips. They wound more tape around the wrists and ankles to make the bonds extra secure. Then Tar took the thief's feet, and Dune gripped him under the armpits, and they hefted him easily, placing him inside the metal box. With knees bent, he fit with barely any room to spare and could not turn over inside. Hilo caught one last haunting glimpse of the white face, stark with terror, before they dropped the lid in place. Thuds, faint screaming, and spiking jade aura shrieks emanated from inside the container, interrupting the whine of the cordless drill as Tar made holes all around the edge of the lid and fastened it in place with metal screws. Using the largest drill bit, he made a hole near the top of the box, big enough to stick a finger through. Into this, he inserted a length of plastic tubing through which air could flow. They didn't want the trapped man to suffocate. Tar and Dune carried the box outside. The 2 men in the field had finished digging and were leaning on their shovels, resting. When they saw the pillar coming out of the building, they set down their tools and hurried to help Tar and Dune balance the box and lower it into the hole in the earth. Filling in the 2-meter-deep grave took an hour, with all 5 men taking turns with the shovels while the others rested. At last, there was only a fresh patch of soil to mark where the box was buried, and poking up from the ground, a barely visible stiff plastic air tube. Without his regular dose of shine, an addict would normally begin to feel the effects of jade overexposure within 24 hours. With jade trapped inside an adrenaline-overloaded body, it was sure to happen much faster than that. The itches would set in shortly thereafter. They collected the camping lantern and tools from the empty farmhouse. It was entirely silent out here in the country. The night sky was clear and filled with stars. None of the pollution or noise from Janloon reached them, and there were no other dwellings in sight. The nearest town, Opia, was 30 kilometers away on winding, mountainous roads. As they walked back to the cars, Hilo made a point of personally thanking the 3 nails, that was what Tar called his people now, to differentiate them from Ken's fingers, for spending what would have been a nice evening diligently carrying out such an unpleasant task. All of them, Dune, Teen, and Yonu, assured the pillar that it was simply their duty to the memory of Kaul Lan, and they were only sorry that it had taken them so long to find the thief and dispense the clan's justice. Hilo said to Tar, "You made sure the bartender who phoned in the tip was rewarded?" "Of course," Tar said. Between handling this and whispering the name of Koben Ento, Tar had been working hard lately. With the clan's expansion into Espenia, Hilo had some ideas for how to use Tar's small team in the future, but now was not the time to broach them. He put a hand on his pillarman's back. "I know that sometimes I'm impatient or short-tempered with you, but only because you're my closest brother now, and I trust you with things I wouldn't trust to anyone else," Hilo said. "I'm glad I can count on you, Tar. I don't say it often enough." It was the early hours of the morning by the time Hilo arrived back home. He closed the front door quietly behind him as he entered, without turning on any of the lights so as not to disturb Wen and the baby, only 2 weeks old. A girl, of course. In the kitchen, he draped his jacket over the back of a chair and washed his hands in the sink. He was tired, but also hungry and thirsty, so he poured himself a glass of water and took 2 oranges from the fruit bowl and a bag of peanuts to the table. The pillar sat in the dark, peeling and eating the oranges and cracking the peanut shells. He was rarely alone, so he relished the moment of peace and did not hurry to go to bed. Hilo took Lon's jade from his pocket, set it on the table, and looked at it. A stir in his perception told him that someone else was awake in the house. He sensed Nico's approach before he heard the boy's feet padding hesitantly down the stairs and stopping at the entrance to the kitchen. The blinds were open over the patio door, and the moon's glow mingled with the courtyard lights, so it was just bright enough for Hilo to see his nephew's face, creased with sleepiness and mild concern. "Uncle?" he said. "Why are you sitting in the dark?" "I got home late and didn't want to wake you." Hilo held out his arms, and the boy came to him, climbing into his lap and laying his head against his uncle's chest. Even though Nico and Rue knew each other as brothers and called Wen their mother, Hilo always insisted that Nico call him uncle so that he'd never forget who his real father was. Hilo smoothed the boy's hair and whispered, "Stand up. I want to show you something." He set the 3-year-old, almost 4 now, Hilo reminded himself, down on his feet and said, "Do you want to know where I was tonight? Why I got home so late and couldn't tuck you into bed? I was searching for something that's been lost for a while, and I finally found it." He picked up the cuffs and the necklace of jade and let the boy admire and touch them. Some limited jade exposure at this young age was not harmful. Indeed, it was beneficial for a child to have a basic foundation of jade tolerance before academy age. "This was your father's jade, Nico," Hilo said. "It belonged to him when he was pillar of the clan. One day, when you're a green bone, it'll belong to you. I'll keep it safe for you until then." Nico yawned. "I'll have to grow a lot bigger first." "A lot bigger," Hilo agreed. He picked the child up and carried him back up the stairs. Chapter 44. The Man in the Middle. Willem Skinny Reams stood on a private boat dock under the shadow of the Iron Eye Bridge. It was a cloudy, starless spring night, and the dark was almost absolute, save for the lights that illuminated the 6-lane freeway that ran overhead, carrying a constant stream of traffic across the Camrys River, the rush of the tires above louder than the steady lapping of the water below. 4 of Ream's coats waited for the shipment along with him. The twins, Coop and Baron Brewer, stood next to the car that had been pulled up to the pier. Pats Rudy and Carson Sunter kept watch, hands resting on the butts of their pistols. It was not the first time Reams and his men had taken possession of a contraband shipment ferried up the river. The Camrys was one of the longest and busiest commercial waterways in the world. For centuries, it had been called the Silver Run, but it was also less flatteringly referred to as the Vice Canal, on account of the quantity of drugs and guns that made their way into the city of Port Massey from further upstream. This sort of event was routine for Reams, but he was uneasy tonight because of the nature of the goods. Willem Reams was a smart and ruthless foreman, well respected in the Port Massey underworld, but he was cautious by nature. Unlike his boss, he didn't live lavishly and draw attention to himself. He dressed conservatively and drove a perfectly ordinary and reliable Brock sedan. He was a rich man, but he kept his money carefully stashed away, and he ran all his jobs with a clear eye for the numbers. Boss Cromner valued him because he never forgot the first and most important job of a foreman, which was to make money for the crew. Reams disagreed with his boss about getting into the jade business. There was money to be made, no question. The South Side crew already had buyers lined up for the jade that the Keks were selling to them. Rich collectors, other crews, private militia, mercenaries, and security contractors, even that cult in the north led by that religious nut claiming to be the reincarnation of the seer. It seemed everyone wanted to get their hands on the green rocks. The stuff had been around for thousands of years, but people were acting as if it were newly discovered. Reams didn't trust in the wisdom of the crowd. Most people were stupid, and in his opinion, jade was too risky. It would bring down too much heat. The government thought of gambling and drugs as moral failings that destroyed the user, but weren't a threat to the real power in the country, which were the trade societies. Jade, however, could strengthen armed and dangerous organizations that would pose a real threat to law enforcement and those in authority. Because you couldn't have jade without shine, there was bound to be a crackdown on the drug trade as well, which would jeopardize the crew's most traditionally lucrative business. The biggest problem, though, in Skinny Reams' book, was that dealing in jade meant dealing with the Keks. Reams could do business with the Wesps and the Goots, even the Shotties and the Tunks if he had to, but there was something about the Keks that he especially didn't like. They were unnatural, and he didn't trust them at all. He could tell that his men were edgy as well. Pats came over and said, "See his balls, Skinny. How much longer we got to stand out here freezing our asses off? They weren't this late before. Something's wrong." Reams could understand his coat's suspicion. To reduce the risk of interception by the authorities, the entire quantity of jade had been split up into 4 shipments, transported into the harbor 3 to 6 weeks apart, passed under the noses of port inspection with the help of the dock workers in the Wormingwood crew, and delivered to Reams at different points along the river. The first shipments had gone smoothly, so there was no reason to believe that this one would not proceed in the same way, except that if the Keks wanted to screw them over, this would be their final opportunity. At that moment, the sound of a motorboat engine quieted Pats. The boat's headlights emerged from beneath the gloom of the bridge and swung around the edge of the dock, pulling up to the pier where Reams and his men stood. A short man with a severely pronounced limp got off the boat. He appeared Kekanese, but Reams thought the 2 dark-skinned men with him were not. Perhaps they were from one of those tropical islands in the East Americ, but it was hard to get a good look at them. They worked together to lift a heavy metal box on shore. The limping Kek opened the lid of the box and shone a flashlight down to show Reams what was inside. Unpolished rocks of varying size, cut open to reveal the gleam of the green gemstone within. 25 kilos, he said. You want to weigh? Reams shook his head. Neither of the prior 3 shipments had been underweight. In fact, both had been over 30 kilos. When Reams had brought this up, the boatman had shrugged and said, "We give more, for the man in the middle to take his share." The man in the middle. That was him, the foreman. The one who did the work and who took the risks, while the fat bosses like Cromner stayed safe and warm indoors, sipping brandy and smoking cigars on nights like this. Reams remembered the stranger who sat beside Dauk in the meeting, the young clan representative from Kakon who'd questioned Reams specifically before agreeing to the deal. The Keks weren't so uncivilized after all, if they recognized that the competence of the foreman on the ground was the key to a successful operation, and threw in a little extra to make sure he was compensated for pulling everything off smoothly. So notwithstanding his skepticism of the jade trade as a whole, Reams took roughly 5 kilos of jade from each of the shipments and stored them away as a savings fund that he and his closest coats could move quietly on their own later without anyone knowing, not even the rest of the crew. Insurance, in case things took a bad turn for Cromner. The rest of the jade was taken to an industrial warehouse where another of Cromner's foremen, Moth Duke, and his men supervised migrants wearing lead-lined gloves who cut and polished the jade to be packed and delivered to final customers. Reams closed up the boxes and said to Pats,
"Go get the money."
The coat went to the truck, returning a few minutes later with a suitcase that he set on top of the lid of the closed box and opened to reveal bundled stacks of 100 thaler bills.
"You want to count it?"
he asked the boatman, sneering a little. The man shook his head.
"I trust Espenians to count money."
He closed up the suitcase, took it, and walked back toward the boat without another word. Reams motioned for Coop and Bairn to load the metal box into the car. They were halfway to the vehicle when 2 sets of headlights pulled up in front, and 8 men piled out of 2 black cars. The Brewer twins had their weapons out in an instant. Reams pulled his Onkev pistol, but then he heard Moth Duke's voice call out with concern.
"Skinny, that you over there?" "Yeah, it's me, Moth. Tell your boys to point their fully guns somewhere else for fuck's sake."
Duke's coats were carrying Fullerton's submachine guns and aiming them all over the pier. Coop and Bairn started to lower their weapons, but Reams kept his own gun raised.
"What's this about, Moth? Why the fuck are you here instead of at the warehouse waiting for us?" "We heard there was gonna be heat, Skinny, that it was a setup."
Duke's large frame came striding ahead. He stood in front of his men, silhouetted by the glare of the headlights. Reams had always thought the man looked like an ape in a suit.
"So we came to make sure you were all right, to back you up if the Kex pulled something. Did you get the rocks?" "Yeah, we got them,"
Reams said.
"All of them?"
Duke asked, and in those 3 words, in the particular tone of greed with which they were spoken, Reams understood in an instant that he'd been betrayed. He turned and ran for the pier. Moth Duke's coats opened fire, chopping Coop and Bairn apart with bullets. The motorboat's engine roared as it took off in a panic. Lead peppered its hull, and Reams got a glimpse of the Keck boatman toppling backward, the suitcase in his hand tumbling through the air and overboard. Reams flung himself into the black water. It swallowed him up with a shock of cold so painful that for a moment he thought he'd been shot dead after all. Then he felt himself sinking into the Camrys, imagined his body coming to rest on the bottom of the polluted river, alongside the bones of the men he'd put there over the years, and the furious instinct for survival snapped his mind back into place. Reams struggled free of the shoes and wool coat that dragged him down, then dove and swam, unable to see a thing, and not knowing if and where he would emerge, not knowing if Pats and Carson or any of his other coats were still alive, but certain of one thing. Moth Duke wouldn't dare turn on a fellow foreman without tacit approval, which meant Boss Cromner, the man Skinny had served well and for many years, wanted him dead. Chapter 45. A Promise in the Park. Wen was annoyed with her husband. Of course, she understood that the demands on the Pillar's time were great, and his responsibilities to the clan unavoidably took precedence over everything else, but that did not make her feel better at the moment. When Hilo was with the family, he was playful and attentive, roughhousing with the boys, chasing them, listening to the small children talk as if there was nothing else on his mind. However, when some issue in the clan needed attention, he was inclined to deal with it personally, as soon as possible, which meant that anticipated family activities were never certain. A downpour the night before had brought the summer heat down to a pleasant temperature, making it a perfect day for a picnic outing, but Hilo was unable to spend time with them as he'd said he would. Instead, he'd been shut behind the closed doors of the study for several hours with the leaders of the minor Stonecup clan regarding a construction workers' strike that was derailing projects the Espenians wanted completed on Yuman Island. After that, he'd agreed to see some representatives from a humanitarian aid group, and then he and the weatherman had meetings downtown with lantern men all afternoon. Wen made breakfast for her brothers and her sons, then fed the baby and packed a bag for the trip she'd planned to the park. Nico and Rue were unhappy that their father would not be coming on the adventure and were pestering Ken for attention instead. He was often indulgent with the boys and stuck them treats when Wen wasn't looking, but when he sat down to breakfast without offering anything of sufficient interest, they fell bickering over the same water gun, shoving each other until Rue began to cry. Ken ignored the noise and continued flipping through the newspaper, but Tar shouted, "Hey!" He pulled the boys apart and deposited them into separate chairs at the table. "No fighting. Brothers shouldn't fight." "He pushed me," Nico protested. "He's always taking my stuff." "Be quiet and listen to your Uncle Tar," Wen admonished, filling water bottles. Tar leveled a stern finger in Nico's face. "He's your little brother. You've got to be nice to him, because when you grow up, the two of you have to stick together, understand? You have to look out for each other. That way, people know if they ever give trouble to one of you, they're sure to get trouble back from the other." Nico stared down at his plate, sulking. Tar said, "You don't think it's true? The men who murdered your daw when you were just a baby, one of them thought he got away with it, but your uncle went after him and found him. You know what he did to that bad man?" "He killed him." Nico had heard this story already. Tar picked up a trio of grapes and held them in front of the boy's face. "He put jade stones in his mouth and buried him alive." He popped the grapes into Nico's mouth and clamped his hand over the boy's mouth, giving him a teasing shake before letting him go and ruffling his hair affectionately. "That's why no one messes with your uncles. So stick together. I don't want to see you two annoying your ma, fighting over some stupid thing. You ought to act better than that." "Finish your breakfast and then we're going to the park," Wen reminded them. Ken offered to drive them. He had no plans besides meeting to train a few of his newer fists before spending a relaxed afternoon with Lena, who was pregnant and on bed rest. But Wen had promised the boys that they would take the bus. The park was only 10 minutes away, just down the hill in the solidly no-peak-controlled Green Plain district. Wen regularly ran into the wives and children of other high-rank greenbones at the playground and water park, and there was never any safety concern. Kianla had taken the day off to visit her aging mother in an Abuke tribal village outside of Janloon, so Wen carried the day bag and wrestled with the baby carriage herself. The task would be less aggravating if Jaya, at 6 months old, was not the fussiest of all Wen's children. She would not stand to be put down in the carriage for even 5 minutes. Hilo joked that she would grow up to be even greener than her brothers, but Wen responded irritably that the ridiculous superstition existed only to prevent desperately frustrated mothers from smothering their most unmanageable children. Wen put a blanket down in a shady spot on the lawn near the play structure and let the boys run off to play while she watched the baby try to crawl toward the grass. Jaya would be her last child. She'd given Hilo a son, 2 sons, really, and a daughter. Ken and Lena were married and expecting a child as well. Wen was still working on Tar, but the family's future was more secure than before. The baby was still too young. Certainly Hilo would say so. But now that the guest house was renovated, Kaul Wan Ria could move back to Janloon and help care for the children so Wen could return to work, both as a designer and in any other capacity the weatherman could find for her. Over the past few years, she'd continued to meet informers at the Celestial Radiance on a reduced schedule, but felt there was more she could do. She paid close attention to the clan issues that her husband and brothers talked about, and even when they'd moved on to other topics, she kept thinking about what she'd heard. She almost never forgot the face or name of a person she had met, so she knew almost everyone of importance in the clan. She continued taking classes in interior design and espionage. She perused the reports from the weatherman's office that Shay brought over to the house for Hilo, and she read the newspaper every day, even when she was exhausted from dealing with the children, and it was the last thing she did before going to sleep. She did all this because often, as she lay next to Hilo in bed at night, he would share with her some problem he was dealing with or some question on his mind, and in that moment, she would know to say, "You should tell Ken to assign the job to Lotjin. He's coming up on promotion to Fist this year, isn't he?" Or, "You're already going to meet with the mayor next week. Why not bring those 2 lantern men with you, and you can raise the issue with everyone in the room?" Hilo would consider her words and say, "That's what I was thinking too." Or, "I hadn't thought about that, but it's a good idea, love." And then he would wrap his arms around her, give her a kiss, and with his mind cleared, he would fall asleep in seconds. Wen always felt the greatest sense of accomplishment in those few minutes before she followed her husband into sleep. At those times, she knew she'd been a true help to the family and the clan. All her life, she'd harbored a powerful resentment. If she hadn't been born with the deficiency of jade immunity, she might have gone to the academy and become a greenbone. But now, she thought, if she'd been born a different person, she might not have ended up meeting and marrying Kaul Hilo and having children with him. So perhaps it was all meant to be. Wen had prepared a picnic of cold noodle salad, pickled cucumber, fried nuts, and stuffed buns. When she called the boys back for lunch, they predictably ate only a little of it before running off again. Wen packed up the remaining food, then nursed and changed Jaya. She saw the white Duchesse Prisa pull up to the curb beside the park, and for a hopeful second, she thought that Hilo's schedule had miraculously cleared and he had come in person to join them. Then she saw her brother at the wheel and deduced that the pillar was still busy and had asked Ken to go in his place to pick them up. Wen called the boys back from where they were running around on the playground and told them it was time to go. She put Jaya in the carriage and pushed it toward the car with one hand, carrying Rue on her hip with the other. Ken opened the door to get out and meet them. The Duchesse exploded in a ball of fire. 1 second it was there. In the next, Wen was stumbling backward, a scream strangling in her throat. Out of instinct, she seized Nico and yanked him close to her, turning her back to shield him and Rue from the heat of the inferno, which she could feel against her skin, even from 50 meters away. When she looked over her shoulder, she saw that the windows and doors of the pillar's distinctive white sedan were gone. Twisted pieces of metal littered the streets. Flame and smoke poured from the openings of the wreckage. Parents ran for their children, screaming, "Nico, hold on to the side of Jaya's baby carriage and don't let go," she ordered her oldest child. "We're going to cross the street. Now, quickly, stay with Mama and don't look back." Wen pushed the carriage in the opposite direction of the burning car, still holding on to Rue and making sure Nico did as she said. All 3 of the kids were crying with fear. All around her, people were running, some running away from the scene of the explosion, some running toward it. There was shouting and distant sirens. None of it registered for Wen. Her brother was dead. She knew that. She and her children were still in danger. She walked with single-minded purpose, concentrating on maneuvering the wheels of Jaya's carriage over the lawn until they reached the street on the other side. Her hands were coated with sweat, but she was astounded by how calm she felt. They crossed the intersection at the corner, and Wen went up to the first storefront with a white lantern hanging in its window. It was a boutique men's clothing shop. Tailored suits, vests, and felt hats adorned in the mannequins standing in the display window. 2 salespeople were standing by the door, peering out at the smoke and commotion. Wen scooped Jaya up in her arms, pushed the door open with her shoulder, and hustled all 3 of the children inside. "Who is the lantern man of the store?" Wen asked the nearest salesperson. A tall man with white hair came out from the back room. He raised thin eyebrows in confusion and mild alarm at the sight of Wen and the 3 small children. Before the store owner could utter a word, Wen said, "My name is Kaul Make Wen. Kaul Hilo Shudan, the Pillar of No Peak, is my husband, and these are his children. I need to use your phone to call him right away. We'll need to wait out of sight in the back room of your store until he arrives to get us. If anyone comes in asking if you've seen us, say no unless you're certain they're green bones of No Peak." When the store owner stared at her aghast, Wen reminded him, "You're a lantern man of the clan, so I know you're a friend who we can trust to help us in any way." The store owner opened and closed his mouth once, then swallowed noisily and said, "Of course, Mrs. Kaul. Come with me." He hurried Wen into his own office, a small space filled with fabric samples and catalogs, and picked up the receiver of his phone, which he handed to her. Wen dialed the main house. No one picked up. She depressed the receiver and called the weatherman's office. Shay's secretary informed her that both the weatherman and the pillar had gone to a meeting at the White Lantern Club. Wen told her to send someone to inform them right away that something terrible had happened. She left the number of the store and hung up. Hilo arrived 20 minutes later. By then, firefighters had put out the blaze, and a dozen of the clan's Greenbones and the Janloon City Police were swarming the park and its surrounding streets. Wen remained in the back room of the clothing shop and did not go out to see what was happening or to find out if any remains of her brother Ken had been recovered. If the bomb had gone off 2 minutes later, she and her children would all be dead. Her only thought now was to keep them all safe and out of sight of enemies who might still be watching the area. The store staff had brought whatever things they could find to distract the boys: paper and pencils, a package of crackers, some old catalogs, a box of chalk. Wen sat on the floor, trying to entertain Nico by drawing pictures with him. She rocked Jaya in her arms and fed crackers to Rue. When she heard the shop door bang open and Hilo's voice calling her name, Wen ran out to the front of the store and all but fell against her husband in a paroxysm of relief. Hilo's arms were shaking as they held her, so tightly she was nearly immobilized in his grip. His face was bone white with fear. Wen had never seen her husband truly afraid before, and that, more than anything, made what had happened seem real. Up until now, for the sake of keeping herself and the children calm, she hadn't shed a tear, hadn't so much as let more than a quaver of emotion into her voice. But now, she broke into choked sobs. Nico and Rue ran out and clung to Hilo's legs. He bent and pulled the boys to his chest, kissing both of their heads and faces, ignoring the watching store staff and the posse of Greenbones who had followed him in. When he straightened up again, the color had returned to his face, and he said, with all of his usual quick, hard authority, "Jwen, bring 2 of your fingers with you and take my family back to the house. I'm trusting you with their lives." The first fist said, "Right away, Koljen." "Shay will meet you at home," Hilo told Wen. "I'll be back as soon as I can." Wen whispered, "Does Tar know yet?" Hilo shook his head, looking stricken, and Wen felt the tears that had stopped threaten to start up again. Her brothers had always been 2 sides of one coin, Nothing could come between them. How could Tar live without his older brother? Go home now, Hilo said gently but firmly. Take care of the kids. Wen seized her husband's arm with an insistence that surprised him, that surprised even herself. Tell me that you'll find the people who did this. Inside, she was toppling, the last of her composure disintegrating in a roaring, incoherent firestorm, yet her voice emerged as a quiet hiss. No matter who or where they are, or how long it takes, swear to me that you'll find them and kill them. She searched his face and found what she needed. The black danger in his eyes, the shock and fear that had been there darkening into the promise of violence. Hilo put his hands on either side of her head and pressed his forehead to hers. I swear it. Chapter 46. Unforgivable. Shay rushed home from the financial district to discover that the Kaul estate had been turned into a fortress. Only immediate family members and Hilo's most trusted fists were being allowed in or out of the grounds. Judging by when he'd left the house, Make Ken had driven the Duchesse Prisa straight to the park without stopping anywhere in between, so the only explanation was that someone had gained access to the vehicle and planted a timed explosive on it while it was in the family garage. The cowardly attack had come from within. Shay could barely comprehend the idea. All visitors to the estate were members of the clan or known affiliates. The culprits might still be on or near the grounds. The guards and estate staff were being individually questioned. The leaders of the tributary Stonecup clan, who'd been meeting with Hilo earlier that day, were being rounded up, as were the representatives from the non-profit group. A couple of fingers had been dispatched to find Kianla and bring her in. It was suspicious that the Abuke woman happened to be absent today of all days, though Shay could not imagine their longtime housekeeper having anything to do with so heinous an act. Wen and the children were safely back in the main house, which had been thoroughly searched for any other source of danger. Shay was not sure if Ken's wife had been told of his death yet. It was not hard to deduce that the bomb had been meant for Hilo. Everyone in the city knew that the monstrous white Duchesse was his car. Ken had driven it out to pick up Wen and the kids at Hilo's request. His own muscular black Victor MX Sport was in an automobile shop getting a new carburetor. Shay's working assumption was that Ait Mata was behind the attack. 2 years of supposed peace between the clans was no reason to believe that Ait had set aside her long-standing goal to have Hilo killed. Shay was on the phone in the study, on a conference call with Woon and her key staff on Ship Street. News about the bombing was on television, and the weatherman's office was receiving anxious inquiries as to whether clan war was about to break out again. Shay did not have an answer, but she told her people to make it clear that no conclusions had been reached yet. She still had doubts. Ait Mata whispered names in a considered and precise manner, sending assassins to do the work closely. A car bombing was an impersonal, covert, gutless, and thin-blooded act, likely to harm innocent bystanders and carelessly break Aisho. It was not the Green Bone way. Juen knocked on the study door and stepped inside. His jade aura was vibrating with urgency and agitation. As soon as Shay ended the call, the first fist said, "Call, Jen." There was a strange woodenness in his voice. "A man just turned himself in at the gates. He claims to be responsible for the bombing." A horrible, sick apprehension dropped into Shay's stomach. With abrupt certainty, she knew she did not want to see what Juen would show her, yet she stood at once and followed the fist out of the house to where 6 green bones were gathered on the driveway, surrounding a man kneeling on the ground. The familiarity of his aura assailed her before she saw him. Morrow appeared unharmed, but his beige slacks were scuffed and his blue shirt rumpled. He was sitting back on his heels with his shoulders hunched, his gaze on the asphalt in front of him. The sight of him on his knees, guarded by men carrying moon blades, was so incongruous that disbelief overwhelmed Shay, dragged her steps to a halt, and rooted her to the ground. Morrow saw her and began to climb to his feet. One of Juen's men put a hand on his shoulder and shoved him back down roughly. Shay protested, "Let him stand up!" But Morrow did not make another attempt to rise. He remained where he was and looked up at her with a desolate expression. It did not make any sense. Morrow could not have planted a car bomb. He and Shay had not ended their relationship on speaking terms, a fact that saddened her and filled her with regret. But Morrow was not a vindictive personality. He had no clan interests, no appetite for violence, and no matter what anger he might feel toward her, he had nothing at all to gain from killing Hilo. "They weren't supposed to hurt anyone else," Morrow said quietly. "That's what they promised me. I would never have cooperated if I thought they might hurt you or the children." If there had been something nearby for Shay to hold on to, she would have reached out to steady herself. "The meeting that you asked me to set up with Hilo months ago, that was this morning." Understanding pushed into her resisting mind like a thin blade. "That's how the assassins got in." Morrow's face crumpled like paper. "The meeting was real," he said. "None of the Four Virtues staff were in on the plan, I swear to you on my life. All I was asked to do was add a couple of fake college interns to the group at the last minute. They told me to get them through the gates to see the pillar, that was all. They never gave me any other details." Juen drew in a breath between his teeth. The idea of an enemy trying to strike at the pillar in his own home was inconceivable. All of Hilo's meetings were approved by his pillarmen, weathermen, or horn. An aspiring murderer's hostile intentions would be perceived by the guards, and he would never get anywhere near the pillar, nor would he escape alive. However, one or two unarmed visitors with seemingly legitimate credentials and no jade, attached to an otherwise honest party, would not raise suspicion. Once through the gates, they could find an opportunity to wander a short distance to the family garage. It was clear from Morrow's wretched look that despite his complicity in the affair, he had not anticipated a planted car bomb any more than they had. "Who were they?" Shay felt as if she'd been stabbed and the knife was lodged in her ribcage. "Who approached you?" Morrow pressed the base of one palm to his eyes. "There were 3 of them. The leader was a half-Shatarian and wore jade, hidden. I heard the others call him Soradio." "Baru Khan," Juen spat. "I've heard the name Soradio before. He's a rockfish recruiter who works for Zapuño." The expectant stares and auras of the surrounding fists and fingers were like a hot physical pressure against Shay's skin. She turned to Juen. "Let me talk to him alone for a few minutes." After a second, she added in an undertone, "Please." Because as weatherman, she had no authority over fists, and with Make Ken's death, Juen knew was now the acting horn of no peak. Juen shifted a slow gaze to the prisoner on the ground, then returned it to the weatherman. He motioned for the other greenbones to back off and take up vigilant positions elsewhere, but he himself made no move to leave. "It would be irresponsible of me to leave you alone with this man, Shayjen," Juen said, and Shay understood this to be less an expression of concern for her safety than a reminder that as Horn, he was her equal and had every right to hear what was said if it involved threats to the clan. Shay did not try to argue further. The inside of her throat seemed to be swelling, and she was afraid it would soon close up completely. She made herself walk to Morrow and kneel in front of him, so their eyes were on the same level.
Why did you do it?
The whisper that emerged from her throat was dry and unrecognizable, plaintive.
Did I hurt you that badly?
Morrow's eyes filmed with sadness.
Yes, but that's not why.
He dropped his face into his hands.
They got to me, Shay. The Barukan gangs are powerful in Shatar, and they're ruthless. They found out about my visits and phone calls to Leolo City.
Morrow's shoulders were shaking now, and his voice was muffled.
At first, they tried to blackmail me with the information. When I refused and ignored them, they sent me photos of my father, of my half-sisters and little nieces behind the windows of their homes. Close-up pictures of them in their neighborhood, at school, on the playground. I was told that if I didn't do as Soradio asked, something would happen to them. They would never know why.
Shay gripped Morrow's forearms and pulled his hands away from his face.
Why didn't you tell me? We could have done something, protected your family, gone after the Barukan.
Morrow raised his eyes, and the bleak accusation she saw in them dried the words in her mouth.
Did you tell anyone when you felt threatened? When you realized you had no choice? He asked.
Shay could not reply. Morrow had been visibly nervous the evening after Woon's wedding, wanting to talk, hoping for reconciliation. Instead of offering it to him, she told him the truth that she knew would drive him away. Morrow's shoulders slumped, and he turned his face away.
Soradio promised that if I let a word out to anyone, the Barukan would get to my nieces sooner or later and send me their tiny fingers one by one. Maybe it was a bluff, but I didn't dare call them on it. Even though my sisters are Shatarian and I'm Kekanese, they welcomed me. They made me a part of their lives, of their children's lives. I could never put them in any danger.
His jaw tightened, and bitterness slid edgewise into his voice.
You never brought me into your life. You kept me away, kept secrets from me, didn't even tell me when you decided to get rid of our...
He stopped, his eyes flickering toward Juen, still standing nearby and watching them. Morrow jammed his lips together, his hands clenched in his lap, the knuckles white. There was blackboard chalk on the cuffs of his sleeves, a detail that had become so familiar in the time Shay had known him that she was surprised to be noticing it again now of all times, as if it were something new.
You say you would have protected my family, but the truth is that the clans protect only themselves. Would No Peak really help strangers, especially Shatarians? You won't even go against the Espenians on the issue of Ordicon refugees.
Morrow shook his head slowly.
The Green Bone clans rule Kakon, but only Kakon. If the Barukan wanted to go after my sisters' families in Shatar, they'd find a way. Who in Kakon would care besides me? I couldn't take such an awful risk. I knew they'd try to kill your brother. Why else would they want to get past the guards? But you'd already chosen your clan over me. I had to choose my family's safety over yours. I had to do as they asked. Why did you come here?
Shay cried, almost angrily.
If the Barukan are as powerful as you say, why didn't you ask them to get you out of the country?
Morrow let out a short, helpless chuckle.
Who in their right mind believes they can escape the justice of the clan? Greenbones have no equal when it comes to dispensing violent punishment. You know that more than anyone. Once your brother whispered my name, I'd spend the rest of my life as a dead man in waiting. At least this way, I had a chance to face you and explain myself in person.
The resentment left Morrow's face, and he gazed at her in sad resignation. I never imagined this, Shay. Dying by the blade. That's for greener men. I would have been happy with books and conversation and occasional silly romantic musicals. What we had together was real and perfect for a while. He smiled weakly, then breathed a sigh that seemed physically laborious before dabbing the edge of his sleeve to his perspiring brow and looking up stoically at Juen. Please make it quick. Juen replied unsympathetically. Tell us what else you know about Soradio and the Barukan who contacted you. The men who came in today and set the bomb. Who were they? A couple of young men who work for Soradio. I can describe them, but I don't know their names. The Barukan made sure I didn't know much. There was no deception in Morrow's aura. After he'd offered up what little additional information he possessed, Juen beckoned to one of the senior fingers, Lot, and asked, Did you reach the pillar? Lot said, He's on his way. Juen glanced at Morrow, then at his wristwatch. There was no question of the prisoner's guilt, but this was an instance not only of treason against the clan, but a murderous attack against the pillar's family. Any intelligent fist would wait for direction from Hilo. Shay got to her feet, overcome by sudden dread. Is Make Tar with Hilo? Juen said, I think so. Shay's stomach turned over. Tar would lose his mind. He would tear Morrow to pieces. He'd make it last for hours or days. Maybe Hilo would put an end to it, but Hilo had just lost his horn, a man he considered a brother, and his wife and children had nearly been killed. Shay couldn't count on him to be merciful. Seeing the terrible realization on Shay's face, or perceiving the spike of panic in her aura, the little remaining color drained from Morrow's face and was replaced with true fear. A leadening sense of déjà vu flooded into Shay's limbs. She remembered standing in the cabin in Opia, facing Yun Dorupan. She'd told Morrow about it. I couldn't kill him. She'd hated Doru for years, but in that moment been unable to draw her blade. Now she walked toward Juen, her face a mask that hid every roiling emotion within her. Juenjen, she said, if you're to be the Horn of No Peak, we'll be working together from now on. I've heard my brother and Make Ken speak highly of you, so I want us to start off on the right note. She forced moisture into her throat. Tao Morrow betrayed not only the clan, but my personal trust. He's told us everything he knows, and there's no question he's to die. Do you disagree? Juen gave her a long, calculating look, but there was sympathy in it. He was not yet officially the Horn, and it would be overstepping his authority to act on something so personal to the Kaul family without consulting the pillar. But that was not the case for Shay, and Juen had no desire or reason to oppose the weatherman. No, Kaul Jen. That's all true. Shay returned to Morrow and knelt back down in front of him. She had a nauseating sensation she might sink into the ground. I'm sorry, she managed to say. Morrow nodded gratefully. He took one of Shay's hands and enfolded it in his own large ones, then brought it up to his face and laid it against his cheek as if it might offer a vestige of comfort. Maybe I'm a coward after all, he said, but you're not. He leaned into her touch, his beard tickling the center of her palm, and closed his eyes. Shay reached up and cupped both hands around the back of Morrow's head and neck. His life pulsed beneath her touch, the wrinkled texture of his jade aura warped with anguish and regret, but no longer burdened by the tension of anger or fear. Shay felt as if she couldn't breathe. She squeezed her eyes shut and imagined herself as a column of ice, a creature like Ait Madashi, made of unwavering resolve and unflinching steel. With a stifled, incoherent cry, she gathered all the jade energy she could muster and channeled into the base of Morrow's skull. He put up no defense at all, did not raise even the flimsiest steel. His energy yielded beneath hers. His aura tore and fled. The vessels in his brain burst, and he died in seconds. She caught Morrow as he fell into her arms. She lowered him to the asphalt gently, then toppled over his body in a shudder as the blowback of his escaping life rushed into and through her. She clung to the wave for a second, wanting to hang on to it, to follow it into whatever oblivion it was headed toward. But it slipped past her, and she was still on the asphalt with Morrow's body in her lap. Slowly, Shay lowered him to the ground onto his back. His eyes were still closed, and his face was inexpressibly sad, but relaxed. Shay kissed his forehead, then both of his closed eyelids. She stood up. Juen and his men were gathered around, but they did not speak or move toward her. She turned and walked toward the weatherman's house. Halfway there, the memories came. Slowly at first, a trickle from behind a wall of spreading cracks, growing into a torrent, then sweeping her away like the deluge from a bursting dam. Long conversations and tender moments. The fire in Morrow's eyes when he was energized by an idea, the softness of his smile, the aching warmth of their bodies pressed together. Miraculously, she didn't break her stride, didn't stumble or collapse or burst into a run, but her vision swam and she could barely see her own front door when she reached it. When she was inside her own house and alone at last, Shay closed the door behind her, took 3 steps into the foyer, and crumpled to the ground with a long, silent, wordless howl, arms clutched to her sides, forehead pressed to the hardwood floor, as if in eternal penitence. Chapter 47. Back to Work. Shay barely left her house for a week. She dressed and emerged to attend Ken's funeral, but the entire event passed in a blur of walking, chanting, and resentful silence. Hilo was devastated by his horn's death. He kept Wen's hand tightly clasped in his own, and their children within his sight at all times. Tar broke down at the side of his brother's grave and wept like a child. Afterward, his eyes were vacant and lost, as if he were no longer present, except for one moment when Shay passed near him, and she felt his gaze settle on her for a moment, his aura flickering with bitterness that she had executed Morrow painlessly. Shay couldn't bring herself to speak to Tar and tell him that she, too, grieved for Ken. She hadn't known the Make brothers well at first, for a long time thinking of them only as her brother's lackeys, but the past few years had altered that impression. She'd seen Ken grow into the role of Horn, had shared meals with him around the family dinner table, had come to know him as a loyal and dangerous but quietly dogged man who was at least half the reason for the productive cooperation between the 2 sides of the clan. Hilo had insisted that Ken be laid to rest next to the Grand Kaul family memorial, instead of the small, disused patch where his ignominious father was buried. But from what Shay overheard, the explosion had not left much in the way of remains. Ken's ashes did not take up even a fraction of the steel casket. The Horn was a dangerous role, one in which a Greenbone might expect to lose his life for the clan, on his feet with a blade in his hand. Not like this. Shay went back into her house. Woon once again took over the job of managing the weatherman's office in her absence. Kionla brought meals over from the main house and left them in Shay's fridge, where they remained mostly untouched. Within days of Lon's death, she'd walked into the office tower on Ship Street and taken over Doru's office as weatherman. When her grandfather passed away, she'd mourned deeply, but had gone back to work. Those tragedies had broken her heart, but they had not torn out a piece of her soul. This time, she couldn't function. She had no desire to get out of bed, to dress, or to eat. Nor did she care to know what was going on in the clan in her absence. Shay had taken lives in combat before, but she had never thought of herself as a murderer, as she did now. Everything she had done to try to keep Morrow at a distance from the clan, and her unavoidable decisions as weatherman, had hurt and endangered him, had led to his death. She'd loved him. She wondered if he even knew that, if she'd ever told him. The world needed more people like Tao Morrow, and she'd ended his life with her own hands. At times in her isolation, she prayed to the gods, and at others she railed and cursed them bitterly. She questioned everything she had ever done. She thought about leaving Kakon again. When she closed her eyes, she saw Morrow's face, so sad and full of accusation, and in helpless horror and remorse, she relived over and over again the moment of his death. She nursed a growing, burning, unquenchable hatred for the coward Zapunyo and his Barukan thugs. Years ago, she'd argued with Hilo that they had more important things to worry about than a smuggler ensconced in the Uiwa Islands. Now she realized she'd underestimated Zapunyo in a crucial way. The Kekanese took it for granted that even during an outright clan war, civilians without Jade would not be targeted. Zapunyo and the Barukan were not greenbones. They had no sense of Aisho and did not care if innocents were killed along the way. On the 8th or 9th day, Shay was not sure which, she heard the front door open and footsteps come down the hall toward her room. She thought at first that it was Kianla again, come to leave more food that would go uneaten, but when she roused her sluggish sense of perception, she recognized that it was Wen. Her sister-in-law knocked on the bedroom door.
"Sister Shay,"
Wen said.
"May I come in?"
Shay considered ignoring the request, but felt as if she had no right to do so. Wen had seen her brother killed before her eyes and been terrified for her children's lives. She had as much, if not more, reason to be incapacitated than Shay, and yet here she was. Shay dragged herself out of bed and opened the door. She realized that she must look terrible. She had been wearing the same old shirt and pajama pants for several days. Her hair was uncombed, and she suspected that if she looked in the mirror, she would barely recognize herself. Wen took all this in expressionlessly. She pushed past Shay into the stuffy bedroom and opened a window, letting in a gust of air. Wen turned to face her sister-in-law and sat down on the edge of Shay's unmade bed.
"Shay-Jen,"
Wen said, as if they were having a perfectly ordinary conversation.
"I want to go back to working for you. Not right away, but soon. I was thinking once Jaya turns 9 months old. We've done some useful things together, but we both became too busy. In the future, we can do better. I've talked your mother into moving back to Janloon and into the guest house for her own safety and to help with the children, so I can go back to work part-time."
Shay felt as if Wen's words were coming from some other reality in which the events of the past 2 weeks had not happened. She blinked and let out a noise that might have been a laugh of incredulity if her voice had been less disused.
"Why are you asking me this right now?"
"Who else would I ask?" Wen exclaimed.
"You're the weatherman, unless you're planning to resign your position."
She looked at Shay shrewdly, her expression a question.
"You were willing to die at the hands of Aitmata rather than step down. Has that changed?" "Now's not a good time to ask me anything, Wen," Shay said. When would be a good time? When are you planning on coming back out?
Shay felt a weak stir of irritation.
How can you be thinking about this right now?
Wen crossed her arms.
I would like to hide in my room for a month as well, Shay-Jen. But I can't do that. I have to take care of my children. They don't stop needing a mother just because I am suffering. I have to explain to Nico and Rue that their Uncle Ken is dead. And I have to keep up my strength for Hilo, so he can concentrate on managing the clan in this time and not worry about us.
She fixed Shay with a straight glare and spoke matter-of-factly.
Ken is gone. Tar is inconsolable. You're shut in this room. The pillar is alone right now. He has dozens of people to help him, Shay muttered. He needs you. The family needs you. The same way we needed you after Lon was murdered and after your grandfather died. Hilo needs you to help him lead No Peak. You didn't disappear for a week after any of those times.
Wen's expression softened, but remained resolute. She took her sister-in-law by the arm and steered Shay into sitting next to her.
This isn't the first time we've been hurt, but it's the first time you feel personally responsible for what happened because your good intentions turned into so much pain.
Shay stared at the other woman.
I am responsible, Wen.
The backs of her eyes began to burn, and she closed them for a second before fixing them in accusation on Wen.
Don't you blame me for Ken's death? For the fact that you and your children were nearly killed? Why would I blame you?
Wen sounded exasperated.
I blame our enemies, Shay-Jen, for twisting someone who is dear to you to their purposes, for using him like a tool to try to destroy us. You may have ended his life, but you didn't cause his death. In our world, there's a difference. What does this have to do with you wanting to go back to work?
Wen got up and went to look out the bedroom window. The sunlight hurt Shay's eyes, but Wen stared out into the distance steadily.
A Barukan rockfish working for a Yuiwan smuggler on an island hundreds of kilometers away got to us here in Janloon at a park in our own neighborhood. The clan has enemies everywhere now. We're not just fighting other Greenbones. We're fighting the world, Shay-Jen, which means that Aisho will not protect my children.
She turned back to face the weatherman.
Hilo has never wanted me involved in Greenbone matters, but the threats to the clan aren't just Greenbone matters anymore.
Her voice was familiar in its soft and reasonable entreaty, but there was a sharp underside to it.
Our enemies are willing to use any angle to attack us. The clan has lost one of the makes, maybe two since Tar can barely function, but not all of them. So put me to work, Shay-Jen.
Wen went to Shay's closet. She pursed her lips as she picked out a blouse and a skirt and threw them on the bed.
When you challenged Aitmata with a clean blade, everyone was shocked, even Hilo, but not me. We women claw for every inch we gain in this world, and you'd worked too hard for your place on Ship Street to let it be taken from you. It could still happen if you don't get dressed and leave this room. There are always people looking for signs of weakness, for chances to steal what we care about away from us.
Wen walked past Shay and out the bedroom door.
Your nephews asked if you would be at dinner tonight, and I said yes.
Chapter 48. The Double-Double. Barrow was in the hospital for over a month. Even after the poison and the shine were purged from his bloodstream, he was too feeble to go anywhere. Weak as he already was from nearly dying of SN1 overdose, the crushing heaviness, the deadening lethargy, and sweaty panic of jade withdrawal drained what little strength Barrow had left. He lay half-mad in the hospital bed next to the other patients in the infirmary, alternately wishing for death and cursing all the gods and his own existence. The doctors said that he was lucky, very lucky indeed. That much shine would have killed any typical person, but Barrow's SN1 tolerance was uncommonly high, the result of a regular, prolonged use of the drug, and the powerful sedative that Moot had slipped into his drink had slowed his metabolism, so the fatal injection had not taken effect on his organs as quickly as it ordinarily would have. His neighbor, Mrs. Wame, incensed at the commotion she'd heard in the middle of her daytime soap operas, had come out into the hallway to discover him lying half in and half out of his door, and, after a few seconds of serious deliberation about whether to save his life or let him die, had called the ambulance to their building. Barrow remembered none of this and, if anything, was irritated that he now owed unpleasant Mrs. Wame his life. When he was released, it was with a hospital bill for over 20,000 yen and a simmering hatred for the world. He had his life, but that was all. His jade was gone. He had no doubt that Moot would have stolen his stash of shine, so that would be gone too. He felt as thin and wobbly as a colt, helpless, empty-headed, and wronged beyond all sense in the world. It had taken him years of wanting and striving, of planning and scheming, of daring and thick blood to pull off what he had accomplished. Jade of his own and everything that came with it. Money, respect, power, a future. A dangerous future, to be sure, but far better than what lay ahead of him now, which was nothing. He fantasized about tracking down Moot, putting his head in a vice and cranking it slowly until Moot's eyeballs popped out of his crushed skull. He was wary, though. Moot had twice as much jade now, and Barrow had none, so any encounter between them was bound to be hopelessly mismatched, even without accounting for the fact that Barrow could still barely climb a flight of stairs without feeling dizzy. It was the only motivation Barrow had left, however, so he followed it dumbly. When he returned to the rat house, though, he learned that Moot had not been back there. He went to some of their other usual haunts, places where New Green met and talked, and the consensus was that Moot had not been seen or heard from in some time. The kid had taken Barrow's jade and shine and vanished entirely. Barrow returned to his apartment and did not leave. Months passed. Winter turned to spring and then to summer. He ordered in food, watched television, and slept. The limp he'd had ever since he'd been beaten by the makes was more pronounced, and he wore an unrelenting scowl that made his face even more crooked. At the age of 21, he looked and felt like a ghoulish old man with nothing left to live for. Barrow had always considered himself to be the sort of person who was not easily discouraged, but now, as he lay on the sofa listlessly, barely moving except to eat, piss, or change the channel, he found himself weighing various options. Stepping in front of the subway train, jumping off the tallest building he could find, getting a hold of a gun, and putting a bullet between his eyes. He debated which of the ways would be quicker, more reliable, less messy. He already knew to rule out overdosing on drugs. Very painful, too slow, not foolproof at all. He counted what remained of his money. A year ago, he'd been flush with cash, but now he was almost broke. He had money left for another month of rent and no income prospects in sight. Barrow made up his mind. One morning, he got out of bed, dressed in the cleanest clothes that remained to him, shaved and brushed his teeth for the first time in days, and left his apartment, being sure to close the door tightly behind him. Outside, the world was bright, but washed out and blurred, made dull without Jade. He went to the bank and withdrew every last yen that remained to him, then took a cab to Poor Man's Road, where the biggest and best betting houses in Janloon were located. The lights outside of the double-double beckoned, and he stood on the sidewalk, gaping at them for a minute before he went inside. In Barrow's own mind, there was a logic to what he was doing. All his life, he'd ridden the winds of fortune. The elder Moot had said that Barrow had some strange luck of the gods on him, and Barrow knew it was true. His bad luck would turn to good, his good luck turn to bad. Always the capricious gods would swing him one way and then slap him back in the other direction, like a relay ball on a rope. This, then, would be the final test. He would take what little remained to him in the world and throw it all to the winds of luck. He would bet every last yen he had at the card tables and the spinning wheels, and through that, he'd know whether he was meant to keep going, whether the gods still wanted him alive or not. Barrow sat down at the largest of the card tables with a glass of hoji in hand and began to play Beggar's Lot, a game that required almost no skill and relied mostly on luck of the draw. To his surprise, he had an initial string of good hands, a copper run, a brass and silver split, and a jade pair. But then, as was to be expected, his luck turned for the worse, dramatically. His next three hands, a copper pair, an iron single, and a robber's spread, lost him all his initial winnings, and then he kept losing with steady efficiency. Barrow took a generous swallow of hoji every time he lost, and 2 hours later, when he was down to a quarter of the money he'd entered with, he was quite drunk. He was having a good time now, though. He grinned with fatalistic cheer as he ordered another glass of hoji, pushed a stack of chips into the center, and nodded to the dealer to deal him another hand. The dealer looked at Barrow and his dwindling chips with mild concern and said, for the first time, "Are you sure?" "Don't stop now," Barrow exclaimed. He hadn't felt this alive, this full of certainty, since the night he'd taken the jade from Kaul Lan's grave. "I'm almost done, KK. Once I'm out of money, I'm gonna jump off the way-away bridge, or maybe the roof of this casino." He counted his chips. "The gods have only, maybe 5 more chances to stop me." The dealer obliged, and Barrow turned over his new cards. An iron single. Barrow laughed and took a swallow of hoji. The dealer cleared the cards and his throat at the same time. "The gods don't control the card tables, if you don't mind me saying. Maybe you ought to take a break from playing. Whatever's bothering you so badly, it can't be worth throwing away all your money and then your life." "Just what I needed," Barrow griped. "A dealer with a heart. That's not your job." The dealer didn't reply, but surreptitiously, he caught the eye of someone across the room and made a hand gesture that Barrow did not notice. Barrow lost 2 more rounds of play. With a satisfied sigh, he pushed all his remaining chips into the center of the table. "That didn't take too long." "Hold on," said a voice behind Barrow. The dealer paused, and Barrow turned toward the strangest thing he'd ever seen. A man in a white shirt and dark blue pinstripe vest, wearing leather slip-on sandals. The man had no arms, his short sleeves dangled empty. A small brown monkey sat on his right shoulder. "Is this some kind of joke?" Barrow said. The armless man made a curt gesture with his chin. "Come with me," he said to Barrow. "You can't make me," Barrow said, like a child. A stern, irritated expression came into the man's face. He took a step toward Barrow, angling his torso in a slightly forward lean, as if he were extending the arms he did not have, and pushed Barrow out of his chair with a firm deflection. Barrow stumbled and nearly fell. He caught himself on the edge of the card table and blurted, "You can't do that! Leave me alone, monkey man! I haven't broken any rules. What are you hassling me for?" "Walk," said the man, and nudged Barrow with another precise deflection that kept him upright but shoved him forward. Barrow swayed drunkenly and cursed as the Green Bone escorted him across the main floor of the double-double. Gamblers looked up from their games to watch them pass, but oddly enough, none of them seemed surprised by the strange sight. The brown monkey leapt to the ground and scampered ahead to pull the handle of a metal door that read, "Employees Only." The armless man propped the door open with his foot to let Barrow through and said, "Turn right. Second door." Barrow obeyed, perhaps only because he was curious about the unusual turn of events. He was in a red-carpeted hallway. To the left, he could hear the sounds of the casino's kitchen. To the right were several offices. The armless Greenbone directed Barrow into one of them. Inside was a large desk, but it was very low, the height of a child's desk, as well as a black sofa and several framed certificates on the wall that looked like awards. Behind the desk was a display shelf with a long row of bottles of hoji. "Sit down," said the Greenbone, jerking his head toward the sofa. He pulled a foot out of its slipper, opened the bottom drawer of his desk cabinet, and took out a bottle of water, which he rolled across the floor to Barrow. "Once you're sober, you'll get your remaining money back, and so long as you promise not to kill yourself, I'll call you a cab. You have somewhere to go? Someone to go to?" "What do you care?" Barrow said, but he took the bottle of water and fell onto the sofa. The man said, "Every once in a while, we get someone like you, someone who wants to put on a bit of a show for themselves before bringing down the curtains. Or maybe they're having a bad time, so they come here hoping to turn things around, but make it worse instead. Some of them end up trying to jump off the roof of the casino or to blow their brains out in one of the premium suites. It's bad for business." "So, who are you? The owner? Or just the casino watchdog?" Barrow said it mockingly, but the man merely shrugged. As he had no arms, the movement appeared odd, as if his head bobbed briefly into his torso. "When you have a good sense of perception, it's easy to notice the desperate ones. But no, I'm not the owner of the double-double. I make hoji." He nodded toward the bottles on the shelf. Barrow saw that the frames on the wall held certificates for various industry awards. "The double-double has an in-house distillery. I run the distillery, and I'm an unofficial floor manager at the casinos. I keep an eye on all of Poor Man's Road." "Why haven't you got any arms?" Barrow asked. For a moment, the Greenbone gave him a cold and disgusted look, as if he were regretting having interfered with Barrow's original plan. Then he said, "I don't have any arms because the horn of the mountain cut them off." He pushed his chair over so it faced the sofa, then sat down facing Barrow. "I've been where you are now. I wanted to die. I begged for death. I was in too much pain and couldn't see a future for myself. But a friend spoke to me at the right time and convinced me to live. Now the man who cut off my arms is dead, but I'm still alive, and my family and business are thriving. So whatever it is that brought you here, whatever wrong you've suffered, there's something on the other side of it." Barrow muttered, "At least you still have your jade." The man leaned forward. "At least you still have your arms." Despite himself, Barrow had drained the entire bottle of water, and now he slouched, rolling his head back on the Greenbone's black sofa. He could feel a persistent pressure behind his eyes, an alcohol-induced headache made worse by hours under the too bright lights of the casino floor. "I'm in this fix because of Jade," he said. "Always because of Jade." He was unable to say why he was admitting this to a greenbone of the No Peak clan, except that he had stopped caring about anything. His only feeling was limp irritation that this man was trying to convince him to live when he had other plans.
I listened to a Barukan asshole who promised me that if I worked as a rockfish for him for a year, I'd earn green. But then I lost a crew to the mountain. It wasn't even my fault. And I didn't take the whisper work he wanted me to, so he cut me off. The fucker cut me off.
Barrow wanted to scream thinking about it. More words rushed out of him in a drunken stream.
Then the guy I was working with, he turned on me, greasy little piss rat. I made him. He drugged me and stole my jade and left me to die. If I ever find him, I'm gonna kill him in the worst way I can think of.
Barrow opened his eyes and sneered at the greenbone, daring him.
So yeah, I'm a thief and a smuggler. I worked with Barukan gangsters and Uiwan scavengers to steal jade from the mines. You still plan on keeping me alive now, Jen?
From the edge of the desk, the perched brown monkey stared at Barrow. For a minute, the armless greenbone did the same. Then he tapped the phone on the table with his big toe. The monkey leapt over and brought the receiver to the man's head. The greenbone held it between shoulder and ear and dialed a number. His gaze remained on Barrow the whole time. Barrow heard the click of the phone being answered on the other end.
Lochen, it's Aiton, said the armless greenbone. Can you come over to the double-double? I have someone here in my office that the pillar might be interested in.
Chapter 49. Cleaning Out the Rat House. When Hilo arrived at the double-double, Aiton met him at the entrance. "Who is this kid you found?" Hilo asked, as his former fist led him across the floor and through the back doors to the adjoining distillery operations. Gamblers paused in their games to salute the pillar as he passed. Hilo noticed a few Espenian servicemen at the bar, but they were behaving themselves. Poor Man's Road, which No Peak had fought so hard to conquer from the mountain, had proven to be a troublesome area over the last 2 years, but there had been no recent incidents.
A broke and drunk former rockfish who showed up with a story about being cheated by a Barukan named Soradio, Aiton said. Juen and Lot have been talking to him, but we thought you might want to ask him questions yourself, Hilo-Jen.
In the dim, climate-controlled storage room, they walked past rows of large casks, stacked to the ceiling on wooden frames and filled with aging hoji. Cursed Beauty Distillery had expanded considerably and begun exporting product to overseas markets. Seeing his friend's business doing so well gave Hilo a small reason to smile in what had otherwise been a tragic and terrible past few weeks. "I'm glad I can count on you to keep your eyes and ears open, my friend," Hilo said. Aiton dismissed the comment with a shake of his head.
I owe everything to you, Hilo-Jen. I only wish I could be more helpful. If this kid is telling the truth, maybe his appearance is a gift from the gods that'll help us find and punish the half-boned dogs who killed Ken.
Hilo did not dare get his hopes up so quickly, but he nodded. He already had every fist and finger in the clan hunting down any information about Zapunyo's agents and searching for the Barukan that Tao Maro had named, but so far it had been like chasing a ghost. Hilo regretted not taking Ken's warnings about Zapunyo more seriously. He'd been preoccupied with inciting division in the mountain and hoodwinking the crews. Zapunyo he'd treated more as a persistently offensive problem than a truly dangerous enemy. After all, smugglers and drug dealers were like weeds. If you pulled one out, another might take its place, so in a way, there was no rush. Zapunyo, however, was in a criminal class of his own. Hilo realized he'd lost sight of that fact. When the informer had been delivered to No Peak in pieces, he'd made the mistake of not treating a Yuiwan death as seriously as a Kekanese one. He should have understood the threat and retaliated against Zapunyo's transgression forcefully and immediately. That error in judgment would always haunt him. Aiton strode ahead and deflected open a swinging metal door that led into the large, clean, concrete chamber occupied by the distillery's fermentation tanks. Juen and Lot were standing around a portable wooden table. On the table were city and country maps marked up with colored dots and handwritten notes. Sitting hunched in a metal folding chair behind the table was a skinny, pallid young man with bloodshot eyes and a sour face that looked as if it had been broken and mended at least once in his life. Juen and Lot broke off their conversation to salute the pillar as he entered. Juen gestured to the notes and maps and said, "Here's what we know so far, Hilo-Gen. Places in the city where Soradio goes to recruit or meet with his local rockfish, mostly illegal clubs for jade thieves and shine addicts. Also, drop-off and pick-up sites along the coast and in the mountains for Zapunyo's scrap-picking operations. Fue, Een, and Vin have sent fingers to corroborate, quietly, so we don't spook anyone before we decide to act." One thing Hilo was grateful for was how quickly and matter-of-factly Juen had assumed the role of Horn. Juen was not an immediate relative like Ken had been, and he needed to learn how to have a stronger presence when dealing with the public and clan outsiders, but he was an operational mastermind who could manage a remarkable number of details, and right now, that was particularly useful. Hilo studied the information that his men had compiled and asked questions until he was satisfied that they'd done, or were in the process of doing, their due diligence. Hilo turned his attention to the young man, the unexpected informer. There was something familiar about him, about his unbalanced face and the sullen, resentful intensity of his eyes. "You say you worked for Soradio," Hilo said. "Why are you betraying him?" The young man glanced at Hilo with unease before scowling at the ground. "That Barukan hung me out," he muttered. "I was supposed to be a big dog like he promised. I was supposed to get Jade, but he hung me out. All the new green are pussies. So fuck them all, and fuck Soradio. They don't deserve what they have. They don't deserve Jade at all." Hilo wondered if the young man was still drunk. He certainly sounded it. Some of his angry mumbling was barely audible, and he seemed to be talking half to himself. If there was any perceivable cunning or deception in him, though, it was blotted out by an impression of overwhelming black bitterness. Whenever he happened to glance at the pillar, he twitched a little and looked away. Hilo tried to think of where he'd seen the man's crooked face, because he had a feeling that he'd come across it before. He asked curiously, "You've smuggled jade and dealt shine and worked for foreign criminals. Aren't you afraid we'll kill you after this?" The man looked around the stark concrete room and metal tanks, as if noticing for the first time that there were no windows and only one exit, and that no one from the busy casino floor would be able to hear anything that was said or done in here. He sniffed and shrugged. There was still something disquietingly familiar about the man. Hilo had met a lot of people in his time as Horn, and then Pillar, and though he could not place this one, he knew better than to let such a thing slide, not when so much was riding on one stranger's account. "Look at me," he demanded. The man tensed, but did so reluctantly. "How do I know you?" This time, the informer winced visibly, as if he'd been slapped, and in that instant, Hilo recognized him. "The twice lucky," he said. When the man twitched again and nodded, Hilo laughed. "Juen, Lot and Aiton were looking at him questioningly. Years ago, the Makes and I caught a couple of dock brats trying to steal jade off that old drunk Shonju, Hilo explained. I was all in for snapping this one's neck, but Lon let him go. Hilo chuckled again at the irony. Jade fevered, like I said at the time, so it's no surprise he ended up as a rockfish. But now he's here, giving us the keys to Sapunyo's kingdom. Hilo shook his head, amused and also struck with sadness to think that Lon's optimism, his soft-heartedness, had come back to help at such a time and in such a way. You have to give people a chance. That's what his brother had said. Hilo leaned over the small table and seized the young man's chin in a grip of iron. I said I'd kill you if I saw you again. Remember? He said in a low voice. The man's sunken eyes widened, but Hilo released him with a quick shake and sighed. I guess I can't keep that promise after all. Not after you've been helpful to the clan, and with Lon watching. Within hours of the car bombing, Aitmata had issued a public statement condemning the attack and categorically denying the Mountain's involvement. 5 innocent bystanders, including a child, had suffered non-life-threatening injuries from the blast, and Ait adamantly declared that this was the work of criminals, as no greenbone of the Mountain would engage in such a reprehensible breach of Aisho. She expressed the Mountain's sincere condolences to the Kaul and Make families, and vowed to aid them in any way possible to bring those responsible to justice. It was all very convincing, Hilo admitted, and he intended to hold Aitmata to her public sentiments. Some of the leads he and his men had gathered led straight into Mountain territory. No peak could not effectively go after Sapunyo's organization without cooperation from their rivals. Hilo sent Juen to meet with Now Swen and request that the Mountain honor the truce between the clans and help, or at least not hinder, No Peak's vengeance against the foreign jade smuggler. With Now Swen's permission, Juen took 3 of his best greenbones with him into the factory, the Mountain Training Hall in Spearpoint. Hilo waited outside in the Victor MX with another 6 men, 2 other cars, and no small amount of impatient anxiety. He rested his arm out the window and smoked 2 cigarettes in a row, staring at the clouds scudding across the sky over resting freight cars. Lon had fought a clean-bladed duel on this very spot 4 years ago. Hilo found it difficult to even believe that it happened in this same lifetime. Lon shouldn't have fought, he thought now. We should have stormed that fucking building with everything we had. Juen and his men returned 30 minutes later. Hilo got out of the car to hear what his horn had to say. They've agreed to let us enter Mountain territory and go after the targets we name, so long as they're part of it. We have to share everything we know about Sapunyo's organization, and Now's Greenbones will be right there with us on any action we take within their borders. Hilo nodded. He hadn't expected to get assistance for nothing. Naturally, the Mountain would want to lay claim to the jade, money, and shine seized in their own districts. Juen frowned. I see why some people think Now can read minds. He doesn't look like much, but he makes the skin crawl. He's not like any horn I've ever met. That's because he's not. He's Aitmata's snake, and he'd slit all our throats in our sleep if he got the chance. Hilo got back into the car. We have to move fast. Work with him. They took out the rat house the following evening. Anyone who saw the pillar that night, and on the several more that followed, would think they were seeing the Kaul Hilo shoot on from 6 years ago. The fearsome young horn with his posse of warriors, studded with jade and bristling with weaponry. They would be mistaken, Hilo thought grimly. His 32nd birthday was coming up, but he didn't look or feel as young anymore. He arrived in the Coinwash district in Ken's Victor MX Sport instead of his signature white Duchesse, and Ken himself was not at his side. Tar was there, however. The younger make had an unhinged look about him, something akin to a shipwrecked sailor or a starved animal, but Hilo could not possibly have left him behind. Not in this. In addition to Tar, he had with him Lot, Vin, and Three Fingers. Elsewhere in the city, Juen, Vue, and Een were leading simultaneous raids on other hideouts. Hilo paused on the street before they entered the club. "No killing until we find Soradio," he reminded his men. They tore off the door and strode into the building. There were about a dozen people inside with unfamiliar jade auras, scratchy and awkward, untrained, flaring into terror and hostility as the green bones burst into the room. Half a dozen men leapt up from their places and drew guns, but in the close quarters, only a few managed to get off any shots before the green bones were upon them. Moving in a blur of strength, Hilo slid his head out of the way of one man's aim, seized the outstretched arm, and slammed the heel of his other hand upward into the man's limb, just above the elbow, breaking the joint with an audible crack. The gun went off, drowning out the man's howl of pain. Hilo crushed the side of the man's knee, grabbed his hair as he began to fall, and slammed the crook's face into the nearest table as he went down. Hilo took 1, 2 steps, off a chair and then the bar top, pivoting as he leapt light from the counter and off the nearest wall, drawing his talon knife in midair and stealing as he came down with his full weight on the attacker he'd perceived behind him. They crashed together to the concrete floor. Hilo pulled the man's head back and nearly cut his throat before he remembered his own admonition to leave the occupants alive. His opponent twisted around on the sticky ground, bellowing and heaving with desperate, unfocused strength as he tried to seize Hilo in a headlock. He was a burly, powerful man and might have succeeded if Hilo didn't act quickly. He pushed the palm of his hand into the man's back, channeling into his spine, rupturing the discs between the vertebrae. The man's torso and legs went rigid with agony, and he lay unresisting on the ground as Hilo got back to his feet and brushed off his clothes. Several other of the rat house's denizens were unconscious or incapacitated, though Hilo suspected that a few of them did not have long to live. Tar, moonblade in hand, had severed one man's arm at the elbow and opened the belly of another who was now kneeling on the ground, feebly moaning and holding his protruding entrails. The rest of the new green were cowering on the ground with their heads to the floor, begging for mercy. Lot and Vin, their jade auras humming with alertness, were going around confiscating weapons and collecting illegal jade, rings, pendants, belts. Hilo stood in the center of the dim room and took a good look around. The rat house was a sorry, stuffy place. One half of it covered with mats, broken concrete blocks, sandbags, and other equipment for people to practice jade abilities, and the other half full of dingy tables in front of a surprisingly well-stocked bar. 2 metal needle disposal boxes hung on the wall, along with handwritten flyers with tips for safe and hygienic shine injection. "All of you are jade thieves who don't deserve to live," Hilo announced. "Whether you worked for the mountain or foreign criminals, or just too jade-fevered and stupid to know any better, you're all in this situation because you didn't change your ways when you had the chance." He allowed his words to sink in as he paced slowly across the floor, examining faces, comparing them to the drawings he'd had made from descriptions and shown to every greenbone in No Peak. "I don't see who I'm looking for," he said, reaching the end of the room and turning around. "I'm going to give you collectively 1 minute to tell me where to find the Barukan Soradio." I know he comes here to recruit scum like you as rockfish for Zapunyo's smuggling operation, so don't pretend you don't know who I'm talking about. And I want the locations of any other hideouts in the city where the new green can be found. If I get what I want in 1 minute, you'll lose your jade, but keep your lives. If I don't, you'll lose both. Ro and her fingers caught Soradio 2 days later. The smuggler had spent the weeks after the bombing hiding in the storeroom of a gym in a part of the stump well known as a Yuiwan ethnic ghetto. Upon learning that the mountain was allowing no peek into its territories to hunt for him, Soradio attempted to flee the country. He would have stood a better chance of escaping detection if he'd taken off his jade, but in his haste and desperation, he failed to think of that. Ian's search team perceived a stowaway on a boat bound for the Yuiwa Islands. Soradio was jade-stripped and taken to a warehouse in the docks, where Tar took charge of interrogating him.
"The Barukan are fucking pussies,"
Tar said, when Hilo arrived some hours later.
"He gave up everything we wanted. The names of the 2 rockfish he hired to plant the bomb, plus details about Zapunyo's operations. The docking locations of the picking crews, the mine sites they scavenge from, how they get the jade scrap out of the country, the names and identities of the other agents in Janloon and the top people in Zapunyo's organization, the police and government officials that Yui smuggler has in his pocket, and the defenses around his mansion in Tia Luaya."
"Did you write it all down?" Hilo asked.
"Pano did,"
Tar said, indicating the finger behind him, who was holding a clipboard with notes and who looked a little sick in the face after this unpleasant assignment. Hilo took the clipboard from him and read through all of it carefully. When he was done, the pillar nodded in satisfaction and handed it back, then told Tar and Pano to wait outside. He went into the windowless room where Soradio hung half-naked with his arms chained over his head, covered in blood and bruises, and shaking uncontrollably from jade withdrawal. Hilo waited until the man roused his attention weakly.
"Are you here to kill me?"
the Barukan asked hopefully, his Shatarian accent slurred through a dry throat and cracked lips. Hilo had 2 4-ounce juice boxes with him. He always had a couple of them in the car, along with some snacks for times when his sons got hungry or thirsty while on outings. The oppressive humidity of Janloon's summer was even worse here in the windowless warehouse than it was outside. The stale air stank strongly of the prisoner's piss, which stained a splotchy circle of concrete around his feet. Hilo approached the man. He unwrapped the plastic around the tiny straw, punched it into the juice box's small foil circle, and held it out to Soradio, who clamped his bloodied lips around it and sucked back the entire drink in one desperate mouthful. He eyed the second box in pleading, but the pillar did not give it to him.
"One more question," Hilo said. "Who gave the order? Ait or Zapunyo?" "Zapunyo," Soradio rasped. "With the mountain's encouragement."
He struggled to shift, to take some of the body weight off his straining shoulders.
"Last year, Now Swen contacted me. He wanted me to act as the go-between for his clan to talk to Zapunyo. It wasn't like I had much of a choice. The bastard was killing my scrap pickers and rockfish as fast as I could hire them. The mountain said it was obligated to uphold its publicly declared agreement with no peak and do its part to oppose smuggling. But if the mountain was in sole control, things might be different. Perhaps some sort of accommodation could be reached. That's what was suggested.
And Zapunyo bought it.
He saw it for what it was. A trade. The clans were making it too hard for us, costing Zapunyo too much. Ait was saying that if we got rid of you, she would let us eat.
Hilo nodded. It must sting that Ait gave you up so quickly, that you're in here now. Soradio made a motion that might have been an attempted shrug.
The price of failure. It's no big surprise. And it's not as if I'm telling you anything you didn't already suspect.
No, Hilo agreed. Where do you want your body sent? Do you have relatives? Soradio closed his eyes.
Yes, in Ortuco. But because of the war, I'm not sure where they are now, and I don't want them to see me like this. Send me to my cousin Ailo in the Uiwa Islands. He'll bury me, and it'll serve him right to feel guilty for leaving me here on my own and for what happened.
Hilo said nothing more. He drew his talon knife and opened the Barukan's throat in one swift motion. Soradio's racked body relaxed, and his chin fell forward to his chest over an apron of red. When Hilo exited, he said, "Clean him up and send him back to the Uiwas."
"That piece of scum killed Ken!"
Tar exclaimed, furious emotion coloring his face.
"Why'd you let him off so easy? We ought to sink him into the ocean bit by fucking bit."
Hilo silenced his pillarman with a look that was not unsympathetic, but stern enough to make it clear that he expected no further talking back. Soradio and Tau Maro might have planned and carried out the bombing, but they were puppets on strings. Hilo wiped and sheathed his knife. Ait Mada is playing a long game. As for Zapunyo, I warned that Uiwan dog that if he kept reaching his dirty hands into Kakon, I'd go after him, and that's exactly what we're going to do. The pillar's voice flattened to an edge. We're going to destroy everything he's built. Chapter 50. Patience. Over the following weeks, the Green Bones of No Peak led a merciless, citywide purge targeting illegal jade dens used by the so-called New Green, Rockfish, Barukan, and Shine Dealers. Dozens of criminals were beaten, jade stripped, and imprisoned, if not outright killed. The two perpetrators that Soradio had paid to plant the car bomb fled Janloon, and made it all the way to the city of Toshan on the southern peninsula before being caught by members of the local Josun clan. The men begged for their captors to kill them, but the Josun clan handed the criminals over to No Peak as a sign of allegiance and goodwill to the Kaul family. They were not alone in their thinking. The other minor Greenbone clans, the Janloon City Police, and even the Mountain Clan assisted or got out of the way. There was nothing to be gained from opposing Kaul Hilo's rampage. Most Janlooners, judging by sentiment on the street and coverage in the press, approved of the crackdown and saw it as necessary. The car bombing, everyone knew by now, had been the cowardly scheme of a Shatarian gangster working for a Uiwan jade smuggler. While the Kekanese are forgiving, even comfortable with public violence between those of equal status, the idea of dishonorable foreign crooks striking at a great and powerful Greenbone family and injuring innocent people in the heart of an affluent Janloon neighborhood was offensive in the extreme. Even Ait Mada's prominence as a patriotic public figure was eclipsed by the return of Hilo's personal presence to the streets of Janloon. After nearly 4 years as pillar, his youthful, violent reputation had begun to fade. Now he made no secret of the fact that he was out for blood, and people nodded in understanding. He replaced the destroyed Duchesse Prisa with a gleaming new Duchesse Signa, even more intimidating than its predecessor, boasting greater horsepower and an enormous silver grill. He roamed at all hours, at the head of a pack of fists. Wherever he was sighted, people stepped back and touched their foreheads in nervous salute. There was a time when Hilo would have taken satisfaction in all this, but now he had only one real objective in mind that eluded him: killing Zapunyo.
It doesn't matter how many of his scrap pickers and rockfish we send to the grave, Zapunyo always has more,
the pillar growled, dropping a map of Tia Luaya onto the coffee table in front of Shay, Juen, and Tar, and pacing around the study.
Life is cheap in the Yuiwa Islands. In less than a year, he could replace everything we've taken from him. Meanwhile, he's sipping papaya cocktails on the balcony over his lake.
He can't have fruit juice. He's diabetic, Shay pointed out.
She received a predictable sneer in return for her cheek.
Can you think of a way to sneak fatal amounts of sugar into him? No? Then we need to find another way to whisper his name.
He dropped into the nearest armchair and said to Juen,
"What are the options?"
Juen blew out a pessimistic breath as he picked up the blurry photographs. They showed the perimeter of Zapunyo's compound, taken from a distance with telephoto lenses by no-peak spies in the Yuiwa Islands, and supplemented with sketched blueprints based on Teiji Runo's recollection of the property from his extended stay as Zapunyo's guest. Not that Teiji's memory could be trusted all that much.
Juen said, "It won't be easy. Zapunyo's compound has all the best security that money can buy. Watchtowers, guard dogs, motion sensors, security cameras, and of course, his Barukan bodyguards. He owns all the surrounding land, so no one can get near him."
"There has to be a way to get someone into that fortress," Hilo insisted.
"Or to buy someone who's already inside. Doesn't he have delivery men, housekeepers, gardeners?"
"He doesn't let many people near him besides his sons, his doctor, and his bodyguards. Most of the house staff have been working for him for years, and he only hires Yuiwans from local families so he can be sure they will never betray him. A few years ago, a rival shine producer tried to have Zapunyo poisoned by his own cook. The cook was sent back to his relatives over the course of a week in 7 different buckets. No one else has ever tried."
"Then we have to do this ourselves," Tar said, with heat. "What are Zapunyo's cameras and hired goons next to a couple dozen of our best fists? We fight our way in and kill him."
Juen said, "Even if we split up and take different flights at different times, we're not going to be able to fly in without Zapunyo getting wind of it." The Yuiwa Islands still had a standing travel ban on all Greenbones and any Kekanese nationals with suspected ties to the clans, which could be almost anyone.
"We could try to get into the country by boat, the same way Zapunyo moves his own scrap pickers.
That would mean at least a couple of days at sea in a private vessel. Once we get there, we'll need to get from the coast to Zapunyo's compound in the hills, 300 kilometers inland. No matter what, the Barukan will perceive us before we get there. They'll have time to get Zapunyo to safety and mount a defense." Tar turned to the pillar.
"Let me do it, Hilo-Gen," he pleaded. "When have I let you down before? Let me take 10 fists with me, and I swear on my jade, I'll send Zapunyo to the grave."
Shay spoke up.
"I agree with all of you that we have to kill Zapunyo."
Hilo thought his sister still looked pale and skinny enough for a stiff wind to blow her over, though for days she'd been studying the gathered information and the photographs on the table as obsessively as the rest of them.
"But we can't do this, Hilo. We can't send a band of Greenbones to illegally enter another country and assassinate someone in a bloody showdown, no matter who he is. Zapunyo is sure to do what he did last time, protect himself with local police officers that will end up dead in the fighting and on the news."
"Who cares about some crooked Yuiwan cops?"
Tar exclaimed.
"It'll bring down a lot of trouble on us from the Espenians,"
Shay said, still speaking to Hilo.
You know our relationship with them is tricky. We've restricted jade exports and refused to contribute troops to fight on their side in Ortico because, as you and Chancellor Sohn so clearly explained to Secretary Chorus, we Greenbones protect what's ours, but we don't invade other countries and kill civilians without jade. This would fly in the face of that and weaken our position with them, and it would undermine the diplomatic pressure the Espenians are trying to put on the Uiwan government to take greater responsibility for combating corruption and crime in their own country.
When Hilo frowned, she insisted,
And it's not just the Espenians. Several other countries have banned civilian ownership of jade. A lot of ignorant people don't even know the difference between Greenbones and Barukan thanks to those Shatarian gangster movies. For our own good, we have to be careful not to attract even more foreign attention. If we act reckless and bloodthirsty and show no respect for the laws of neighboring countries, it'll set us back in a lot of other ways, especially in our alliances overseas and the businesses we're trying to grow.
The Espenians,
Tar spat.
I'm sick of how you, he glared at Shay, think about the foreigners' feelings with every decision. How are the Espenians gonna like it? What about what people here think? They count on the clans. Do you want them to think we can't do anything against enemies overseas? If we're afraid to act, to answer an offense against the clan because of what the foreign press might say about us in the newspapers, then we're lapdogs that don't even deserve our green.
Shay turned a disdainful look on Tar, eyes narrowed at the veiled insult.
I'm not saying we give up. I'm saying we have to get him in another way, one that doesn't involve a highly public massacre right in front of the man's plantation house in Tialawaya.
Shayjen has a point, Juen said to Hilo. Sapunyo has to pay for his actions. There's no disagreement among any of us about that. But we would risk a lot by sending a dozen or more of our best fists to try and strike at him head-on in his own country. Those are fists that we need, that I need as Horn here in Janloon. We can't afford to lose those lives, especially not when we know that, truce or not, the mountain is still our enemy at home and will exploit any weakness. Tar's jade aura was crackling with frustration, and when he spoke, he seemed almost near tears.
Then let me go alone, Hilo-Gen. How can I live otherwise? At least let me try!
Hilo turned a look on his pillarman that was oddly gentle and also angry. You're talking nonsense, Tar. We have to be ready to die, that's true enough, but not if it accomplishes nothing. How are you going to face Ken in the afterlife and not look like a fool? You think I'm going to let you throw your life away? I've lost enough brothers already. What would Wen say? Tar opened his mouth as if to argue, then closed it again as he looked away, ashamed. Hilo sank lower into the armchair and scowled, leaning his head back. Outside the closed door of the study, they could hear the pattering footsteps of the children running up and down the stairs, and Wen calling them to eat. Hilo said quietly, I promised my wife that I would avenge her brother and punish the people who put our children's lives in danger. If I were to say what I want to do, it would be exactly the same as Tar. Hilo's mouth hardened as he lifted his head and looked around the circle of his closest advisors. But Shay's right. She's always had a cooler mind than me, even when she's angry. I'm also thinking about what Juen said. We've done a lot these past few weeks, but Ait would like us to go farther than we can handle and cause problems for ourselves so she can take advantage. She's likely even counting on that, since the mountain was encouraging the Barukan to go after us this whole time. So taking out Sapunyo, we can't do it now, not this way. Hilo's words were spoken reluctantly, but with finality. He got up, indicating that the meeting was over, but as he did so, He put a hand on Tar's shoulder. I don't know what the way is yet, but it took us years to avenge Lon, remember? But we did it, eventually. And that's not even fully done yet, not until the mountain is destroyed. So we have to be patient. Hilo was waiting in the lounge of the Inheritance when Ven Sando boarded his boat as usual the following sixth-day morning. The president of K-Star Freight was understandably nonplussed to see the pillar of the No Peak clan sitting by himself in one of the deck chairs with a drink that he'd taken from the onboard minibar. Ven appeared shocked, then angry, then a little frightened. The man opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Hilo raised a hand to forestall him. The pillar stood up in one smooth motion. Ven Jan, I thought we were friends. The words were spoken with a chillingly soft disappointment. Ven Sando turned pale. We are, Kaul Chen, the heavy-set businessman protested. Why would you think otherwise? Friends don't make promises they don't intend to keep, Hilo said, walking slowly toward Ven. The last time we were on this nice boat of yours, you gave me the impression that we would work together to create a better situation for both of our clans. That was over 1.5 years ago. Hilo pursed his lips to one side. With everything going on in the world these days, I can appreciate that things have been busy for everyone. But my biggest problem is that Ait Mata is still the pillar of the mountain. My weatherman tells me you've stopped returning her calls. I can't help but think that you're not taking our agreement seriously. Kaul Chen, I've been quite vocal in my criticisms of Ait's leadership. I've had fruitful discussions about the future of the clan with innumerable influential colleagues and gathered strong support for a change in direction. I dare say a return to our more honorable roots. Ven cleared his throat forcefully and crossed his large arms. It takes time to prepare properly for change of such an irrevocable nature. I've overseen more than a few major business acquisitions during my long career, and can say, This isn't a corporate acquisition, Hilo interrupted. Ait Mata came from the business side as weatherman, but when her father died, it took her only 6 days to kill her rivals and take control of the mountain. You called Ait an inept, ambitious woman who's made misstep after misstep. So tell me how it is that in nearly 2 years you haven't managed to accomplish what took her 6 days. When Ven didn't answer, Hilo said, with a thoughtful but menacing sympathy, I think you're losing your nerve. The war in Ortigo has been bad for the world, but good for the national economy. With so many foreigners needing to move things around Kakon, business is going well for K-Star Freight, so you have other things on your mind. The public and your shareholders have grown to like this supposed peace between the clans. So now you're less sure of risking your own life. Maybe you think it wouldn't be so bad to leave things as they are, to forget that we ever talked. Ven moved away from Hilo and went to stand at the boat's railing. I haven't forgotten anything we discussed, he said shortly, though he sounded less sure of himself now. But I need the backing of the clan to make a move. The Coben family has their supporters, including the Thames and the Gams. The Iwi family has its own allies. After Coben Ento was murdered, Ven gave Hilo a deeply suspicious look. There were people out for blood on both sides. Ait held an urgent, private meeting with the leaders of the Coben family and somehow quieted down the crisis. But with all this tension, it's difficult to gather support for a third option. And with Geem taking over from Sohn as Chancellor of the Royal Council, even Ait's detractors within the mountain don't want to show internal dissent right now. Spoken like a politician instead of a greenbone, Hilo replied with rough contempt. I didn't have the full support of my clan when I became Pillar. And if Ait had had the full support of her clan, she wouldn't have had to kill her father's horn and her own brother. If you want to lead, you can't wait for everyone to line up behind you. The Pillar stalked over to stand at the railing beside Ven. It's possible that I didn't make myself completely clear the first time around. I offered you the support and friendship of No Peak because we shared a desire to see Ait Mada out of power and in the ground. If that's no longer the case, if our wishes are no longer aligned, then there's no reason for us to talk further. Hilo tilted his head in a musing way, his voice softening ominously. If there's no one I can count on to challenge Ait, then I might as well resign myself to turning over a new leaf with my old enemy and informing her of the traitors in her clan. Ven's face went still. You would place a death sentence on my family? Your family's fate is up to you, not me, Hilo said. Maybe if you cut off your ear and throw yourself at Ait's feet, she'll spare your children. But I think it's safe to assume that your sailing days would be over. You picked a path that you can't turn away from. You have to follow it all the way now, or I'll push you off. Hilo set the glass he'd taken from the minibar down on the ledge of the boat's railing and leaned in close to Ven, whose shoulders stiffened as the Pillar spoke near his ear. My patience is running out. By this time next year, Ait Mada had better be feeding the worms, or you'll answer to us both. Hilo put a hand on the railing and vaulted lightly over it, landing on the dock and walking back to the pier where Make Tar waited for him next to the Duchess. Chapter 51. The Unlucky Ones. When Kaul Make Wen went through Espenian customs and immigration, she put her folded jacket and the locked steel briefcase she carried through the X-ray machine and walked through the metal detector. A security guard at Port Massey International Airport took her briefcase from the other end of the conveyor and asked her to come with him. The guard led Wen into a secondary screening area, a gray room with a couple of chairs against the wall, a metal table, and the flag of the Republic of Espenia hanging on the wall. Another guard joined them. They asked Wen for her passport, which they examined. You're coming from Kakon? One asked. She nodded. Ma'am, please open the briefcase. Wen turned the combination on the suitcase lock and pushed open the hinges to pop the latches. She opened the briefcase to reveal a crushed velvet-lined interior filled with polished green gemstones, some of them loose, others as jewelry. Strung necklaces, bracelets, heavy rings set in gold. The lustrous green gleamed yellowish under the airport room's fluorescent lights. One of the customs officers took a slight step backward, the other a slight step forward. Is this? The one with the gloves began to ask, but Wen interrupted him. No, of course not, she assured the guards quickly. She laughed, as if embarrassed to have startled them. It looks like jade, no? It's just nephrite. Very pretty, though, isn't it? She took one of the specimens out of the case, a nephrite necklace, and held it out to one of the guards. He hesitated, but she smiled reassuringly and said, I'm a gemstone dealer. Nephrite is our fastest-growing business. These days, everyone knows about jade, and it's all the rage to look as fierce as a Kekanese greenbone. In Shatar, they call it Barukan style, but in Espenia, it's military chic. See? She loosened the scarf around her neck to show off the 3-tier choker she wore on her neck and touched the bracelets at her wrists. I'm traveling to Port Massey to meet with buyers. The guard took the necklace and examined it.
I really did think it was bioenergetic jade at first, he admitted. He passed it to the other guard. Can you tell the difference?
Wen could tell from the expressions on their faces that they could not. With a loupe and a trained eye, a person could see the difference between the grain structures of nephrite and true jade. Of course, contact with the latter would provoke a physiological reaction, but even without touching the jewelry, any greenbone would be able to tell at a glance that the gemstones in the briefcase were indeed nothing but bluffer's jade. They were not as hard or lustrous, and the hue was different, milkier, duller than real jade. These customs officials, however, were Espenians who had not grown up around the real substance. They could not tell that the gems in the briefcase were different from the gems she wore around her neck and wrists. Real jade, worth countless times more than the pile of inert stones. And though they picked up and examined several of the items in the case, they didn't look closely at her choker and bracelets. Wen was counting on misdirection and ignorance. The guard's natural inclination was to pay attention to the large suitcase of gemstones, not to the few worn on her person. Some larger airports, including Port Massey International, had dogs trained to detect jade auras, but Wen had walked past with no trouble. Non-Abuke stone eyes were rare enough that the Espenians did not account for them in their security measures. Even so, precautions had been taken. The jade that Wen wore had been treated with a slightly opaque coating to dull the color and shine, and make it appear like bluffer's jade, even to the experienced eye. It could later be cleaned off with nail polish remover. The guard said, "Do you have paperwork?" Wen did. She handed them several pieces of paper on the letterhead of a jewelry company called Divinity Gems, based in Janloon, with a listing of the sample items and their estimated value. She gave them her business card. One of the guards took a few of the stones and the paperwork and left the room. The other guard said, "Thanks for your patience. We have to make sure everything checks out, you understand. I thought it was real jade myself." Wen chuckled. If it was, I'd have to be the world's most powerful greenbone, and I'd be traveling with a dozen bodyguards to guard a case worth millions of thaliers. My samples are worth quite a bit, but not nearly that much. I completely understand the need to check, though. Jade smuggling is a real problem, I'm told. She sat down in one of the chairs to wait. She knew they were examining the grain structure of the samples under magnification, and likely phoning Divinity Gems to ascertain that she was, indeed, an employee. The call would go to an undisclosed phone line in the weatherman's office. The person who answered the call would assure the customs officials that Wen was, indeed, a senior sales director who'd been with the company for 4 years. Wen and Shay had discussed and discarded half a dozen different options for covertly transporting cut jade into Espenia. All of them required a combination of shipping the gems through means subject to inspection or theft, or passing them through other hands, agents who might be unreliable, who might betray them, or who could not handle jade without being detected. Having been privy to Ken's relentless campaign against Zapuño's operations, they knew all too well the tricks of smuggling, but also the many ways they could fail. At last, Wen had declared impatiently, "This is foolish, Shay-Gen. I'm a stone eye. Sometimes the most obvious and direct answer is the best one." The weatherman had balked a while longer, but Wen knew her sister-in-law couldn't argue with logic. The customs inspector returned 20 minutes later and handed Wen her passport, paperwork, and samples. "You're free to go, miss." Wen took the 2 nephrite rings from the case and pressed them upon the men. "Take them," she urged. "They're samples. I have plenty." One of the guards started to reach for the ring, but the other shook his head and said, "We're not allowed to do that, miss." Wen looked disappointed and said, "Have a keychain then." And she gave them each a nephrite keychain with Divinity Gems etched on the side. Tucking her scarf once more around her neck, she picked up her case and followed the guard as he led her back out of the room and let her through the customs gate. Andon was waiting for her at the baggage claim area, along with a lean man in a black cap and gloves that Andon introduced as Roan Toro. Wen was pleased to see Andon. For a while, she'd found it hard to think kindly of him. She would always be grateful for the part he'd played in killing Gaunt Ash and saving the clan, as well as her husband's life. But then he'd turned his back on the family and left, just like Shay once had. Hilo had been heartbroken about it. He never brought up the subject, but Wen could see that he still blamed himself, no matter what she said to gently remind him he'd only ever done what was necessary. Now, though, she was glad to see the young man. He'd become an anchor for No Peak in Espenia and was proving himself useful here. So Wen greeted him warmly and said,
"You look well, little brother."
Andon smiled the same small, reserved smile he'd always had and asked how her flight had been. She assured him that it had been fine. They drove to a hotel and Wen checked into a suite. Roan left, saying he would be back in around an hour. Andon stayed with Wen in the hotel room, waiting in the separate sitting area while she refreshed herself and changed. This was Wen's second trip to Espenia. The first, taken 2 months ago carrying a suit of nephrite, but no real jade, had been a test run to establish a travel history for her role as a sales representative of Divinity Gems and to familiarize herself with what to expect when going through customs. So she was still taken aback by how cold it was in Port Massey and was glad she'd packed sweaters and scarves. She went back out into the sitting room and pulled back the heavy drapes enough to peer outside. Port Massey, smoky and gray in winter twilight, sprawled below. She was charmed by it, by the majestic foreignness of the place, even by how much smaller the mast building looked in real life than it did on the postcards. She was looking forward to exploring the city and seeing some of the famous sights. Andon muted the television show he'd been watching and asked if she needed anything. Wen shook her head and sat down beside him, smoothing her skirt over her knees.
"Andon," she
said, putting a hand on his arm.
"Hilo knows I'm here in Port Massey, working for the weatherman on foreign real estate projects, but he doesn't know the other part. You must never mention to him that I was the one who carried the jade into the country."
Andon glanced at her, then down at his hands, clearly uncomfortable with being asked to keep a secret. Wen said,
"He wouldn't approve. You know how he feels about certain things. With Hilo, you're either a green bone or you're not."
"I know," Andon said.
"He doesn't want me back in Janloon so long as I'm not green." "That's not true," Wen said. "We all miss you at home, but your cousins have their reasons. Shay thinks it'll be good for you to have an Espenian education, to speak a second language, and have experience living abroad. You'll be able to put those advantages to use for the clan, even if you don't wear green. Isn't that worth the hardship of being away from home for a little while, now, while you're young? Hilo, well..."
Wen smiled, her expression a little resigned.
"Anyone without Jade is somewhat like a child to him, to be kept away from the realities and dangers we're not a part of. Even me. I know he loves me and values my opinions, but I'm not in his world, not completely. If he seems distant or unforgiving toward you, it's because he doesn't know where you fit now, how to treat you when you return."
Andon turned to her with a searching gaze, serious but hopeful. Wen thought that even though Andon was not a Kaul by blood, in that moment, he looked more like Lon than either Hilo or Shay ever did.
"Will you talk to him for me?" he asked. "And to Shaygen? Of course, I'll keep your secret no matter what," he added quickly. "But I know they listen to you." "I will," Wen promised, touched by his earnestness.
She looped an arm around one of his.
It's not so bad living here in Port Massey, is it? Shay tells me that you have a foster family here. There's an entire Kekanese neighborhood, and even relay ball. You've been here almost 3 years. Do you feel as if you have friends here now? Things that make you happy? People who you care about?
Andon said,
Yes. You're right. It's not so bad. Pretty good, actually. I'm done with classes, and I'm seeing someone.
He flushed and seemed almost surprised at himself for the admission, but Wen only smiled. They were the 2 unlucky members of the family, each in their own way. Who better to confide such things, if not to each other?
I would never have guessed I'd find someone in Espenia, and he's very Espenian in a lot of ways. We don't see each other as much as we used to, though.
Andon's voice took a slightly troubled turn.
It's not that I'm unhappy in Espenia, but I don't think I could ever really feel at home here. And it's hard being so far away from everything that's happening in the family.
He turned to her and said,
When I heard about what happened to Ken, I felt as if I should have been there. Even though I know there was nothing I could have done, no way that I could have helped, and I wasn't even close to the Horn to know him very well, but I still feel as if I should have been there.
Wen smiled sadly and rubbed her eyes.
I have every reason to stay at home. Hilo would prefer it, and the children are little. You should see Lena's new baby. He looks so much like Ken. I miss them all very much when I'm gone. But I feel as if I should be out here, doing something more. So it's true that you can be happy, but still not satisfied.
There was a knock at the door. Andon got up to peer through the peephole, then opened the door to admit Roan Toro and 4 other men, who entered quickly and closed the door behind them. It was suddenly crowded in the room. Wen was thankful for Andon's familiar presence among the strange men. All of the visitors were greenbones who spoke to each other and to Andon in Espenian, but they greeted Wen in Kekanese, saluting her respectfully and saying they were honored to meet her. There were only 2 chairs at the hotel room table. Wen and Andon sat down, and the 5 greenbones stood around. Wen laid out the jade choker, bracelets, and 3 other coils of jade beads that she'd smuggled in under her clothes. After arriving at the hotel, she'd soaked them in solvent in the bathroom sink, wiped them clean of their coating, and laid them out to dry. Now they gleamed like nothing else on earth, unmistakable as true Kekanese jade. With everyone watching, she used a pair of wire clippers and carefully separated the jade pieces, piling them next to each other on a black cloth in the center of the table. When she was done, there were 200 equally sized jade beads on the table, nearly as much jade as what one might expect on half a class of Kaul Academy graduates, a veritable fortune. A reverential hush fell over all the men in the room. None of them touched the jade. So much of it in one place would be unwise for anyone to handle. Anyone but a stone eye. Roan reached into a satchel he had brought with him and took out 5 small lead-lined boxes with hinged covers. Wen counted out an equal number of stones into each box. She closed the boxes, and each greenbone in attendance took one. They were, Wen had been told, well trusted by the pillar in this city. Roan and his 2 captains from Port Massey, 1 man from Adamant Capita, and another who'd come all the way from the city of Resville. The exchange complete, they saluted her before they exited. "May the gods shine favor on No Peak," said the younger of Roan's protégés in accented but fluent Kekanese. In one day, the No Peak clan had supplied the Kekanese Espenian community with as much jade as an Espenian military platoon. These leaders would grant the jade in their possession to worthy subordinates. They had all agreed to take full responsibility for the greenbones they trained and equipped, with the understanding that prudence and discretion were of the utmost importance if they were to exert their substantial new advantage over the crews while staying beneath the notice of law enforcement. Lastly, Wen brought out the steel suitcase full of Bluffer's jade and handed it without ceremony to Roan. There was no such company as Divinity Gems, but there was a recently formed Espenian firm called Kakon Imports, run by a Kekanese Espenian businessman bankrolled in part by the recently formed Weatherman's branch office in Port Massey. Roan would hand the case of green gemstones over to Kakon Imports, which would indeed sell them to Espenian jewelry stores. Roan exchanged a few cordial words with Andon, then left. With only Andon left in the room, Wen let out a deep breath and kicked off her shoes. She relaxed on the sofa and massaged the balls of her feet. Andon remained sitting where he was, but he too looked immensely relieved. It was no small thing to have surreptitiously moved that much jade across the Americ Ocean and passed it into the intended hands. "Would you like to get something to eat?" Andon asked her. Wen got up, stifling a yawn and suspecting that she had about an hour left before the jet lag set in. "That would be lovely. Take me wherever you think we should go. I'm trusting you to introduce me to good Espenian food. After that, I think I'd better get to sleep early." She did have to be at the Weatherman's branch office the next morning. Her official job as a design consultant on clan properties was no ruse. There would be floor plans to review tomorrow. Chapter 52. This is serious. The Weatherman's branch office in Espenia was located on Garden Street in Port Massey, not exactly in the central financial area, but close enough to still be considered the heart of downtown. Andon rode the subway to and from work every day. It took only 15 minutes door to door. The rent on his studio apartment was too expensive for what he got, but it was one of the nicer buildings in South Trap and only a block away from the transit station, so he had to endure less time outdoors during the coldest months of winter. Mr. and Mrs. Hyan had assured him that he was welcome to continue boarding with them after he graduated.
"Andon say, you're no trouble at all," they insisted. "You're the best guest we've ever had. You're practically like a third son to us by now, and so helpful around here."
Andon was tempted. He was truly fond of the elderly couple. With them, he felt as if he had a home in Port Massey. He'd become accustomed to Mrs. Hyan's cooking and his personal space in the guest bedroom. The noise behind the building had ceased to disturb his sleep long ago. But, as he explained to his hosts regretfully, now that he would be working downtown and no longer going to Port Massey College, it made sense to move to a more convenient location. Also, though he didn't mention this, the Dowks had fixed up and sold Corey's old condo unit, and now that Andon would be earning a living, he felt he should have a place of his own where Corey could come and spend the night whenever he was in Port Massey. Andon promised the Hyans that he would still visit them often, which he did, more often it seemed than their own sons, bringing them groceries and helping to shovel the sidewalk during winter. He still saw some of his old relay ball friends, but less often. Derek had a new job. Sammy was training regularly under Roan Toro. Todd was gone on an 8-month-long military deployment. No Peak had established operations in a professional office building that housed a couple of small law firms and accounting practices, an ad agency, a college test prep center, and the headquarters of a driver's education company. The name on the directory in the lobby and on the front door of the Weatherman's branch office read, in both Espenian and Kekanese, Kakon Trade Partnership Liaison Office. There were a total of 12 people who worked in the office, which was 4 more than there had been on the first day that Andon had arrived for work 6 months ago. Andon's official title was Junior Associate, which initially gave him no clue as to what his actual job would be. but he deduced that it was equivalent to perhaps an entry-level 4th or 5th rank luckbringer. This was ironic and amusing to Andon. Considering his grades in math during his years at Kaul Academy, he would never have imagined that he would one day find himself on the business side of the clan. Fortunately, he was not expected to do much desk work. His boss, Hame Tumashan, had most recently been the master luckbringer of No Peak, reporting directly to Kaul Shalinsan. Hame knew exactly who Andon was. Kaul Shajen gave me the freedom to choose my own team, except she told me that I had to take you. Hame had a straightforward manner, and when he spoke, Andon could hear the Janloon accent, which he had never noticed in himself, but that he now realized was distinctly different from the way Keko-Espenians such as Cory talked. Hame studied Andon and said, gruffly, but without rancor, "So I'm to have a call watching over my shoulder and reporting back to Janloon to make sure I'm not wasting the clan's time and money out here." Andon said, "Mr. Hame, I just graduated from the city college and my cousins are trying to find something for me to do, that's all. I'm supposed to help you in any way I can, but if I'm not of any use to you, just tell me so." He was well aware that he had few qualifications. One of the first tasks that Hame gave him was to recruit new staff members. "We need some locals," he explained. "Bilingual Espenian-born or Espenian-naturalized people who know the market, the culture, the way business is done around here. If you have friends in the Kekanese community here in Port Massey, start there and see if you can get some leads." Andon paid a visit to Dauk Losunyin and explained the situation. Dauk nodded thoughtfully. "Anything I can do to help your family's business, I will," he said. The pillar of South Trap was in good spirits these days. His youngest daughter had given birth to a baby girl, his 3rd grandchild, and the police were no longer monitoring him as they were too busy dealing with the violent conflict that had broken out between the 3 major crews. According to what Andon had heard from Roan Toro, Boss Cromner had become fearful of Skinny Ream's growing status and suspected him of skimming from the new jade business. He'd sent another of his foremen, Moth Duke, to have Reams killed, but Reams escaped and allied with Angus Slatter, who knew that Cromner's Southside crew was sure to come after the Wormingwood crew sooner or later, and saw this as an opportunity to act preemptively. Reams and Slatter gained the tacit cooperation of the Baker Street crew, and shortly thereafter, the bodies of Moth Duke and 2 of his men were found in a boathouse, strangled and suffocated with white plastic bags tied over their heads. A signature crew-style execution, meant to serve as an explicit warning to others. Cromner went into hiding south of the city. All through the spring and summer, the highly publicized crew battles and dramatic fall of Port Massey's celebrity crime boss were splashed across the headlines of the city's newspapers. Jade, made popular on the black market by the ongoing international attention around the Orticon War, was blamed for the violence. 4 members of the Wormingwood crew were killed in broad daylight by 2 assassins reportedly moving faster than any normal human being. There were a combined 8 hospitalizations for jade poisoning and SN1 overdose. The Port Massey Police Department, facing public allegations of corruption and ineptitude, cracked down on the crews. A jade polishing warehouse on the Camrys River was uncovered and shut down, the drugged migrants deported. With the crews at each other's throats and the police beleaguered, there was little trouble in South Trap for the Kekanese community. While repairs were going on at the damaged community center, the Grudge Hall was quietly relocated to a converted warehouse owned by Derek's uncle. When the original space was reopened, demand was such that the new location also stayed open, so there was now additional space for greenbones to train by day and high attendance and gambling money flowing freely by night. A A week after the news broke that Boss Cromner had been tracked down and apprehended by the police on trumped-up charges of labor exploitation, Andon received a call from Dauk Losen, for no particular reason other than to inquire as to how he was doing these days in his new apartment and at his new job.
"My friend," Dauk said, "if there is anything you or your family ever need, please do not hesitate to ask. May the gods shine favor on no peak, as they say in the old country."
A couple of weeks after Andon's request for assistance, Dauk Sana arrived at the Kacon Trade Partnership Liaison Office with a list of 24 names. Andon introduced her to Hame, and the two of them spent some time talking about which part of Kacon their respective families were from before Sana got down to business.
Mrs. Cooney is one of my longtime clients because of her stomach troubles. Right now, her son works in the mortgage industry, but he doesn't like it very much. He would be interested in a new job. He was always good in school. His Kekanese is so-so.
Dauk Sana moved her finger to the last name on the list.
This is my eldest daughter's friend from law school. She quit work to have a baby. Now she wants to work again, but her old company says they gave her job away. She's very smart, and her husband's family is Espenian military.
Out of Dauk Sana's list of 24 names, 10 people showed interest when contacted, 7 were brought in for interviews, and 4 hired. Hame was pleased. Apparently, Andon had shown himself to be of some use, so he was next assigned to learn everything he could about the liquor market, which included reading trade publications, going around to liquor stores, restaurants, and bars to interview proprietors, and purchasing samples of hundreds of different types of alcoholic beverages and having them packed up and shipped to Janloon for product comparison tests. No Peak thought there might be a market for Kekanese Hoji in Espenia. After that, he was sent to scout commercial real estate. Andon was surprised, as the autumn days cooled and Harvest Eve's decorations went up again, to find himself enjoying his job. His co-workers were mostly Kekanese, so he felt at ease among them. But his tasks were such that there was plenty of need to interact with outsiders, and to speak, read, and write Espenian. His duties were varied and consisted of whatever Hame needed done, so he was rarely bored, and he learned a great deal about how a small part of the weatherman's office was run, as well as different sectors of the Espenian economy. On occasion, he was given an assignment that Hame quietly told him came from the greener side of the clan, which meant it was a matter of importance to the Horn, or perhaps the Pillar himself. He was told to examine phone books and government records and make some discreet calls to determine the whereabouts of 2 former military servicemen, recently released on parole after serving a year in prison for abducting and raping a Kekanese girl while stationed on Yuman Island. Andon made a couple of trips, one to the South Port Massey suburb of Orslo, the other 5 hours away to the town of Evanfield, to make certain his information was correct, as he knew the men were to be punished, possibly with death. After he reported his findings, he received an unexpected long-distance phone call from Make Tar, asking for clarification on a few of the details and thanking him for being so thorough. Several weeks later, Andon learned that one of the offenders had been ambushed and beaten in an apparent robbery attempt that left him paralyzed from the waist down, and the other suffered extensive third-degree burns from the fire that destroyed his house. Andon suspected that he was the only junior associate under Hame's supervision who was trusted with matters such as these, and he took that as a hopeful sign. When he'd first arrived in Port Massey nearly 3 years ago, he'd viewed his situation in the bleakest of terms as a jadeless, damaged exile, salvaging what few options remained to him. Only now did it seem to Andon that perhaps there was a path forward, resolving out of the fog. Andon watched Corey standing shirtless in front of the mirror, shaving. He was humming a song, something Andon didn't know. It was a seventh-day morning in the dead of winter, and there was not yet even a hint of morning light outside the windows of Andon's apartment. But Corey had to take the early bus back to campus because he had study hall that evening. He was in his second year of law school now, and busier than ever. Sometimes he would come back to Port Massey for family events, but not have time to see Andon at all. So at other times, he would come into town unannounced for a day or two, just so they could spend time together. "Don't come to the bus station to meet me," Corey had instructed him over the phone. "My parents don't know I'm coming, and it's going to be a world of trouble to explain it if someone sees us. I'll take a cab to your place." Andon would clear his schedule. They would have sex, watch television, talk, have sex again. When they wanted to go out to restaurants, the movie theater, or the arcade, they took the subway out of Southrop to other parts of the city. Lockwood, Quince, Athwart, where they weren't likely to run into anyone they knew. At first, Corey visited every month, but over time the intervals stretched to 6 weeks, then 8. Watching Corey now, it occurred to Andon that they had not discussed when he would next visit. Neither of them had brought it up. "Who else are you sleeping with?" Andon asked. Corey looked at him in surprise, comically frozen with shaving cream on one half of his face. "Where did that come from?" he asked, hurt and indignant. "No one else. Not seriously." "What does seriously mean? Is this serious? What we have going on?" Andon had never pegged himself as the possessive type, and he was surprised to hear himself speaking so fiercely. Corey finished shaving, wiped his face off with a towel, and came back to Andon's bed. He sprawled on the bedspread. The trio of jade studs around his navel stood out against his pale skin. "Look, law school is really stressful because we're working all the time. So when we do let loose, there are some wild parties. I've been drunk, everyone's been drunk at a few of them, and ended up making out with a few people. And there was a one-night stand, only one, last semester, that was really stupid in hindsight. But that's it, I promise. I'm not seeing anyone else." At Andon's silence, Corey reached out and tapped him on the chin, giving him an entreating look. "I'm with you, Crumb. You're more real. I mean, you're younger than me, but there's something about you that makes you seem older. You take life more seriously. Me?" He shrugged. "I try to take things one step at a time, to live for today. I don't know for certain what I want to do after law school, but I'm keeping an open mind about it." He leaned over and kissed Andon on his bare shoulder. "Right now, we got a good thing going, don't we?" "Corey," Andon said. He was hesitant to begin the conversation, but vexed by the fact that they had never even broached the subject. "Would you ever want to live in Kacon? If I get the chance to move back to Janloon, I'd want to know if that was something you'd consider." Corey propped himself up on his elbows and looked at Andon intently, eyebrows raised. "Is this hypothetical, or is it actually going to happen? Has your family asked you to go back?" "It's hypothetical," Andon mumbled. "I just thought we should talk about it." "Well, hypothetically," Corey rolled onto his back and crossed his hands behind his head, gazing up at Andon's ceiling. "Yeah, sure. I wouldn't mind spending some time overseas, seeing where my parents are from, getting in touch with my ancestral roots, that sort of thing. I've never lived in another country. It could be a topper's life experience." His eyes danced with optimism at the idea. "Of course, it would depend on timing and circumstances, but anything's possible, Crumb." "What would your parents think?" Corey rolled his eyes back in exasperation. "Why do you always ask that?
You'd think they were your parents the way you worry.
He sat up and blew out a heavy breath that ruffled the hair over his brow.
Look, I've been a good kid to my folks. I've done what they wanted. I wear jade. I help out in the community. I'm going to law school. My ma will always want to keep me close because I'm the baby boy, and my da expects me to be successful, which for him is a very specific combination of being an old-school greenbone and a wealthy lawyer.
Corey laughed, but there was an edge of frustration to the laughter. He sobered and looked straight into Andon's eyes.
I want to do right by my folks, but I'm old enough to make my own life decisions, Crumb. If moving to Kakon is important to you, to us, then we should seriously consider it.
Corey leaned over and gave Andon a quick, sunny kiss, then swung his legs off the bed and stood up, stretching his long, lean body. He glanced over his shoulder at Andon as he picked up his clothes.
You've gone quiet on me again. Hey, it's not like there's some big rush to decide, right? We can talk about it more another time. It's just a matter of figuring out what we really want.
Andon thought about the conversation later and still felt dissatisfied. He wished he had been more honest and assertive in that moment, told Corey that he already knew he wanted to return to Kakon, and when the time came, he hoped Corey would come with him. Then he remembered what Hilo had said about Corey Dowk in their last conversation, and his doubts rose. He couldn't make it as a greenbone in Janloon. You know that. Was his cousin right? Could Corey be happy in Janloon? Their positions would be reversed. Corey would be the foreigner. If he wore his jade there, he wouldn't be protected by Aisho. Would it be too dangerous for him? Even though he was aware of and involved in his father's dealings, he had no real understanding of the way the clans worked in Kakon. And if the Dowks did not want their son to leave, might that not create bad feelings between the families when they were now allies and Andon's cousins were relying on the good relationship with the Dowks to accomplish the things they wanted to in Espionage? All of these worries were currently without purpose, Andon told himself. After all, he had no definite timeline, no real impetus to force the issue. Better to live a day at a time, as Corey said. Early one morning, on a sixth day, shortly after the Kekanese New Year, Andon received a phone call at his apartment. He'd gotten out of bed only 15 minutes ago and was standing in the bathroom with his feet on the heater vent as he brushed his teeth, his reflection visible in the small, fogged window that showed nothing but frosted darkness. The small television he'd turned on in the main room was recapping the week's news. Mounting public and political pressure on Premier Galtz and the National Assembly to order a withdrawal from Ordico, rising interest rates, the latest gossip about some movie starlet. At first, Andon thought the ringing he heard was coming from the television. Then he realized the call must be coming from Janloon, because who else would phone at this time? It would be early evening back home. When he shut off the television and picked up the phone, he said, "Hello?" in Kekanese. Still, he was surprised to hear Hilo's voice, muted by the long-distance connection. "We still need to talk to you, Andy," said the pillar. "Shay and Jwen are here in the room, too. I'm putting you on speaker." Since he moved to Espionage, Andon could count on one hand the number of times he'd spoken to Hilo on the phone. "He doesn't like talking on the phone," Shay had said to Andon once, apologetically. Andon suspected that more accurately, Hilo did not like to talk to him on the phone, to be reminded of his disgraced younger cousin being so far away. And Andon had certainly never been on a conference call with the Pillar, the Weatherman, and the Horn of No Peak, all in attendance. Worried now, Andon said, "Is there something wrong?" Shay's voice came from a distance on the other end. "Nothing's wrong, Andon." "We need your help, cousin," Hilo said. To get something done in Espenia. Andon turned on a lamp and sat down on his bed.
What do you need help with?
The pillar said, killing a man. Chapter 53. Sins and Compromises. Zapunyo's diabetic condition had after many years finally caught up with him, and he was in need of a kidney transplant. The medical care in the Uiwa Islands being one of the worst in the world, and money not being an issue for the wealthy smuggler, Zapunyo arranged to travel to Espenia in 6 months' time and pay a premium to have the surgery performed at a private hospital in Port Massey. This rare instance in which he would be leaving his fortified compound in Tialawaya was discovered by a well-placed no-peek spy in the Uiwas, and was the opportunity that Hilo and Shay had been searching for since last summer. Andon went to see Dauk Losinyin to ask for what he wanted.
Daukjen, he said, this smuggler, Zapunyo, he rarely ever leaves his fortress in the Uiwa Islands. He has an entire operation employing barukan, rockfish, and cheap labor to scavenge jade from the mines, take it out of Kaikon, and ship it to black market buyers in Igutan and Ortico, and to dangerous organizations like the Crews.
Dauk nodded in understanding, but said, Boss Cromner is awaiting trial and may spend decades in prison. The other bosses are in hiding. Why do I need to think of this Zapunyo?
Even if Cromner goes to jail, there'll be others who take his place. As long as jade remains illegal and coveted, there'll be criminals in this country and all over the world who'll try to get their hands on it, and Zapunyo will sell it to them. Maybe the newspapers are right, and Cromner's fall means that the heyday of the Crews in Port Massey is at an end, but maybe not. Or perhaps other groups will rise up and pose an even greater threat to us. The solution is to cut off the black market at the source, and that means stopping the smuggling of jade out of Kaikon.
They were sitting together in Dauk's living room, the pillar in an armchair, Andon on the sofa across from him. Sana had recently finished up with a client who'd come in for a healing session, and now she was walking around behind her husband, their baby granddaughter asleep in her arms. Dauk looked at Andon with a trace of disappointment. Andon, you and your family are well known to us by now. Why not just say exactly what you want and why? Andon dropped his gaze to the cup of tea in his hand, then put it down on the coffee table. He spoke carefully.
The first time I met you, I told you that I was only a student, that despite my upbringing, I couldn't speak for my cousins in Janloon. Now, I can tell you in all honesty that in coming to you today, I'm speaking on behalf of the No Peak clan.
Andon held Dauk's gaze this time.
This man, Zapunyo, tried to kill the pillar and is responsible for the death of the Horn. If my sister-in-law and her children had been in the car at the time, they would be dead as well. He's an enemy of my family who, because of his distance and resources, has gone unpunished for his actions. While he's here in Espenia, we have to kill him.
Dauk blew a long breath from his nose. You say this man is well guarded, that even the Green Bone warriors in the No Peak clan can't get to him. So how do you propose to do so?
It won't be easy, Andon admitted. My cousins have an idea, a way to get past his Barukan guards, but we need your permission and your help, Daukjen. We need Roan Toro.
Dauk Losin turned to his wife.
Let me speak to our friend alone for a while.
Andon was surprised. Never in all the time he'd known the Dauks had the pillar asked his wife to leave. Even more surprisingly, Dauk Sana pressed her lips together with a look of understanding. She put the baby in the stroller. I'll go for a walk and pick up a few things at the store, she said. She opened the door and left the house, leaving Andon and her husband alone. Dauk Losen refilled their teacups. He leaned back in the armchair and said, "Since the first time the Hyans brought you to my house, I've only come to think more highly of you. I could see right away that you're the sort of young man who would be respected in the old country, someone who means every word that he says. In truth, I wish my own son were more like you, but he is who he is. I have the greatest respect for you and your family. So when you said you were coming here, I was prepared to give you whatever you asked for, because I value the friendship of the No Peak clan nearly as much as my own Jade." Dauk's normally open, amiable face turned somber. "However, after having heard what you're asking for, I can't agree to help you. It's one thing to wear jade for one's own protection and defend one's friends and neighbors. That is what Green Bones have always done. No law made by man can change that. We hold fast to our traditions, which others don't understand, and we're not harming anyone in doing so. And it's also true that sometimes we must punish people who hurt our community and criminals who are a threat to us. We only want what everyone in this country wants, to have a good life and a better future for our children." Dauk paused and rubbed a hand over the back of his neck. "This Zapunyo is a stranger to me. He may be a bad man, but he's done nothing to harm our community directly. We may feel the ripples of the struggle over jade smuggled from Kakon to the Uiwa Islands, but it's an ocean away. It's not our struggle. You're asking me to murder a man I don't know here on Espenian soil, to expose my family and my good friend Roan Toro to unnecessary danger and punishment under Espenian law." Andon was not surprised by Dauk's response and had warned his cousins that might be the case. He said, "Everything will be planned and arranged by No Peak under assumed names. I will be the contact person, and nothing will be traceable to you. My pillar gives his guarantee of that. The only thing we require is Roan Toro. Afterward, the clan can get Roan Toro out of the country. He can hide in Kakon or anywhere he likes, a paid vacation, until it's safe to return." "Did you come to Espenia to escape being a greenbone? Listen to yourself, Andon. You sound like a fist." The older man smiled but shook his head. "I'm sorry. In this, I can't help you." When Andon sat silent and disappointed, Dauk said, "If this is so important to you, then perhaps you have to be the one to carry it out. Of course, I know you were trained to wear jade." Andon's jaw tightened. "You've never asked me about this before, Dauk Jen, but I'm sure you know. I was sent here to Espenia because I refused to be a green bone. It's been years since I've worn jade. I don't know whether I'd be able to control it or what it would do to me. That makes me too unpredictable to be useful in this situation. Even if that weren't the case, I swore to myself that I wouldn't put on jade again. That's the one thing I can't compromise." Dauk was silent for longer than Andon expected. He seemed to be debating with himself. At last he said, "I understand, and I appreciate you being frank about your past. So let me do the same. It's time we talked about the one thing I can't compromise." When I arrived in Port Massey with my mother and sisters, I was 14 years old. One of my sisters, the youngest, died of pneumonia only 2 years later. My older sister, she ran away with a man that my mother didn't approve of, and we stopped hearing from her. So after that, it was only my mother and me. We lived in an apartment over a public laundry house. What I remember most about that place was the smell of the soap that everyone used back then, Purely's rock soap, and the damp. The windows were always steamed up, and the paint on the walls was bubbled and peeling. In winter, you could feel the damp even more. It was terrible. Almost all of us who lived in the neighborhood had fled the old country because our homes had been destroyed or our relatives imprisoned or executed by the Shatarians. Our parents had been proud greenbones or lantern men in the One Mountain Society, but in Espenia, we had no status. We were refugees with nothing. Everyone looked down on us. Even the toony immigrants who lived on the other side of Beecher Street thought we were lower than them. But we were proud of who we were and where we had come from, and we kept to the old ways. When I was in my 20s, I worked as a delivery man for an appliance store owner named Ito, who I think used to be a good man, but had suffered too much and gone a little crazy. Ito was a greenbone, whose family, like many others, had brought their jade with them to Espenia, but did not dare to wear it openly on the street. We were outnumbered by foreigners of all sorts, and we saw theft everywhere around us. Children stole from shop carts, hoodlums stole from homes and businesses, the crews stole from everybody, all with little consequence. We had come to a land of thieves, so anyone who had jade did well to keep it hidden. Although I was born and trained in a greenbone family, my father and my uncles had been taken by the Shatarians and their jade taken with them. So my family was poor even by the standards of our neighborhood. Like I said, Ito was a good man, but had gone a little crazy. One day he got into an argument with a Shatarian customer. As a child in Kaikon, Ito had watched his own sister raped by Shatarian soldiers, and his older brother beaten until he could no longer walk or talk. So Ito hated Shatarians even more than the rest of us did, almost with a kind of madness. That evening, offensive words were exchanged, and then things got out of hand, and the Shatarian man ended up dead on the floor of Ito's shop. I was the only one who saw it happen. Ito turned to me with a wild look, and in that instant, I saw that he was thinking that I was the only witness, and he would have to kill me too to make sure no one found out what he'd done. Quickly, I reassured Ito that it had not been his fault, that it had been an accident brought about by the other man's provocation. Thinking to save my own life, I offered to help Ito get rid of the body. It was a horrible thing that we did. We cut that Shatarian's body into pieces, and we paddled a rowboat up the Camrys, sinking them into different sections of the river, weighed down with cement. I had nightmares about it for many years. Sometimes I still do. Even after I'd helped Ito with this grisly task, I feared for my life. What had happened unhinged the man even more. Whenever he looked at me, I knew he was trying to perceive my sense of guilt and wondering if I would talk. He was still thinking about killing me. Looking back, I think the stress had gotten to him, and he was beginning to suffer from the early stages of the itches. In Kaikon, someone in the clan might have noticed. A caring friend or relative might have made him seek medical help. But he was alone in Port Massey, and I was the only one who knew. The police came poking around, asking questions about the Shatarian man's disappearance. Of course, no one told them anything because the police are not trustworthy, and half of them take money from the crews. But rumors began to spread within the neighborhood that Ito had something to do with it. Ito became convinced that I had started those rumors, but now he hesitated to kill me and confirm the existence of suspicions about his guilt. People grew worried. A green bone who loses control and goes mad is a danger to everyone, especially in Espenia, where people do not understand Jade and where it would only bring more negative attention from outsiders. There was another green bone in the neighborhood, a young man named Roan Toro, who was known for being a good fighter that even the crews respected and would hire for some of their jobs. Roan had gotten into trouble with the law before, so the police suspected he was responsible for the murder of the Shatarian man. They came to arrest him, but Roan fled and went into hiding. For weeks, he remained in a basement and didn't emerge. Roan and I were acquainted and lived in the same building, so I brought him food while he kept out of sight. People began to grumble about Ito. They could forgive him for killing a Shatarian man and covering up the deed, but it was wrong for him to remain silent and let another green bone be accused and likely executed in his place. Ito, though, thought only of his own skin. He had a weak character and would never have lasted as a green bone in Kakon. Ito found out where Roan was concealed and was about to go to the police with the information. Once Roan was arrested and punished in his place, Ito figured he would be in the clear. All that would be left to do was to get rid of me as well. When I realized what Ito was planning, I went to Roan Toro, and we decided to act. Together, we ambushed Ito on his way to the police station. There were two of us, and Roan was younger and stronger in jade ability than Ito. We killed Ito and took his jade. I had no special skills or standing in the community, except that even then, I was known as someone who was honest, and I was good at listening and speaking reasonably and convincing people to my way of thinking. With Ito dead, I went around to all the neighbors and told them what had to be done to prevent any further trouble. When the police came around searching for Roan, over a dozen people came forward to say that Ito had been the murderer and had fled the city. Sure enough, the police found the Shatarian man's wallet and traces of his clothes and blood in Ito's shop. That was how stupid the man was. But they never found the man himself. The important thing was that they didn't come after Roan or anyone else. The true murderer was punished. The neighborhood was spared further police scrutiny, and a green bone who could not be trusted was removed from being a danger to us all. The community saw this as my doing, and they began coming to me to deal with other problems, some small and some big, and over time they began to call me the Pillar. But in my heart, I knew that even though the outcome was all for the best, the gods knew what I had done. I'd been Ito's accomplice in covering up the murder of an innocent man. Even if he was Shatarian, he didn't deserve to die, and he didn't deserve to have his body desecrated. His family had no remains to bury, and he would have gone to the afterlife in pieces. And even though Ito was surely planning to kill me, he was a man who was in pain, who had shown me kindness and given me my first job and livelihood to support my mother and my young wife. I murdered him in cold blood and disposed of his body as well. The gods knew. I think they understood why I did it, and so they weren't too harsh. So I've been fortunate in my life in most ways, except one. Sana and I could not have children for many years. When finally we succeeded, we only had daughters. We went to the temple to beg the gods for the favor of a son who would carry the family's jade, but it was only after 10 years of trying that we finally had Koru. He's a good son, but he is frivolous. I did my best to raise him as a true greenbone, but he has a childish heart. He wants only to get along with everyone and play around. He's my only son, the one who will carry the family's jade when Sana and I are gone. I love him, but he is also my punishment for the sins I committed as a young man. Dauk stood up from his chair. I will do what you ask. I will put Roan Toro at your disposal to help No Peak to kill this man, this smuggler Zapunyo. And for that, I ask you to give up my son. I've been indulgent of him, but he needs to stop fooling around with men and take his responsibilities seriously. He's the only greenbone out of all 4 of my children, as undeserving and ignorant as he might be of what it truly means to wear jade and how important it is to our family's identity. He's not green enough for the old country, but that doesn't matter. He can still have a good Espenian life, a career that puts that expensive law degree to use, children someday, if the gods are kind to us. He's not for you. You are sure to return to Janloon eventually, but his place is here. Andon struggled at first to find a response. That's Corey's decision, he said. I'm not talking to him now. I'm talking to you. It's as much your choice as it is his. You come here asking me to commit a crime to help your family, so it's only right that I ask you for something in return. Give up my son, and I will bend my principles to help you and your family in this thing that you want. That's the only way I'm willing to cross this line for you. Andon looked at Dauk, a man he'd dismissed when he first met him, but grown to respect, a leader of his community and a shrewd man, truly a pillar in his own way and own right, a person that Andon now felt deeply indebted to. In that moment, Andon hated him. He stood up. You called me a man who means every word he says. I don't want to say anything I'll regret, which is why I'm not saying anything to you right now, Dauk Jen. Dauk stood up and walked Andon to the door. You're wise for your age, my friend. It was late the following evening by the time Andon mustered up the courage to call Corey at the house that he shared with 3 other law students. To his surprise, it answered on the first ring, and an excited female voice said, What is it now? Just come over already! Andon, startled, asked to talk to Corey, and the woman said, Oh, Sears balls, I'm sorry. I thought you were someone else. Just a minute. She left the phone off the hook, yelling distantly, Corey, it's for you! Andon waited. He could hear a great deal of background chatter, and then a huge cheer as if a crowd was watching a sports event on television. At last, Corey's voice came on the line. Hey, Islander, he exclaimed. How's everything back in PMAS? Andon had a hard time speaking. I miss you, he said. I miss you too. Midterms start next week, but I'll try to come back for a visit the weekend after that. You're still free to gang about, right? That's why I'm calling, Andon said. I'm gonna be busy for a while. At work? Sort of, Andon said. Family things. You mean clan things? Corey paused to say something in Espenian to someone else in the house before coming back on the line. All right, well, you can spare at least one evening, right? Andon's palms were sweating. He had no idea how to do this. He forced the words out. I don't think we can get together this time, Corey. You're busy with school, and I'm going to be busy too. I think maybe it would be best if we didn't see each other for a while. There was a long, uncomprehending pause on the other end, and then a sound like Corey picking up the phone and walking. The background noise from the distant sports game grew fainter. What's this about, Crumb? Corey demanded in a whisper. Are you breaking up with me? Andon couldn't answer. His throat felt entirely closed up. Corey breathed loudly into the phone. Then he said, My daw put you up to this, didn't he? I know he did. And you gave in. What did he say to you, huh? Did he offer you money? Nothing like that, Andon muttered. Corey said, You know what? Fuck you. You dumb island fuck. He hung up. Andon placed the receiver back in the cradle and sat down on the floor, staring at the phone for several minutes. Then he grabbed his jacket and burst out of his apartment, out of the building onto the slushy gray streets of Port Massey. He walked for 2 hours, aimlessly, and at one point, he realized he was crying. Not loudly, not hard, but his vision was blurry and his cheeks were wet. When he finally arrived back at his apartment, it was past midnight. His shoes were soaked and his feet cold. He ran hot water in the bath to warm them, then put on fresh socks. Back home, it would be midday, the springtime sun high over the city harbor, people in the streets wishing each other Happy New Year and standing on ladders to take red lights and streamers down from their eaves. Andon picked up his phone and dialed the operator to place a collect call to Janloon so he could help tell his cousins that Dauklosinyin would help them to kill Zapunyo. Third Interlude. The Cursed Beauty. 800 years ago, a renowned Aleutian explorer named Galbraith sailed across the sea in search of a fabled island with mountains of jewels guarded by giants. Upon successfully landing on the southern peninsula of Kakon, Galbraith was pleased and relieved to encounter no giants, but instead an Abuke village. After a tense but peaceful exchange with the village elders, the natives brought the half-starved travelers food and water, and Galbraith and his crew set up camp by the shore. As grateful as they were, the sailors could not help but greedily notice the green gemstones hanging over the tribe's simple dwellings and decorating the bodies of the men and women. Even before the rise of the Kekanese warrior caste of Greenbones, jade was of significant cultural importance to the Aboriginals, who viewed it as the divine remains of the first mother goddess Nimuma, and, being genetically immune to its effects, wore it for status and ceremony. Galbraith proceeded to barter a considerable amount of his ship's wares in exchange for the villagers' jade, which they seemed more than willing to trade in exchange for foreign tools and curiosities. Galbraith stored the acquired jade in a wooden chest in his tent, which he opened several times a day in order to admire his fortune. Once much-needed ship repairs had been completed, Galbraith and his crew made ready to set sail. At that point, it occurred to the explorer that there was a great deal more jade to be had, and that he had come an awfully long way across the ocean to be leaving with so little compared to how much these simple savages flaunted so carelessly. That night, Galbraith gathered his men and led them into the Abuke village, where they massacred the inhabitants and gathered every last bit of jade they could lay their hands on. In good spirits, they departed Kakon. Despite ample stores and good weather, Over the following 2 months, the ship descended into an inexplicable madness. Shortly after Galbraith hung 2 officers for treason, the crew mutinied. Galbraith and several others were killed and their bodies tossed overboard. The storeroom lock was smashed and the jade equally divided among the crew. 2 subsequent mutinies resulted in several more deaths. Half a dozen sailors threw themselves into the sea. Others fell into a delirious fever and cut themselves with knives. One man was said to have pulled out his own eye and eaten it. A small group of beleaguered survivors, at last convinced that the treasure they carried was cursed, threw every piece of jade on the ship into the ocean and managed to limp their vessel into a port in southeastern Spenius. Their tragic tale quickly spread, cementing the cursed beauty as a faraway place of near mythical wealth and mysterious evil fortune. 750 years after Galbraith's journey, the Shatarian general Damusaro famously disagreed with the National War Cabinet's decision to occupy Kakon, arguing,
"That damned island is like a beautiful woman with a barbed pussy. Very tempting, but not to be fucked."
Perhaps as belated punishment for his vulgar objections, his superiors later sent him to command the garrison house in occupied Janloon during the Many Nations War. His name was whispered by the One Mountain Society, and despite obsessive security precautions, he was ambushed and killed in broad daylight by a young Green Bone assassin named Now Swenson. Chapter 54. The Body Doesn't Lie. Son Tomoro came out of the shower, humming a tune, and walked into the sitting room of his 2-story house in the wealthy neighborhood of Green Plain. He startled to find a tall, older man sitting on his sofa. At first, he had no idea who the man was, though his eyes fell immediately upon the jade carried on leather bands around the stranger's wrists. Only when the intruder said, "Chancellor Son, I'm sorry to surprise you like this," did Son recognize Now Swen, the Horn of the Mountain, and he knew that Aisho notwithstanding, there was a better-than-average chance he would be dead in the next 5 minutes. The former Chancellor of the Royal Council had been in some tight spots in his many decades of business and political life, and he managed to keep cool and collected now, as he said,
"Now, Jen, you've caught me at a disadvantage, I'm afraid. I would have been happy to meet and speak to you at a time when I wasn't so immodest."
He gestured self-deprecatingly at his semi-nudity. A towel covered his lower body, but he was otherwise unclothed.
"If you'll wait, I'd prefer to put on some clothes."
"By all means," said Now. "Take your time."
Son retreated into his bedroom and put on pants and a shirt. His mind raced. During his years as Chancellor, he'd been given a government security detail, but now that he was once again an ordinary councilman on his way to retirement, he deemed personal bodyguards to be unnecessary. He had a home security system, and if he triggered an alarm, it would alert the security firm, which would send... what? Some guards who would get here too late and be no match for a superior greenbone like Now Swen anyway? No. He would have to survive by talking his way out of this, as he had more than once in his life before. Son smoothed down his wet hair so that it covered the bald spot on top of his head, put on his slippers, and walked back out to the sitting room. He gave the Horn of the Mountain a polished but cheerless politician's smile and sat down across from him.
"Are you here to threaten me?"
"Not at all," said Now. "You're a respected and senior statesman who served this country honorably over your many years in politics. That would be uncouth of the Mountain Clan.
You must forgive me for my unexpected appearance. I needed to speak to you in private.
Sohn relaxed only slightly.
Well then, what can I do for the Horn of the Mountain?
Now sat back and drummed his fingers on the armrests. He was an intense man who seemed younger than his salt and pepper hair would suggest, and he had a piercing gaze that seemed not to blink as much as normal people.
My pillar is concerned about the fate of the Orticon Conflict Refugee Act, Now said. The proposed legislation has been hotly debated and has languished in committees for more than a year. Now that a bill is finally coming to a vote, it appears that the Royal Council remains nearly evenly split on this issue, and you, Chancellor, might cast the deciding vote when it is brought to the floor of Wisdom Hall next month. Where do you stand on the matter?
There are strong arguments to be made on both sides of the issue, Sohn said carefully. Some of those arguments were continually imposing themselves upon him in the form of phone calls from Ambassador Mendoff. With the Orticon War grinding to a stalemate, the Espenians were anticipating a longer-term standoff with their enemies and were more concerned than ever with ensuring their regional allies resisted any potential Egutanian infiltration. Sohn said, In the end, I will have to weigh the best interests of the nation and vote with my conscience. What if I were to tell you that the Mountain Clan is deeply committed to making sure that anti-immigration interests don't interfere with our better nature as a country? We would urge all members of the Royal Council to give our brothers and sisters of Kekanese ancestry in Ortico the asylum they deserve from the predations of power-hungry imperialist foreigners. Would that sway your decision? Now, Jen, I would listen to all reasonable arguments, said Sohn. What if I were to say that we could make it personally worth your while to vote for the bill? I am not in the Royal Council for personal gain, now, Jen, said Sohn with a strong note of indignation. But I'm certainly willing to speak to you and to Ait Jen about your concerns. Now lowered his chin and regarded Sohn with calm understanding. I don't expect that would make any difference, as you've already met with Kaul Shaylin-san and promised her that in order to maintain No Peak's preferential standing with the Espenians, you will use your Chancellor Emeritus status to oppose the bill and make sure that it is blocked by the Council. Isn't that true? You remain a No Peak man through and through. Sohn began to sweat. If that's what you believe, then why are you here now, Jen? The vote is close, as you said. There are plenty of other members of the council that you could try to sway to your position. He gambled now by interjecting a note of nonchalant disdain into his voice. And if the Mountain Clan believes it can achieve its political aims by grossly violating Aisho and simply killing someone, why target a man like myself, who is so much in the public eye, whose murder would be scrutinized? Because, said Now, leaning forward, you are No Peak's greatest political ally. Very few councilmen have the clout and influence that you do, Chancellor Sohn, and no one else has what you have, an arterial blockage in the left ventricle of your heart, one that your doctors are keeping an eye on because it poses a heart attack risk. I suspect that very few people know about it. You keep it quiet, naturally, but the body doesn't lie the way the mind does. Now stood up. Chancellor Sohn stumbled to his feet, turned, and tried to run. He did not make it far. now grabbed the fat man by the arm in a grip of strength and pressed a hand to Sohn's chest. Sohn's heart was already thudding with fear. A light touch of channeling was all that was required. The former chancellor clutched his chest and gasped for breath. Now released him, and he fell to the ground, his entire bulk rigid, his mouth open and working for air. It would only take a few minutes of medical examination to conclude that Sohn Tomoro had died of natural causes. A few would not believe that. Some members in the Royal Council might open an investigation that would reveal nothing, but people would whisper anyway, and that would serve the mountain's purpose as well. Now stepped over Sohn's body and made his way toward the door. Chapter 55. Final Preparations. The Keikon Journal is an independent weekly Kekanese language newspaper published in Espenia, with a wide circulation among overseas Kekanese. Its editorial stance has long been favorable to the Kekanese government, but in recent years, and following a relocation from its original headquarters in South Trap to a larger office on John's Island, the newspaper has included more in-depth reporting and critical coverage of Keikon's clan system, Espenian foreign policy, and international regulation of jade, among other topics of interest. Under the guise of an Espenian-born journalist named Ray Kaido, Andon requested a personal interview with Zapunyo on behalf of the Keikon Journal. In his correspondence with Zapunyo's aide, Ayilo, he emphasized that the expatriate Kekanese population was very interested in hearing opposing viewpoints regarding the jade trade. This would be the smuggler's once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to tell his side of the story and repudiate the negative coverage in the mainstream media. All of Andon's false credentials were meticulously supported, using the same no-peak resources that created and maintained shell companies such as Divinity Gems, and with the help of the Dauks, who were owed personal favors by the newspaper's editor-in-chief from a time in the past when he had gotten into some trouble with finances.
"The thing about Zapunyo," Hilo said over the phone, "is that he makes himself out to be a humble Yuiwan farmer turned entrepreneur. When I met him, he could have spent the whole day telling me his fucking sob story and lecturing me about how it's the Green Bone clans that are the real villains for making his business so difficult. If there's anything that'll lure him into a face-to-face meeting, it's a chance to talk to someone who'll listen to him."
The Pillar's assessment proved correct. After some back-and-forth correspondence with Ayilo, Andon was able to secure an interview with Zapunyo during the time when he would be in Port Massey, the day after his arrival in the city and before his scheduled surgery at Wigham Cross Truthbearers Hospital. The meeting was scheduled to occur at the small Uwiwa Islands Cultural Heritage Center and Tea Gardens in the Quince area, which would afford a view of the Iron Eye Bridge and would present a good background for photographs. Andon would be unarmed and accompanied only by Roan Toro, posing as his photographer. Roan's black gloves would be carefully hidden on the premises the day before the event. During the false interview, Roan would retrieve his gloves, put on his jade, and kill Zapunyo. The assassination plan was formed over several conversations at the Kaul family dinner table. Secrecy was of the utmost concern, since after Tao Maro's betrayal, it was safe to assume that Zapunyo might have other spies within no-peak circles, and they could not risk any word of the plot reaching him in the Uwiwa Islands. In order to throw off any suspicion, false rumors and death threats against the smuggler were deliberately set into motion, hinting at a more obvious plot that involved striking when he was in the hospital room recovering from surgery, when they knew the smuggler was bound to take extreme precautions. A new phone with a speaker, connected to a secure line that was known only to immediate family, was installed in the dining room of the main house on the Kaul estate, so that Andon, waiting at designated times in his apartment in Port Massey could be remotely brought into the discussion. Andon found this arrangement difficult. The meetings were always mid-morning in his time zone, which disrupted his day, and being able to hear but not see what was going on gave him a strange and lonely feeling. He could picture all of them in the dining room, Hilo at the head of the table, a cigarette in hand, Tar next to him, Ken's empty chair, Wen filling teacups, Shay holding Jaya on her lap, all while Andon sat alone on his bed in his small apartment, his ear pressed to the receiver, trying to hear the muted long-distance conversation over the sound of his building's noisy central heating system. Sometimes, Andon could hear the shouts of Nico and Rue playing in the other room, or coming over to the adults to ask for this or that, and being told to say hello to their Uncle Andon on the phone before being shooed away again. At times, Andon thought it almost comical that he would have to make some excuse to leave on an early, extra-long lunch break from working at the Janloon Trade Partnership Liaison Office in order to take part in conversations with his family back in Janloon, all to plot the murder of a man he had never met. He felt no moral qualms about assassinating Zapunyo, nor resentment over the efforts he was being asked to make. He understood how important this was to his cousins, as well as to Wen, who always visited him on her business trips and whom he felt closer to now than he ever had while living in Janloon. It was only ironic to him that this was how he would finally be returning to Keikon. After the deed was done, both Andon and Roan Toro would have to leave the country. Andon was instructed not to say anything beforehand to the Hyans or to his friends or co-workers. He had to be ready to depart quickly, and Shay would take care of the rest. If all went according to plan, after 3.5 years in Espenia, he would be going home. Andon did not quite allow himself to believe it. In a way, it seemed fitting, almost poetic. Killing Gaunt Ash had ruined him as a greenbone and led to his exile. This deed would end his time abroad and return him to Keikon, with the proof that even without Jade, he was not useless. He was still a force in the clan, still a Kaul. Not long ago, it would have been all Andon wanted, but now he faced it with bittersweet melancholy. He was impatient to return home, but not happy to leave Port Massey after all. When he'd arrived, he'd seen nothing but the impersonal, concrete grayness of the vast foreign city. Now, he could say that he'd seen the fierce, enterprising life that pulsed like jade aura through the veins of its streets and in the marrow of its steel structures. Port Massey had been, and still was, the trading post of the world, a market where anything could be found, bought and sold, a place that held a little of everything in its grasp, even jade and green bones, along with uncountable other wonders known and unknown. And still, somehow, was its own self, standing without compare. Andon would never think of his biological father with anything but indifference and disdain, but now he thought that perhaps the man was simply typical of his race and couldn't be too badly blamed. Port Massey owed its unique glory to the mercenary wayfaring nature of the Espenian people, and as the meeting with Zapunyo neared, Andon found himself appreciating, even admiring, the city more than he ever had before. Wen was correct. He had friends here now, an independent life that he was proud of in many ways, and he thought constantly and sorrowfully about what he was giving up. He'd tried to call Corey again, on more than one occasion, hoping to explain things better than he had in their last conversation, but his friend refused to answer any of his calls. He learned from the Hyans that Corey had taken an internship at a big law firm in AC and would not be returning to Port Massey over the summer. At times, Andon felt as if he'd made a terrible mistake, that he ought to take the bus to Adamant Capita and find Corey in person and say that he'd been wrong. Who cared what Dalglosen wanted? What did their families matter? What did law school or even the entire Americ Ocean matter? They could run away together. It would be daring and romantic. Lying awake with his cock in his hand, Andon would groan with the childishness of the thought and with the simultaneous depressing certainty that he doomed himself to be alone forever. He was never going to find anyone else like Corey, who wouldn't even talk to him anymore. At last, Andon sat down and wrote a letter, which he mused gloomily was a very cliché post-breakup thing to do, but so be it. Corey, he wrote, you have every right to be angry at me, but I know that you're too good of a person to stay in a bad mood for long, and I hope that after a while, we'll be able to remain friends. Don't blame your da. It was my decision in the end. Even though it was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do, I made the choice I hope is better for both of us. I can't explain everything right now, because they're clan things like you said, but I will soon. Sitting at the cramped desk facing his tiny apartment window, Andon agonized over how much to justify himself, how to sound sincere without being maudlin, starting and discarding several versions of the letter before deciding, fuck it, Corey was probably going to throw it in the trash without reading it anyway. You were my first. You made Port Massey a special place for me, and you're a better, more generous person than I am. You deserve the best of everything. Your friend and Islander, Andon. Andon mailed the letter to Corey's address in Adamant Capita. Doing so was painful, but took a burden off his mind, and afterward, he awaited Zapunyo's forthcoming arrival with impatience. If all went according to plan, in a few weeks he'd be on a flight back to Janloon. Of course, there was a reasonable chance he would be dead, shot by Zapunyo's bodyguards, but he had seen Roan Toro's abilities and knew the man's reputation was well earned, so he trusted in their odds of survival. Having been trained at the academy and raised in the Kaul family, Andon had been indoctrinated since childhood with the idea that for greenbones, the possibility of death was like the weather. You could make attempts to predict it, but you would likely be wrong, and no one would change their most important plans due to a threat of rain. Chapter 56. No surprise. The Sin 8 was one of the liveliest nightclubs in the Dog's Head district. On a fourth-day evening, the line of fashionably dressed 20-somethings waiting to get inside stretched down the block and around the corner. Once past the bouncers, partygoers lined up again at one of the two neon-lit bars, shouting over the throbbing beat of the music to place their drink orders. The main dance floor heaved with the crush of sweaty bodies and pulsed with strobe lights. Upstairs, those hoping to have audible conversations lounged on the clusters of red sofas, or, if they were particularly well-heeled, rented one of the 15 soundproof suites with a private bar and server. One of these rooms was regularly reserved for Ven Haku, Fist of the Mountain, and scion of the K-Star Freight Fortune, to use whenever he wished to entertain his many friends. Haku was leaning back on one of the sofas now, and despite the glass of hoji in his hand and a couple of pretty girls on either side of him, he wore a brooding, impatient expression. When his most senior finger said something funny, he didn't laugh along with everyone else. After the next round of drinks, Haku motioned the server and the disappointed girls out of the room and sat forward, inducing the 5 other men in the room, all of them mountain greenbones with considerable jade and reputations, to quiet their banter and give him their attention. "Is everyone ready?" Haku asked.
You're all clear on the plan? If anything goes wrong this week, we'll all lose our heads, so there's no room for error. We're committed now."
The men around the room nodded. One of them said,
"We haven't been able to reach either Sunto-gen or Yuan-gen. We don't know whether they'll stand with us or against us."
"We have to go ahead anyway,"
Haku said. His father had made that abundantly clear in their recent conversations. They were running out of time.
"No matter which way Sunto or Uwan or the other fists go, once Ait's gone, the Kauls will support us."
That was what Ven Sando had told him, and Hako had not questioned it. He trusted his father, who was a seasoned corporate executive, to handle the matter of clan alliances and getting the Lantern Men to fall in line. Haku only had to worry about the actual logistics of the coup, which was no small feat in itself.
"Just remember to kill Ait first," Haku reminded them. "Doesn't matter how good that woman is at dueling and whispering names. An ambush from 6 of—"
He would have said more, but one of the other fists interrupted, with sudden alarm.
"Do you perceive that?"
The men quieted, Jade's senses alert. At first, Haku discerned nothing out of the ordinary, merely the background energy din of all the people enjoying themselves in the club. That was the one reason he chose to meet here with his co-conspirators. It was easy for even the auras of half a dozen fists and fingers together to go unnoticed in such a crowded and lively environment. The club was a tributary mountain property, and there were always other greenbones among the general throng. Haku's perception was not especially strong, but after a minute, he realized that several jade auras were moving from their scattered positions in the building and congregating on the second floor, right outside of their room. Haku drew his talon knife and threw open the door.
"Ven Haku-gen,"
said now Swen, walking into the room ahead of a group of 8 other greenbones.
"I'm too old for the clubbing scene, but I'm told that you throw good parties here."
"Now, Gen,"
Haku said, sheathing his talon knife and dipping into a respectful salute. His eyes darted over Now's other men, and his heart began to pound.
"You startled me."
Haku was not sure how the horn did it, but now Swen had a way of quieting his jade aura to such a low, even hum that he moved inconspicuously even to Jade's senses and seemed to appear out of nowhere.
"My friends and I always have this room. If I knew you were interested in joining us, I'd have invited you."
Now glanced around at Ven Haku's comrades.
"Now, Gen,"
they murmured in unison, touching their foreheads. Now nodded at them, then rubbed his chin with a thumb and said,
"Haku-gen, you're one of the clan's senior fists, but I haven't seen much of you in person for months now. I think we ought to talk about all the time you've been spending at the Sin 8 in these parties."
Haku did his best to remain calm. The horn did not know anything, could not possibly know anything about their schemes. The most he might have were suspicions.
"I haven't been neglecting any of my duties,"
he said with a note of defensiveness.
"If I haven't been checking in as often, it's because I've been helping my father. He's busy with K-Star Freight these days."
"I suppose that's true,"
Now said.
"You're an obedient son, Ven Haku, but unfortunately, a terrible liar. Your heart rate and blood pressure are up. Your eyes are twitching. You're sweating. You wouldn't even pass a simple lie detector test, much less fool my sense of perception, which is no doubt why you've been making an effort to avoid me." Haku went for his talon knife. He lunged at Now's throat, but 2 of the horn's men were already moving. With combined strength, they bore the young fist to the ground and pinned him to the floor. Haku screamed and pleaded his innocence. He tried to deflect and channel.
2 other men came over and helped to hold him down. Wan Balu, who was Now's first fist, said in a regretful, almost gentle voice,
"Don't make it worse for yourself, Haku."
The traitor did not take Wan's advice. As his head was pulled back, he steeled for all he was worth, and so it took a full, grisly minute for Wan to saw across his throat with the talon knife. 2 of Haku's accomplices tried to come to his aid, and one of them tried to escape by crashing bodily through the door. They were blocked and forced into a line against the far wall by Now's other men, who drew handguns whose bullets could not possibly be deflected at such close range. If anyone outside of the room heard the noise through the walls and over the pounding music, they did not investigate. No one, including the bouncers, would be so foolish as to interfere. When Haku was finally dead, Now Swen barked in disgust.
"Is it not enough that we have to contend with foreigners and criminals and with the No-Peak clan? We have to fight among ourselves and fear disloyalty and treachery from within our own brotherhood."
The 5 Greenbones who'd conspired with Ven and his father dropped to their knees and pressed their heads to the ground. They were all fists and senior fingers, respectable fighters in their own right, but with their plotting exposed and Ven dead, they were not stupid enough to think they could stand against the clan or run from its justice. Now said to them,
"You all deserve death for scheming to assassinate the pillar and install that weakling in her place. Do you repent your part in this treason? Do you swear on your jade and the lives of your family members to give Aitjen your complete and unequivocal loyalty from now on?"
With collective vehemence, the men said that they did, and thanked the Horn for his mercy. Now Swen studied the handful of kneeling Greenbones for a long minute. Then he pointed out 3 of the 5.
"Those 3,
he said, and from where they were standing behind the prisoners, Wan Balu and his men slit each of the indicated throats and pushed the bodies face first to the floor. The 2 remaining survivors turned pale with anticipation of death. Now said,
"Your 3 friends weren't sincere. They would have waited to seek revenge for Haku or betrayed the clan in some other way. The 2 of you, however, are being truthful."
The Horn fixed them with a terrifying stare.
"You'll be exiled from Janloon to do work for the mountain elsewhere in the country, and if you ever go against the pillar again, you know what will happen to you and your families."
One of the spared men asked permission to draw his talon knife. He sliced off his left ear and laid it on the floor, head bowed and blood running down his neck. His companion swallowed.
"The clan is my blood, and the pillar is its master,"
he murmured quickly, and followed suit. Ven Sondo was in a senior management meeting with the leadership team of K-Star Freight the following morning when the door to the boardroom opened unexpectedly and Ait Madashi strode in, accompanied by the Horn and the Weatherman and a small retinue. The pillar of the mountain looked down the long table of company executives and said,
"Gentlemen, I apologize for the interruption. The Weatherman's office has received an offer of purchase for K-Star Freight from a credible and interested party, and I must discuss it with Vengen privately before we make the news public to shareholders."
The vice presidents murmured, looking at each other in surprise and confusion, but they departed without arguing. When they were gone, Ven rose from his leather chair at the end of the table and said, affronted, "I haven't been approached by any buyers. Besides, K-Star is not for sale." His gaze landed suspiciously on Now Swen and the 2 fists behind him, one of them carrying a cardboard filing box. If this was a business discussion, why were the Horn and his men here? Ven knew the answer, and despite his best efforts to appear normal, his hands began to shake. Ait motioned forward two strangers. They were not Kekanese.
These men are here to buy out your family's majority ownership of K-Star Freight. Iwigen has prepared all the paperwork.
Iwi Kalundo, the clan's weatherman, was a dark, bald man with square black glasses frames. He placed his briefcase on the table and extracted a file folder with several documents, which he walked over to Ven and placed in front of the man. Ven picked up the folder and flung it back across the table at Ait, scattering pages.
Never, he declared. I'll never sell.
You're making a terrible strategic mistake by trying to oust me.
K-Star is one of the Mountain Clan's largest tributary entities, one of the largest corporations in K-Con. There aren't any other companies with the capital to buy us out, and certainly none with the world-class expertise in transportation logistics to be able to take over our operations. If I leave, my entire management team leaves with me. K-Star will fail, and so will the Kekanese freight industry. The Mountain Clan needs K-Star and the Ven family.
Aitmata said,
You're admirably confident for a clan traitor who is facing death, Ven Gen. Yes, K-Star is one of the largest companies in K-Con, and that would seem to make the Ven family indispensable. But the world is much bigger than K-Con these days. I would think that someone working in the transportation business would appreciate that. You would put K-Star in the hands of foreigners?
Ven exclaimed in disbelief.
51% of the company will be acquired by YGL Transport, headquartered out of Bursvik. I'm confident that these new owners have the operational capabilities to capably run K-Star in your absence. The other 49% of K-Star will remain under the control of selected Kekanese shareholders within the mountain.
At the pillar's nod, the fist holding the closed cardboard filing box came forward and set it on the table. Ait said,
Your eldest son, Haku. His head is inside this box. I'll spare you by not opening it. But even with your tiny amount of jade, I expect you can perceive that I'm not lying. You forfeited his life and your own when you conspired with No Peak. I've been thinking that Kaul Hilo has been acting unusually restrained of late, and now it's clear why. Sign the papers, Ven Gen. You come from an old Green Bone family. None of this should surprise you.
Ven's fragile mask of indignation and bluster collapsed. His chin trembled, and his shoulders began to shudder.
My other children, he whispered. They had nothing to do with this. Spare them, Ait-Jen. I'll sign the papers. I'll instruct my managers to stay on after the sale. I'll do whatever else you ask of me before I die, if only you'll spare the rest of my family.
Your sons, no, Ait replied. Your wife and daughters can leave the country in exile. I'll allow you and your male children to be buried with your jade in the family plot on K-Con. That's all the accommodation I can give to a man who has betrayed his pillar.
Iwi Kalundo gathered the strewn documents back together and showed Ven Sandulan each of the places he was required to sign. Chapter 57. Emergencies. On the day that No Peak spies had told him Zapunyo was scheduled to arrive in Port Massey, Hilo fed his sons dinner then took his own meal to the sofa in the living room and watched the news while awaiting the call from his cousin to confirm that all the arrangements were in place. Wen was in Adamant Capita for the week, consulting on the redesign of the Kekanese embassy and scouting out properties of potential investment interest to the weatherman's office. Shay often came over to eat in the main house, but she was still at work on Ship Street, so Hilo was home alone with his children, except for his mother planting flower bulbs outside in the garden and Kianla puttering around in the kitchen. On the television, anchorman To Kita was reporting on the recent narrow passage of the Orticon Conflict Refugee Act, which would make Kakon one of several nations to commit to taking refugees from the war-ravaged region on the border of Shatar and Igutan. Chancellor Geem was giving a speech in Wisdom Hall about the terrible human cost of foreign imperialism and the importance of Kakon stepping up as a responsible world citizen. He closed his address by expressing sadness over the recent passing of his predecessor, Son Tomoro, a devoted statesman and servant of the country. Let the gods recognize him. Hilo scowled at the screen. The Espenians were going to be unhappy about the passing of the Refugee Act. It would fall on Shay to deal with the brunt of the diplomatic fallout, but Hilo wished Chancellor Son had managed to keep his heart pumping for a while longer. He had gotten used to Son. Chancellor Geem struck him as too cagey and polished, and he was a mountain loyalist, which meant No Peak's influence in the Royal Council was considerably diminished. The coroner said there was no question Son Tomoro had died of cardiac arrest, but Hilo wasn't one to believe in convenient accidents. Jaya had thrown all her toys out of the playpen and was demanding to be picked up. Hilo knew he had a 5-minute grace period before she threw a tantrum, so he finished his meal, a bowl of leftover ginger chicken stew, and held his daughter on his lap, trying to entertain her with a puppet. Hilo liked being a father and found it suited him. Children were completely honest and lived in the moment. They were demanding, but also easy to please, asking only for simple love and attention. He wouldn't object to having more of them if Wen was not determined to have a meaningful career within the clan, which he supported for the sake of her happiness, but still thought was not entirely necessary. The phone rang. Expecting it to be Andon, Hilo handed the toddler to Kianla and picked up the receiver in the kitchen. Jwen said, "Hilo Jen, there are some rumors going on." Even after more than a year, there were times when Hilo heard Jwen's voice on the phone and wondered, for a second, why Ken had sent his first fist instead of phoning himself. It never failed to give him painful pause. Hilo said, "Rumors are as common as rats. What's so special about these ones?" Ven Sondalan, the big businessman, the one who owns the shipping company, he's dead, executed by the mountain for treason. Apparently, he tried to organize a coup against Aitmata, but his plans were discovered. People are shocked. He was one of their top lantern men. Hilo muted the television. What about his sons? Dead as well, along with a number of other conspirators. They say now Swen and his men caught Van Haku and some other fists plotting at the Sin 8 nightclub and slit their throats. Ait wiped out the wealthiest Green Bone bloodline in her clan, and none of the other families in the mountain are rioting? Hilo demanded in disbelief. Ait's taken Koban Atto as her ward, Juen said. From now on, she'll be paying for his studies at Wylon, training him privately at the Ait mansion, bringing him under her wing. She isn't officially calling the kid her heir, but it's a big enough change that she's bought the support of the Kobans and everyone who's on their side. And the Iwi family? Quiet. The word is that Ait handed them a huge share of K-Star freight. Gods damn it, Hilo snarled under his breath. taken aback and furious at how suddenly it had happened, how quickly his designs had unraveled. Nonetheless, he was unable to contain a grudging admiration. Ait had played her hand beautifully. After the destruction of the Ven family, no one else in the mountain would dare to oppose her, or the newly elevated Koban family. Hilo's meetings with Ven Sando, the behind-the-scenes payments and secret assurances, his calculated stoking of the internal divisions in the mountain with provocations and violence, all of it building his hope for the past 3 years that the mountain clan would take down No Peak's longtime enemy on its own and tear itself to pieces. All for nothing. Why the fuck is that bitch so hard to kill?
Uncle,
Nico said, tugging on Hilo's shirt sleeve. Not now, Nico.
Uncle.
This time it was not the boy's voice or the renewed tugging on his arm that made Hilo turn to look down at his nephew, but the strong surge of confusion and fear that Hilo perceived in the boy. His little heart was beating like a drum. Nico was not a temperamental child, not the sort to get upset easily or be fearful of harmless things, but his eyes were wide with distress. Hilo instructed Juen to learn what else he could and report back once he had more information. He hung up and said, "What is it? What's wrong?"
Rue, we were playing and he ate them.
Ate what? Hilo said. Where is he? He followed Nico to the study, and as soon as he entered the room, Hilo understood. A terrible dread dropped his heart into his stomach. A small cloth bag of jade buttons, long ago confiscated from the shipment of garments on the MV Americ Pride, was lying open on the coffee table. Several small jade pieces were lying scattered or stacked on the glass surface. The boys had obviously found them in Hilo's unlocked desk drawer and had been playing with them. Rue was sitting curled on the ground in the corner behind the sofa, holding a throw pillow to his chest and face, as if, by hiding behind it, he could avoid his father's anger. Hilo strode over and pulled the pillow away. He crouched down, gripping his son by the arms. "What happened?" he demanded, hoping the boys would grin, that it would be a joke that they were playing to scare him, though he knew as soon as he saw Rue's tear-stained face that it wasn't. Nico was the one who answered.
He swallowed them. I didn't mean to,
Rue blurted, his cheeks reddening. He shot his cousin a baleful glare of betrayal.
It was your fault. I was going to spit them out, but you had your hand over my mouth.
Why would you do that? Hilo shouted at both of them. They had both been taught that jade was to be worn and handled by adults, that it was not for playing with. They ought to have known better.
We were just pretending.
Nico was on the verge of tears himself. Hilo's desire to give them both a beating was blotted out by fury with himself. He hadn't thought the boys would play in the study. He should have locked the jade in the drawer. Why had he left it out so carelessly? And a more urgent, intense fear. Jade inside a small child's body was dangerous. It could cause fever, erratic heartbeat, seizures, collapse, and death. Hilo scooped his son up in his arms. He shouted for Kianla to take care of Jaya and Nico as he grabbed the keys to the Duchesse and ran for the door. Nico, crying now, ran after him.
I'm coming too.
He clung to Hilo's waist.
Don't leave me!
Hilo threw open the back door of the Duchesse Signa and piled both children onto the seat. Rue stared at his father with wide, frightened eyes.
Am I going to die?
No, Hilo said. He got in and started the car. At Janloon General Hospital, the emergency room staff hurried Rue into an examination room. An X-ray revealed 2 button-sized jade stones, which thankfully had not lodged in the boy's esophagus on the way down, but were now trapped inside his stomach. Rue was hooked up to machines to monitor his heart rate, blood pressure, and temperature. A white-haired doctor came in and explained that he believed the stones could be removed without surgery. Rue would be sedated and a flexible grasping tool inserted down his throat to try and extract the pieces of jade. Hilo sat next to the bed, holding his son's small, sweaty hand in his own, while the boy was put under anesthesia.
"Are you mad at me?"
Rue asked, his voice turning groggy. No. He was too afraid to be angry. "I love you." He smoothed Rue's hair. The boy's forehead felt warm and damp. Hilo wasn't sure if it was a jade-induced fever or merely exertion from crying.
"I want Ma,"
Rue whimpered. "You'll see her when you wake up," Hilo promised. Uncontrollably, his mind flashed to the worst possible outcome he could imagine. Having to call his wife while she was thousands of kilometers away on a business trip to tell her that their son had died of jade poisoning while under his watch. He felt ill at the thought and told himself that would not happen. A nurse had brought in a small stack of board books and a toy truck for Nico to play with, but after a cursory look, the boy ignored them. He sat on a chair next to Hilo with his knees drawn up to his chest, hugging his legs. After the initial bout of tears in the car, his eyes were dry. He stared around at everything with interest and faint hostility, but he had not spoken since they got to the hospital. Hilo looked at his wristwatch. It was past dinner time. They'd been in the emergency room for 2 hours already. It would be mid-morning on the east coast of Espionage. By now, Andon was supposed to have phoned to confirm that Zapunyo had arrived in Port Massey and that all the arrangements were in place. Unable to reach Hilo at the house, he would have phoned the weatherman's office. Shay would be wondering where he was. Perhaps she was trying to reach him now. The doctors came in and wheeled Rue away. Hilo followed as far as they allowed, then watched his son disappear behind closed doors. The white-haired doctor assured Hilo that the procedure would not take long.
"You're not the first Green Bone family to have had this happen, Kaul-chen," the doctor said. "As long as we get the jade out quickly, there's no permanent harm. SN1 isn't recommended for children, but we can use small doses if it looks like that'll be necessary."
Hilo thanked the doctor, then took Nico by the hand and went into the lobby of the hospital. He sat his nephew down on a chair near the bank of payphones. "Are you hungry? Do you need to go to the bathroom?" The boy shook his head. Hilo bought him a bag of crackers and a bottle of fruit juice from the vending machine anyway, and keeping the boy in sight, he called the house. After assuring a worried Kianla that Rue would be fine, he asked her to retrieve his address book from the study and to search up the phone number of the hotel Wen was staying at in Adamant Capita. He wrote the number on his hand, then depressed the phone hook and deposited enough coins to place a long-distance phone call. When the call was transferred to Wen's hotel room, it rang and rang, but there was no answer. Hilo hung up. He called the weatherman's office on Ship Street. "Where have you been?" Shay sounded more flustered than he was used to hearing from her. He could practically sense the crackle of her jade aura even over the phone. When he explained what had happened, her irritation turned to concern. Say whatever else he might about his sister, but she was always caring toward the children. "Is Rue going to be all right?" "The doctor thinks so. I'll find out soon." He said, "What have you heard from Andy?" "There's a problem," Shay said. "Zapunyo won't meet in the room we've arranged at the Yuiwan Cultural Center. Maybe something spooked him, or maybe he intended to change the location all along to throw off any potential threat. He's insisting that the interview take place in his hotel room with his bodyguards. Otherwise, he refuses to meet at all." Hilo cursed. This changed everything. "We can't get Jade into Zapunyo's hotel room," he said at last. "It's too late for that."
"Andon and I have been talking about it," Shay said. "If we go ahead with the interview, we could have a weapon brought up to the room by someone posing as a room service waiter. If it were hidden in a napkin or under a tray, and Roan Toro could get to it before anyone questioned who'd made the order—"
"No," Hilo said. "Zapunyo's already suspicious. He would know right away."
"Then we're out of options. The interview is supposed to happen 6 hours from now."
Hilo's grip around the phone receiver tightened. His son was in the hospital, his wife was on the other side of the world, and his cousin was about to walk, jadeless and unarmed, into a hotel room to face one of the clan's enemies and a posse of Barukan gangsters. If he were in Port Massey right now instead of Andon, if he could walk into the room with Zapunyo, he would take whatever chance was necessary. He would attempt to smuggle a jade weapon into the room, or try to seize one off of Zapunyo's guards. He would risk his own life to stab Zapunyo through the throat with a ballpoint pen, if need be. But he was not there. There were so many things that as pillar he could not accomplish solely with his own will and strength, that relied instead on other people, even in matters as personal as vengeance. Andy was over there, alone. The last time Hilo had asked his cousin to kill on behalf of the clan, it had driven the young man away from the family and ruined him as a greenbone. Hilo would go to great lengths to defeat an enemy, and had done so in the past. But at this moment, watching his little nephew eat the last of the crackers and brush the crumbs from his lap, he thought only of the safety of his family. "Call it off," Hilo said.
"If we don't go through with the interview," Shay said, "Zapunyo will know it was rigged from the start. The cover we've created for Andon will be blown, and we won't get another chance."
"We're not going to have Andy go through a 2-hour fake interview for no gain. Not when all it'll take is a single slip, someone in the room realizing that he isn't who he says he is, for him to get shot in the head. We'll have to think of some other way to get to Zapunyo," he said. "Call it off, Shay." Hilo got off the phone with the weatherman. He took Nico by the hand and walked back to the room where they would bring Rue once the doctors were done with the procedure. His mind was churning with anger, knowing that months of careful groundwork and scheming would come to nothing. Coming on top of the news about Ven, he felt as if surely nothing else could go wrong today. But when the doctor came into the room, he had a look of apprehension on his face that turned Hilo cold. "Where's my son?" the pillar demanded, in such a sharp and deadly voice that the doctor blanched. "They're bringing him back right now," the doctor said hastily. "The procedure went smoothly, and he'll come out from under the anesthesia in an hour or so." The doctor handed Hilo a plastic container of the sort used to collect urine samples, sealed with a red lid. The offending pieces of jade clinked around at the bottom of it. "He'll recover fully, Kaul Jen, but there's something you should know. Your son is non-reactive to jade. We expected to see some change in his vital signs as a result of that amount of jade exposure, but there wasn't any at all. He might as well have swallowed a cherry pit." Hilo said, "Isn't he too young for you to tell for certain?" "It's possible for children to show wide fluctuations in their responses to jade, from minimal to severe, in the first 6 years of life, which is why pediatricians recommend strictly limiting and supervising jade exposure in early childhood. But no response at all, we can be quite sure he's non-reactive." It annoyed Hilo how the doctor kept saying the word non-reactive, as if the technical term was somehow softer and kinder than stone-eye. When the man had come in looking so grave, Hilo had feared the worst. This news was not so bad in comparison. He was not shocked, Given that Wen was a Stone Eye, he'd always known this was a possibility. He had hoped, of course, that it would not be true, but now that he knew for certain that it was, he found himself accepting the idea with some indefinable combination of disappointment, relief, and parental defensiveness. So his son was a Stone Eye. Why was the doctor acting so serious and concerned, as if that were some kind of fatal disease? One would think that a medical professional wouldn't subscribe to the old Kekanese superstitions about Stone Eyes being bad luck. Or was it because he thought Hilo would take the news badly, that the pillar of a Green Bone clan wouldn't love his own son anymore just because he couldn't wear jade? "There are worse things to be than a Stone Eye," Hilo said, forcing a smile he did not really feel, but he hoped would make the doctor stop gazing at him worriedly from overtop his spectacles. "The important thing is that he's healthy and loved. It doesn't matter what other people think." "Quite right, Kaul Jen," said the doctor, his shoulders coming down. Rue was wheeled back into the room. He looked a little pale, but his chest rose and fell in gentle, even breaths. The nurse inclined the top of the bed and arranged the pillows to make the sleeping boy more comfortable before departing. Nico had watched the entire conversation between Hilo and the doctor without a word. When the three of them were alone, he asked, "Is Rue really a Stone Eye?" Hilo tried but did not quite succeed in keeping the sadness from his voice. "Yes." "Is it because of what happened? Because I accidentally made him swallow jade?" Hilo sighed and pulled his nephew onto his lap. "No. He was born that way. It's not anyone's fault." Nico frowned at his sleeping cousin. "Will he be a Stone Eye forever?" "He'll always be a Stone Eye, but that doesn't mean there aren't plenty of things he can do. Look at your ma, on a business trip right now, doing useful work for the family and the clan, even without Jade." Hilo turned stern. "You'll have to protect him, though. Keep him safe. No more scares like we had today. Understand?" Nico nodded. "Yes, I won't tease him anymore. I'll be a good big brother from now on." Chapter 58. White Rat's Decision. When Wen returned to the Capita View Hotel, hoping for a nap after a morning of meetings and looking at flooring and paint samples, the bellman at the front desk told her that her husband had been trying to reach her for some time and had left a message and phone number for her to phone him back at Janloon General Hospital. Wen hurried up to her room. She told herself not to panic, but her hands were shaking as she used the calling card Shay had given her to place the long-distance call. A receptionist answered and told her to wait. Several agonizing minutes later, Hilo came onto the line. "Everyone's fine," he said right away. "We had a little scare, that's all." He told her about what happened to Rue. Then he put Nico on the line to say, "Hi, Ma. We miss you. When are you coming home?" Wen assured him she would be home in 3 days, asked him if he'd been practicing his reading and handwriting every day, then asked for the phone to be returned to his uncle. "Do the doctors think this will have any long-term effect?" she asked Hilo. "It won't," Hilo said. "The doctors say that Rue's a Stone Eye." Wen sat down hard on the edge of her hotel room bed. Her first reaction was surprise that Hilo sounded so unemotional about it. But then again, he'd had several hours to come to terms with the news, and she was hearing the diagnosis just now. Her voice came out small. "They're sure?" "They're sure." Hilo didn't sound upset, but there was an impatient edge to his voice, the one that he sometimes used to say nothing or fine, but that Wen always knew to be a sign that he was preoccupied or worried. Wen felt unexpected tears prick her eyes. "I'm sorry." Don't be ridiculous, he said. Then, as if realizing he'd snapped at her, he said in a gentler voice, I said everyone's fine, didn't I? That's what's important. Don't worry, and don't let it ruin your trip.
What else aren't you telling me? Wen asked. I can tell there's something else.
It's nothing to do with you at all. Clan things. Wen glanced at the clock.
Does it have to do with the plan to kill Zapunyo?
Hilo sighed as if giving up. That Yuwiwin coward won't leave his hotel room to meet at the place we've arranged. It's too risky for Andy to try anything now. The plan's been called off. We can't get to him this time, Wen.
Not this time,
Wen repeated.
When, then? You promised me on the day that Ken was murdered that we would get the people who did this. All of them. It's been more than a year.
You don't think I know that? Hilo made a frustrated noise. You're upset right now because while you were away, I wasn't paying enough attention to the boys and so this accident happened. But when have I ever failed to do what I promised? Have I ever left an offense against our family unpunished? Sometimes it takes longer is all. There was some distraction in the background of the hospital, and Hilo turned away from the phone to speak to someone briefly before coming back onto the line. I have to go. They're discharging Rue and I have to fill out some paperwork. A pause. I didn't want to trouble you with bad news. It's not even that bad. Could have been a lot worse. We should be grateful it wasn't. And don't worry about the clan things. We'll talk when you get home. I love you.
I love you too,
Wen said.
Tell the boys their ma loves them.
After Hilo hung up, Wen stared at the silent receiver for a long moment before putting it back in its cradle. She felt leaden. Mechanically, she got up and changed into more comfortable clothes, drank a soda from the minibar, then wandered her hotel room in a daze before sitting back down on the bed. She felt as if she wanted to cry, but the sensation was too indistinct. Everything was happening too far away. If she were with her family, it would feel more real. She thought, my son is a stone eye. She imagined Rue lying in a hospital bed, calling out for her, and with a surge of instinctive maternal desperation, she wished she was there to hug him tightly and comfort him. But she was also strangely relieved she was not there, that she did not have to look into his trusting face and lie to him by telling him everything was fine, because of course it was not fine. She felt herself detaching in a way, pulling away defensively from all the unkind thoughts that came to her. Rue could not attend the academy. He could not be a greenbone like his father and his uncles. He could not hold any significant rank in No Peak. He would be like his mother, ignored and dismissed, fighting the stigma of bad luck his entire life. Only he was a boy, so it would be even worse for him, because men needed to command to be respected, and who would follow a Stone Eye? With painful, revelatory honesty, she admitted to herself why, from the moment she'd seen Nico's baby picture in the letter among Lon's papers, she'd been so invested in bringing him back to Janloon, why she'd insisted that Hilo go in person to Steppenland to retrieve the boy so he could be raised with their own children. Perhaps she had suspected it all along. Certainly the possibility had troubled her during her first pregnancy. Her son, Rue, could not be his father's heir. Nico was the child she couldn't bear herself. He was the true first son of No Peak. It was an irony that he'd been born to a woman as ungrateful and faithless as Amy. But the gods had a cruel sense of humor. That was something even Hilo and Shay agreed on. All that mortals could do was accept the lot they were given, and yet still fight to better their own fate and that of their loved ones. Alone in the hotel room far from home, Wen was overcome with such a baffling mixture of pride and shame that her vision finally did blur with tears. She dried her eyes and began to think clearly again. She understood that her value in the clan, her value to her family, to Hilo, and most of all, in her own mind, lay not in what she could accomplish herself, because a stone eye was always something of a blank space amid the strong auras around them, a void where gazes and expectations slid off like oil, but in what she made possible for others. She was unable to wield jade herself, but as a white rat for the weatherman, she had taken jade to those who could and would use it for the clan's gain. She had not borne the pillar a son who could follow in the family's footsteps, but she had ensured that Nico was brought back to be raised in his rightful place. She could never be a Greenbone herself, as much as she felt she was one at heart, but she could think like a Greenbone. She was an enabler, an aid, a hidden weapon, and that was worth something, perhaps a great deal. Wen picked the phone back up and called the weatherman's office. Shay was silent for a long minute after Wen finished speaking.
I can't agree to that. You want Sapunyo dead as much as I do, Wen said. You've spent months preparing for this opportunity, and you know it's the best one we're going to get. If we don't take it, Sapunyo will disappear back into his fortress.
The arguments were not dissimilar to what Shay had said to Hilo over the phone less than an hour ago. But now, Shay made excuses.
We don't have time to change the plan. Have you canceled the interview yet? Wen asked.
Shay had not. She had been delaying, trying to think of a way to handle the situation that would salvage the cover identity that had been so painstakingly crafted for Andon. Wen said,
We still have 5 hours before the interview. I can be on a bus to Port Massey in less than 30 minutes. It takes 3 hours to get there. That leaves an hour and a half to spare.
Wen paused. When she spoke again, her voice was calmly entreating.
Have I let you down before, Shay-Gen? When I first told you I would be your white rat, did you not believe I could do anything that you asked of me?
Shay closed her eyes and leaned her head back, the phone cord pulled taut.
Wen, she said, this is more dangerous than what you've done before. Even if it succeeds, there will be no way to hide it from Hilo. You would be risking your marriage as well as your life.
Wen was silent for a minute.
I'm prepared for that. I'm not sure that I am, Shay admitted. You have your children to think of. I'm thinking of them now. As long as this man breathes, as long as the family's enemies go unpunished, I'll fear for their lives.
Wen asked,
Do you trust this man that Andon has told us about, this Roan Toro? Andon trusts him, and Hilo said that he was the greenest man he met in Port Massey. Then he is truly our best hope, Wen said. Hilo made the decision to call off the plan without considering all the options. I'm giving you an option now, a good one. Sapunyo is the reason that Ken and Maro are dead, and we're all still in danger from him. Let me do this, Shay-Gen. Let me do this for my children, and for the clan.
Shay felt as if she were staring at herself from somewhere else, unable to discern her own mind. Hilo was the pillar, and he'd made his decision. It was her responsibility as weatherman to follow his wishes. The clan is my blood, and the pillar is its master. But Wen was correct. Hilo did not have all the information, and there wasn't time to go back to him now, to track him down at the hospital while he was caring for his son and explain everything she and Wen had done in the past, things he would never have agreed to, but that had been of secret help to the clan at vital times, without which he might not even be pillar, might not even have a clan at all. Sapunyo and his Barukan allies had maimed the Kaul family. They had killed Mate Ken and nearly killed Wen and the children, including Nico, whom Shay had sworn on her knees to the gods she would protect. They'd done it by going after Maro, by threatening his family, and manipulating him into treason. Because of them, Shay had been forced to execute her friend and lover. A good man, someone gentle at heart who'd truly been the better side of Kakon. The smuggler Zapunyo, like the Shatarian Barukan, like the Espenian Cruz, epitomized power without honor, jade without restraint, violence without principle. You lead the clan as much as your brother. Morrow had said that to her once, a long time ago, even before she'd believed it was true and nearly died to prove it. She clung to those words now, molded them into a spear of decisiveness as strong as the resolve she'd once needed to face Aitmata with a clean blade. She said to Wen, "I'll have Andon and Roan meet you at the bus station when you get to Port Massey." Chapter 59. From the Kaul Family. Just under 5 hours later, Wen sat in the back seat of a gray Brock Parade LS sedan outside the Crestwood Hotel in downtown Port Massey. The car was parked in a no-loading zone directly across from the hotel's main entrance, but the two police officers standing on nearby street corners did not bother them. They were well known to the Dauks as South Trap beat cops who had reliably taken money for favors before and were sympathetic to the Kekanese, who rarely dealt drugs or committed violent crimes and took care of their own problems when they occurred. One of the cops was half Kekanese himself. They were being handsomely paid to be the first ones to respond to any report of disturbance, and to look the other way while the gray sedan left the scene in a hurry. They were aware that Zapunyo was staying in the hotel, but what did they care if a foreign jade smuggler known for atrocious human rights violations happened to meet an unfortunate end? Andon turned in the front passenger seat to look at Wen with concern. "It's not too late to change our minds," he insisted. "This is dangerous. Hilo wouldn't want you involved." Wen checked her makeup in a hand mirror, tucking a stray strand of hair back into the knot it had escaped from. "We've planned this for too long to walk away now, Andon. The weatherman agrees and is counting on us." She smiled at him reassuringly. "Besides, my part is simple." From the driver's seat, Roan Toro said, "Remember, just hit the ground and stay there. Don't get up until I say so." They hadn't had much time to rehearse, but it would have to do. Andon said to Roan, "Thank you for agreeing to do this." "Thank me after it's done and we're safely away," Roan said. "Preferably to somewhere warm and on another continent." He got out of the car and opened the trunk. Andon and Wen got out as well. Wen was still amazed by Andon's changed appearance. He sported a short beard that made him look 5 years older, bold black glasses frames, a suit cut in a trendy style with thin lapels, and a blue and white striped tie. He looked the part of a Port Massey urbanite, nothing at all like the earnest Caldew Academy student that she'd known him as back in Janloon. Andon fidgeted with his tie. She could tell from his frequent glances at her that he remained unsure about the decision to bring her in, but he was not about to ruin the plan now by disobeying. She only hoped he would quell any signs of unease once they were inside. From the trunk, Roan Toro took out a professional SLR camera, which he slung around his neck by a leather strap, a camera bag, and a tripod. Wen straightened her skirt, picked up her leather folio, and carefully tucked her capped fountain pen into the breast pocket of her blazer. Inside the lobby of the Crestwood, they waited in the cushioned seating area near the bar. One of Zapunyo's guards was supposed to meet them, but Yuiwans were never punctual. After 30 minutes, Wen began to worry. She saw Andon looking at the clock on the wall, anxious with what she suspected were similar thoughts. Zapunyo had backed out of the interview after all, and they would be ignored or eventually sent away. She couldn't decide if her disappointment or her relief was greater. If the smuggler escaped back to the Yuiwa Islands, she would continue to spend every day fearing another attack on the family. On the other hand, she had done all she could. Her husband would never have to know how she'd gone against his wishes. Maybe they would eventually find another way to get Sapunyo, just as Hilo had promised her. A man came out of the elevators and walked toward them. Wen had never seen a Barukan in person before, but this man, dressed ostentatiously in a silk shirt and chunky nephrite rings set in gold, looked every bit the stereotype. Wen wondered, with wry contempt and curiosity, if perhaps it wasn't the Barukan who took their cues from cinema as opposed to the other way around. As he approached, Andon stood up. Wen was relieved that he showed no outward sign of nervousness at all, speaking in confidently articulate, if accented Espenian, as she shook the Barukan man's hand, identifying himself as the journalist Rei Kaido, and introducing Roan Toro and Wen under false names as his photographer and his assistant. The man nodded and led the three of them to the bank of elevators. They ascended to the 12th floor, where the premium suites were located. There was another Barukan waiting in the elevator lobby, a younger man. They indicated by spreading their arms that the journalists would be searched before being allowed to proceed further. They patted Andon and Roan down for weapons and examined Roan's camera equipment. The younger Barukan man looked uncomfortable as he stood in front of Wen. Shatarians were a prudish people. Wen held her arms out, and the man ran his hands down her sides, back, and legs, and stepped away. Wen noticed that the green stones hanging around his neck were nephrite, but the studs in his ears were jade. He paused for a moment, perceiving that none of them possessed jade auras, before leading them down the hall to the door of the suite at the end. He knocked, and they were admitted inside. Sapunyo was seated in a wide fabric armchair in the center of the suite's sitting area. Wen was struck by how short he was. He looked almost childlike in the large chair and opulent hotel room. He wore a slightly creased tan linen suit with a folded white pocket square that suggested an attempt at formality. Wen could see the tops of his puffy, veined feet bulging from brown loafers. Surprisingly, Wen's first emotion upon finally seeing him in person was pity, almost sympathy. Sapunyo might be a rich man with an ambitious and dangerous mind, but he was trapped in a frail body. It was not right that such a man should control Jade or challenge Green Bones. Sapunyo's eldest son stood near the window behind his father's chair along with another bodyguard, bringing the total number of men to 5, 3 of them Barukan. Andon said in Espenian, "Mr. Sapunyo, thank you for agreeing to this interview. This is a rare opportunity, and I feel privileged that you would trust me to share your side of the story. Would you prefer that we have our conversation in Espenian or Kekanese? I can speak either." Sapunyo wetted his lips. "My Espenian is not so good. Let's speak in Kekanese." "I promise to take no more than an hour of your time," Andon said, switching instantly to Kekanese and sitting down in the chair across from the smuggler. "While we're talking, my assistant will be sitting off to the side making notes for me, and the photographer will be taking some pictures. You can ignore them and pretend it's a conversation between just the two of us." Wen smiled and nodded, pulling a chair to the side and sitting down in it. She opened her folio to an empty pad of paper and took the thick fountain pen out of her pocket. Near her, Roan Toro began setting up the camera tripod. Sapunyo glanced at them before turning back. "Where are your parents from, Mr. Kaido?" the smuggler asked. Andon said, "My mother was Kekanese. My father is Espenian." "But you have a Kekanese family name," Sapunyo said. "My parents didn't stay together. I was raised by my mother." Andon added, with a hint of forced amusement, "Are you planning to interview me instead of the other way around, sir?"
I'm curious about the background of any journalist who is so persistent in requesting a meeting with me,
Zapunyo said. One of his bodyguards placed a glass of sparkling water with a straw on the side table next to him. He took it and sipped before speaking again.
Were you born in Keikon or in Espenia, Mr. Kaido? Why did your parents come to this country?
I was born in Keikon, Andon said, but I came to Espenia as a child.
It was the first half-truth that Andon had told, and even though Wen doubted any of the Barukan were skilled enough in perception to detect such a minor deception, with each subsequent falsehood, the subtle tension in Andon's body would grow until it became suspicious. Wen uncapped her fountain pen and held it poised over the blank pad of paper. She glanced at Roan Toro, crouched down on the other side of Zapunyo, snapping photographs.
As for why my family came to Espenia, Andon went on, I think they believed there was opportunity here. They thought I could make a better life for myself in Port Massey because I was born looking Espenian and because Keikon was a dangerous place at the time. What about you, Mr. Zapunyo? He asked, pivoting the conversation. How did you get to where you are now?
That is the question we're all asking ourselves every day, isn't it, Mr. Kaido? How did we get to where we are now?
Zapunyo smoothed the top of his dark, coarse hair, looking thoughtful.
How is it that in my family there were 7 children, but only 4 of us survived? And out of the 4 of us, I was the one who made it out of the ghetto, who made something of myself, even though I was always the smallest and physically weakest of all the boys.
Each of the Barukan and Zapunyo's son were armed with handguns, and 2 of them carried derb blades as well. Roan Toro had circled back to where Wen sat. He attached the camera onto the tripod. Andon said,
What do you think is the reason, Mr. Zapunyo? Do you believe that perhaps it was your fate, being directed by a higher power, such as the gods?
Zapunyo held up a stumpy finger, and his eyes glistened with satisfaction.
I do believe the gods have some say. That is true. But men set their own destinies. For example, who's to say what brings any 2 people together at a certain time and place for them to change each other's lives?
The smuggler turned a shrewd look on Andon.
I have many enemies, and naturally, before I agreed to meet with you, I had to check your credentials. Mr. Kaido indeed works for the Keikon Journal and has written many articles and conducted many interviews. But you are not Rei Kaido, are you?
Zapunyo fished a small black and white photograph from the front pocket of his suit and held it up. It appeared to be a yearbook photograph.
You don't look like him, but you insist on meeting me, unarmed and on my terms, so you're not here to kill me.
Wen felt sweat break out on her neck. She twisted the barrel of her pen and dropped it. It rolled off her lap and onto the floor. Roan bent to retrieve it for her. Andon didn't look at them. He sat completely still and stone-faced, not speaking. Zapunyo, looking smug, said,
Who sent you to seek me out? The Mountain Clan? Or is it the Kekonese here in Espenia who want Jade?
Wen's fountain pen broke easily. As Roan pulled the thin string of tiny jade stones from inside the barrel, Andon leaned forward.
You're wrong, Zapunyo. I am here to kill you.
All of Zapunyo's guards drew their guns at the same time, ready to unload a dozen bullets into Andon's body. 2 of them began to turn toward Roan, detecting a sudden flare of a jade aura, a split second before the green bone unleashed a deflection that tore through the small confines of the hotel room. It knocked over the camera tripod, sent the water from the glass spraying, and slammed into the men who were standing, shoving them into the walls and furniture. Gunshots rang out. Wen dropped flat to the ground, ears ringing, heart in her throat. She saw Andon throw himself onto Zapunyo, covering the smuggler's body with his own. As he dragged them both out of the chair and onto the floor, Andon maneuvered behind Zapunyo and wrapped his arms around the man's neck and thin shoulders, pinning him, then rolling over and ducking his own head so the smuggler lay struggling with his back on Andon's chest, trapped as an unwilling shield. The bodyguards couldn't shoot Andon without hitting their boss as well. With her face against the carpet, Wen saw Zapunyo's son shout, "No, Pap!" His eyes widened with panic as he tried to decide where to aim his gun. With a burst of strength, Roan Toro flew at him and struck him in the throat, crushing his windpipe. As Zapunyo's son collapsed, Roan twisted the gun from his grip and whipped it up, firing it. 1, 2, 3 times. One of the bodyguards went down. Another brought up a desperate blast of steel and deflection that sent the final bullet into the hotel room window. The 2 remaining Barukan returned fire. Roan dove to the ground and fired twice, blowing out the kneecaps of the nearest man, who screamed as he fell before Roan's next 2 shots silenced him. The final Barukan guard raced for the door, firing again at the green bone in a panic. In such close quarters, Roan barely deflected the shots. One of them tore the fabric of his jacket at the shoulder. Another embedded itself in the carpet next to Wen. The Barukan reached the door and yanked the handle. Roan flew light across the length of the room and tackled the man, shoving him back into the closed door with a crash. They fell to the floor and grappled, strength against strength, the sound of thuds and labored breathing reaching Wen, even as the 2 men disappeared from view behind the sofa. Wen clambered to her hands and knees. There was a gun lying not far from her reach, dropped by one of the Barukan as he fell. She crawled to it, grasped and lifted it. It was heavy, much heavier than the compact pistols she'd practiced with before. She had to hold it firmly with both hands as she got to her feet. Roan and the last guard were still struggling. Roan had his hands wrapped around his opponent's neck, squeezing and channeling at the same time until blood began bubbling from the man's mouth as he spasmed and kicked, clawing at Roan's steeled hands. Andon was still on the ground, holding Zapunyo in a chokehold from behind. The Yuiwan flailed in a continuing effort to get free, but physically, he was no match for Andon. Wen walked toward them. She could still hear the Barukan's dying gurgles behind her, but she paid them no attention. Zapunyo's face was red, and his mouth worked in astonishment and fear, as if he could not believe that after so many years, and as sick as he was now, someone had gotten to him at last. "Let go of him, Andon," Wen said. Zapunyo fell choking to the ground. He crawled to his knees and held his hands up, the blood draining from his face at the sight of his dead son and his slain men. "I'm a rich man, a powerful man," he wheezed. "I can pay more than whatever you've been offered. Who sent you?" "I sent myself," Wen told him. "From the Kaul family of No Peak." She pulled the trigger. The handgun bucked in her grip, jolting her wrists. Zapunyo fell back against the carpet, legs splayed out at an awkward angle, blood spreading under his head. Andon stared at the body, then at Wen. He got to his feet, shaking his head as if to clear it. Roan Toro came over and looked down at the smuggler. Zapunyo seemed even smaller and more frail in death. It was hard to believe that he was responsible for so much evil in the world. Roan Toro glanced at Wen. No wonder I've been told people fear the makes. He bent over, catching his breath. A layer of sweat stood out on his brow. I'm getting old, Wen heard him mutter to himself. Taking a lens cloth from the camera bag, she wiped off the grips of the pistols he and Wen had handled and left them lying next to the bodies. The sleeve of his torn jacket was stained with blood. He took it off and threw it on the ground as well. Be quick, Ron-Jen, Andon said. We need to get out of here. He crouched over the body of the nearest Barukan guard, the younger one who had searched them out in the hallway. He tore the studs from the man's ears and held them out to Roan. What are you doing? Roan asked. Collecting your jade so we can get out of here faster. Are you out of your mind? Roan said. Don't take anything that might link you to the scene of the murder. If we take the jade off their bodies, it's a dead giveaway that Greenbones were responsible. Leave it. Take only the jade we came with. He handed the thin string of jade stones back to Wen, who once again hid it away in the empty barrel of the false fountain pen and pocketed it. For a few seconds, Roan's face contorted with the discomfort of jade withdrawal. He placed a hand on the back of the chair Zapunyo had been sitting in, steadying himself. Then he straightened and went to the door. Cracking it open, he looked down the hall and said, Quickly, now! Andon stared at the jade studs in his palm and gave a small start, as if suddenly realizing what he was holding. He dropped them hastily. Wen saw him cast a backward glance around the room as they hurried to join Roan at the door. She wondered if the disbelief on Andon's face was because of what they'd done, or because it bothered him to be leaving jade behind on the bodies of their enemies, something no green bone in Janloon would ever do. They shut the door behind them and walked quickly down the hall. Perhaps Zapunyo's guards had taken the precaution of renting out the neighboring rooms as well, because no one opened their doors out of curiosity at the commotion. Wen picked up her pace to keep up in her wedge-heeled shoes. She felt giddy from adrenaline, and even though she was still frightened and her pulse was racing, she had to fight the urge to smile. They might yet be caught and thrown into an Espenian prison, but she was certain Shay would find a way to get them out. The important thing was that they had done it. She, a Stone Eye, had done it. For once, she had not relied on Hilo to mete out the clan's justice, but had delivered it herself. Not even all Greenbones could claim such a thing. They rode the elevator back down to the second floor, then took the stairs down to the main level. There were people milling about in the lobby, bellmen coming and going, guests checking in or out, all of them oblivious to anything that had happened 12 stories above them. Wen suspected the sound of gunfire had been heard and reported, however. Behind the check-in counter, 2 hotel staff were talking in an urgent manner to one of the policemen that had been on the street outside. Roan Toro slowed. He picked up a newspaper and tucked it under his arm as he ambled casually toward the main entrance. Wen looped her hand around the crook of Andon's elbow as if they were a couple heading out for dinner. The 2 of them followed Roan at a distance. The policeman did not look at them or give any sign that he noticed them at all. They exited the hotel with no problem and got into the illegally parked sedan. Roan started the car and pulled away from the curb. As they drove away from the Crestwood, he kept glancing in the rearview mirror, but no police lights or sirens followed them. Wen allowed herself a cautious sigh of relief, but still none of them spoke. As they had planned, Roan drove 15 minutes away to Star Lumber and Supply, the hardware store where Andon used to work. The store had closed an hour ago. The alleyway parking lot behind the strip mall was almost empty, except for a black hatchback that Roan and Andon had left there earlier in the day. Roan parked the Brock nearby. From the rear of the hatchback, Roan removed a duffel bag containing a change of clothes for each of them. Andon had an employee key he'd long ago forgotten to return, but that he now used to let them in through the back entrance and into the garage of Star Lumber. He flicked on the lights. Fluorescent tubes flickered to life over pallets of recently delivered lumber and boxes of merchandise. Andon let out a long breath, his shoulders finally coming down. Wen glanced at the clock on the wall. In a few hours, she and Andon would be on a red-eye flight home.
"Are you coming to Janloon with us, Roan-jen?" she asked.
Roan shook his head. "I wouldn't like to be in an unfamiliar place like Janloon with so many other greenbones around," he said. "I'm going to find myself a warm beach in Eleusis instead. I have people I've trained here who are green enough, who I trust to keep things in order and help the Dauks while I'm gone."
Andon said, "I'll call Dauk-jen now and let him know we're ready to be picked up. The two of you get changed. The bathroom is right over there."
Andon dropped the duffel bag on the ground and went into the manager's small office, where he picked up the phone and began to dial. Wen unzipped the bag and pulled out casual clothes for traveling. Underneath were fresh shirts and pants for Roan and Andon, and in the bag's side pocket, a pair of black men's leather gloves. Roan gestured for Wen to use the bathroom first. She gathered her items and was about to do so when the door of the garage flung open behind them and 6 men piled into the room. A tall man with a felt hat and a gun stood at the front of the group.
"You keks," he said, "have been stepping on the wrong crew, boys."
Wen screamed as he shot Roan Toro in the legs. Chapter 60. End of an Agreement. Shay had not slept the entire night. She'd unplugged the phone in her kitchen, brought it into her bedroom, and plugged it in next to her bed, then climbed under the covers and closed her eyes for a few hours, knowing that everything had been set in motion and there was nothing she could do now except wait for news. Andon was supposed to call as soon as the task was done, and he and Wen were safely back with the Dauks and had access to a phone. If everything went according to plan, that would be early in the evening in Port Massey, which was just before sunrise in Janloon. Shay sat 2 bedside clocks next to each other on her windowsill, displaying the local times in both cities, and throughout the night, the steady tick of their minute hands seemed as ominous as the countdown timer on a doomsday device. The tepid glow of dawn began lightening the sky. Across the courtyard, the lights in the main house came on. She saw Kianla's figure moving in the kitchen, drawing open the blinds over the patio door. Shay's mother came out of the guest house and did her slow stretching exercises in the garden. The phone next to Shay's bed did not ring. Andon should have called by now. Something was wrong. Shay sat with her back against the headboard of her bed, knees drawn up, a feeling of dread gathering in her chest and spreading into her throat, her limbs, and extremities.
"Get him off the phone,"
ordered Skinny Reams, twitching his gun toward where Andon stood in the office. Roan Toro had collapsed to the ground in agony, but he lunged for the duffel bag and his jade-lined gloves. Reams strode forward and kicked the bag out of his reach. Wen pulled the fountain pen from her pocket, but before she could pass it to Roan, one of the crew boys seized her from behind and lifted her, shouting and struggling, off her feet. Andon dialed the last digit of Dauk's number and grabbed the base of the phone, pivoting behind the half-open office door, out of sight and out of the line of fire. He flattened his back to the wall. The rotary spun and clicked. The phone rang on the other end. Once, twice. The receiver was shaking in his hands.
"Hurry! Hurry!"
The call picked up, and then the phone was smashed out of Andon's hands and went flying. The cord was yanked from the wall. Andon recognized the reddened, freckled face right before Carson Sunter punched him in the stomach and then in the face. Andon had forgotten how hard Sunter could punch, but he remembered now. He tasted blood on his tongue as he fell to all fours behind the office desk. He searched wildly for something, anything, to use as a weapon, and grabbed for a silver letter opener lying on the desk. The butt of a pistol came down on his fingers. Andon howled as he felt two of them break. The circle of the weapon's muzzle pressed against his cheekbone.
"Didn't I tell you?" Sunter demanded. "Didn't I tell you I'd find you and kill you, you half-keck bastard? You think I'd forget?" "That's all over. There was an agreement,"
Andon said, mumbling through the pain.
"You made an agreement with Boss Cromner, but Cromner is locked up, and we don't work for him anymore. It's Skinny's word now, and Skinny figures you kecks have been behind all this trouble from the start."
Sunter seized Andon around the back of the collar and, with the gun still pressed to his head, steered him back out into the garage of the hardware store. Andon's heart was already slamming against his ribs, but now he felt his legs go weak. Roan Toro lay on the concrete, blood from his gunshot wounds pooled around him. He'd been kicked and beaten. His eyes and lips were swollen. Skinny Reams and 3 of his men stood in a circle over him.
"The demon who can kill 5 men with his bare hands in less time than it takes to have a piss,"
Willem Reams said in a dry tone, almost disappointed.
"Turns out you're made of flesh and blood after all."
Roan coughed and winced.
"How did you find me, Skinny? Who sold?" "The cops at the hotel, of course," Reams answered. "Told us exactly which car to follow."
Another of his men snorted and added,
"You're amateurs, you kecks. The crews have been as tight on the PMPD as a pimp on a virgin since before any of your race touched these shores." "What do you want me to do with this one, Skinny?" Sunter asked. "Put him over there next to the girl," Reams said. "Tie 'em both up."
Roan's blackened eyes caught Andon's briefly, with something near to an apology, but much closer to regret. Wen was kneeling on the ground by the wall, her face drained of color and expression. Another one of Reams's men held a gun over her. As Andon was forced to his knees a couple of meters away, her eyes flicked to him, then to the open duffel bag that had been kicked aside on the floor. The fountain pen that had fallen from her grasp lay nearby.
"Put your hands behind your back or I'll shoot you in the kneecaps like your friend," Sunter said.
Andon's mind ran seemingly in time to the throbbing of his broken fingers. Even as his wrists were tightly bound together, he tried to think of how he might create a distraction, get either the gloves or the pen with the hidden jade over to Roan, possibly give them a chance of survival.
"Did his phone call get through?"
Reams asked his coat.
"Is anyone coming?" "I didn't hear him talking to anyone, but I can't say for sure," said Sunter. "Skinny."
Roan spoke from the floor, his voice strained with pain, but calmly, urgently reasonable. Perhaps he thought he could talk his way out of the situation, reach his jade somehow, or at the very least, delay what was coming.
"We've known each other since way back. We grew up practically around the corner from each other in South Trap. We've been on different sides before, but the two of us, we've always worked things out between our bosses." "That is true," said Reams. "We were good foremen, weren't we?" "We can still work things out," Roan said.
His face had gone chalky, and his pants were soaked with blood.
"Cromner was greedy. He got rich and fat, but you're practical, Skinny. You always have been. You're boss of your own crew now. Why make enemies instead of friends?"
Skinny Reams took off his felt hat and turned it around and around in his hands.
You make a good point, Rome, but I'll tell you why,
he said, as solemnly as a schoolteacher at a lectern.
Because I don't like you Kex at all. Everything was going fine before Boss Cromner got it into his head to get involved with you people over Jade. I don't care how much they're worth. Those rocks aren't natural. They don't belong here, and neither do you. Since I'm the new boss in these parts, I have to make it clear that I differ from Cromner on this point. So it's got to be this way.
Reams's biggest, strongest-looking man produced a white plastic bag and double loop of cord. Roan knew what came next. He surged upward, away from his executioner, toward the duffel bag with his jade gloves. Blood loss, the bullets in his legs, and the two other men who grabbed his arms ensured that he did not get far. The bag went over Roan's head, and the cord around his neck. Andon lunged forward with a shout of sheer desperation, but could do nothing with his arms tied behind his back. Sunter eagerly kicked him to the ground and put a boot in the small of his back. His glasses were knocked off his face and went skittering across the floor. The other guard took a cloth rag from the hook on the wall near the garage cleaning supplies and jammed it into Andon's mouth, muffling his cries. Gagged on the taste of grease and cleaning fluid, felt the corners of his mouth burning as the fabric was pulled tight. Roan Toro fought like an ox. His body heaved and crashed against the concrete. He twisted and tried to slacken the pressure on his windpipe, but injured and without Jade, in seconds his movements began to weaken. Reams's coat continued tightening the garrote with the impassive deliberation of a piano tuner. From where he was pinned with his face against the cold concrete, Andon watched the most formidable greenbone in Port Massey, the man who defended the Grudge Hall from machine gun fire and single-handedly taken out a room full of Barukan, grow feeble, his legs beating against the floor, the plastic clinging to his face, cutting off what little air remained to him. A stench rose from his body as his bowels gave out in the last few seconds of his life. The executioner stepped away. The plastic did not flutter against Roan's open mouth. Reams touched the tip of his forefinger to the center of his brow and raised it in the sign of the one truth. "God uplift his soul," he muttered. His men followed suit obediently. The garroter stepped away from Roan's body and toward Wen and Andon.
"Do we have to kill the peach, boss?"
Sunter asked, looking at Wen.
"She's pretty. Couldn't we just—"
Reams gave his coat a sternly disappointed look, and Sunter stopped talking. Andon's vision was blurred, and he thought his heart might pound itself to death before the crew boys killed him. When Wen turned her head to catch his eyes, he tried to speak, but the gag was still in his mouth, and he could only look at her in mute panic. He thought she made an attempt to smile at him, as if in solidarity, telling him to be brave, that at least they were facing this together. Wen turned to Reams and tilted her chin to stare up into his face.
"Do you know who I am?"
she asked in accented Espenian. Her hands were clasped together tightly, and it was clear she was frightened, but her voice was shockingly calm.
"Do you know the name Kaul, or the name Make?"
Reams looked down at her with dispassion.
"Sorry, Peach. Who you are doesn't matter to me. If you're important among your own people, then so much the better for my purposes."
Wen spat at Ream's feet. She straightened and spoke in Kekanese.
"The clan is my blood, and the pillar is its master."
The man with the garrote stepped behind Wen and slipped the plastic bag over her head. He looped the cord around her neck and began to tighten it. Wen did not struggle. She had seen Roan Toro, a man much larger and stronger than her, beaten into submission and murdered before her eyes, and saw no point in repeating the indignity. Wen's face remained turned slightly upward, and she kept reciting the single line over and over again until she had no access to air and only her mouth was moving. The clan is my blood, and the pillar. Wen's legs kicked, stiffened, went limp. Andon was screaming endlessly around the gag in his mouth. His mind was filled with nothing but the sound of his own screaming, and when the bag went over his head and the cord around his neck, he couldn't muster any of the composure Wen had displayed. He was sobbing with impotent, burning, grief-stricken rage, cursing their killers with every ounce of vitriol in his being. He couldn't believe he was going to die in such a low way at the hands of such scum, helpless, here of all places, on the floor of a garage in fucking Espenia. His vision went red, then white. Shay took out her address book, picked up the phone, and told the operator that she needed to place a long-distance call to Port Massey. The number that Andon had given her for his apartment rang without response. She had been advised not to use the number for the Dauk's residence, as it was possible that Espenian authorities might still be monitoring it, but she called it anyway. There was no answer there either. Her final attempt was the weatherman's branch office, just in case for some reason Andon had gone there, but as expected, it was closed for the evening. Shay depressed the receiver cradle, then released it and called her own office to tell her secretary that she would not be coming into work this morning and to cancel her appointments. She thought about the small prayer room in the main house, but she didn't dare to leave earshot of her phone. She placed 3 sticks of incense in a cup, set it by her window, and knelt. Thin tendrils of fragrant sandalwood smoke rose and mingled against the glass. Shay touched her forehead to the ground 3 times and whispered, "Yato, father of all, Jenshu, old uncle, gods in heaven, please hear me. My cousin, Emery Andon, was adopted into our family and raised as my youngest brother. He could have been a powerful greenbone, but he refuses to wear jade because he didn't want a life of killing and madness. My sister-in-law, Kaul Make Wen, is a stone eye, but she's never let that stop her. She's risked her life and her marriage for the clan, and she's the mother of 3 small children who need her. Andon and Wen are green in the soul, and now they're in danger in Espenia because I put them both there. Please protect them and bring them home safely." The silence that followed her words was so absolute that her growing panic spiked into anger. "Why are you always so cruel?" she demanded in a harsh whisper. "Every week I come to you on my knees. If you even exist, then help us. We're not a family that can claim to adhere to the divine virtues all the time, but who can? Who in our position could stand a chance? Please, I'm begging you, don't punish Wen and Andon for anything my brother or I have done in the past." Shay felt her hands trembling against her thighs. "On my honor, my life, and my jade, I'm begging you." Andon didn't hear the noises at first. When he did, he didn't identify them as the crunch of tires and the slamming of car doors. The one thing he heard was Carson Sunter exclaim, "Shit, they're here!" He heard that part clearly, and then Ream's sharp order, "Out the front!" The circle of pressure around Andon's neck abruptly slackened, and he was dropped to the ground on his stomach, the pain in his throat and chest so bad it felt like fire inside his lungs. A great deal more noise erupted. Gunshots and shouting, running feet, more gunshots reverberating in the enclosed space. He had no idea where they were coming from or how many there were, and then crashing sounds farther away in the front of the store. He couldn't see anything except shadow and movement through the film of white plastic over his face, which was still suffocating him. He was fading out, his consciousness sliding away like hot oil. Hands seized him and rolled him over roughly. The plastic was torn off his face. Air flooded into Andon's nose and mouth, and he gasped violently, blinking and heaving for breath. Shun Totoro knelt over him, his face ashen and horrified. He had a gun in his hand, but he set it down and worked at removing Andon's gag. Andon coughed and spat, the corners of his mouth raw and stinging. Someone else, Sammy, cut the bindings around Andon's wrists, and they sat him up, steadying him. 3 other greenbones that Andon recognized from the Grudge Hall were crowded into the garage.
"The phone call was cut off. We thought we were too late,"
Todd said.
"We were,"
Sammy said, turning to where Dauk Losen knelt beside Roan Toro's body. The pillar of South Trap rocked back on his heels, tears running freely down his rough face. Andon shot to his feet, swayed, and stumbled to where Wen lay motionless on the concrete. He tore the bag off her face and pressed his ear to her chest, praying he would hear a heartbeat. He had learned basic first aid at some point in his life, and he struggled to remember what to do if a person was not breathing. He tilted Wen's head back and opened her mouth, sealing it with his own, and breathed out in 2 hard puffs. He began doing chest compressions. How much time had passed? It couldn't have been more than a few minutes. Perhaps. He breathed into her mouth again.
"Please,"
he begged all the gods.
"Please."
Wen remained limp. Sammy crouched down beside Andon and put a hand on his shoulder.
"She's gone, Crumb,"
he said. Andon stopped in mid-motion. In desperate epiphany, he whirled, his eyes wild, and scrambled to the duffel bag, still lying open on the floor, out of reach the whole time that Roan Toro had needed it most. Andon grabbed Roan's black gloves and hurried back to Wen. Before anyone could even ask him what he was doing, he shoved his hands into the jade-studded lining. Sharp physical pain radiated from his broken fingers all the way up his arm, and he whimpered, clutching his wrist, curling his body around his injury, and bracing impatiently for the more profound pain to come. It had been so long since he had worn jade that he expected the rush to arrive like a sledgehammer, and he readied himself. In his mind, he coiled the way a man might crouch, arms extended, balanced on the balls of his feet, optimistically hoping to catch a boulder hurled in his direction. Andon breathed in, then out, and for the second time in his life, sensation and awareness engulfed him in a maelstrom of energy. It was not as much jade as he'd once handled in the final battle against Gaunt Ash, but it was still enough to make his skull feel as if it were being blasted apart. He threw his head back, mouth open and gasping, but he did not cringe from the onslaught. Through it all, he was aware of the passage of time. Every second he took to adjust to the jade rush, every instant of delay, was one he could not afford. He had only one chance, and it was now. With a wrenching force of will, he grasped the jade energy with skills that were ill-used but not forgotten. He bent the flow of energy to his will. He pulled it into a single focus. His eyes were closed, but he could sense the presence of the people around him, breathing, pulsing, living creatures, and he ignored them all. He concentrated only on the form beneath him, the body that had been alive only a few minutes ago, and he saw it for what it was, an organism that had once throbbed with energy, but in which the current was now stilled and rapidly draining. Andon pressed his clenched fists down over Wen's chest and channeled. The energy surged into Wen's heart and lungs. Andon hung on to it the way one might with shaking arms control the shaft of a thrust spear. With his jade abilities straining to their utmost, he squeezed. Wen's heart convulsed in his grasp. It gave a juddering spasm and beat once, twice, and then continued to beat, forcing blood through vessels and organs, back into her brain. Andon's entire body trembled with unbearable effort. Sweat bathed his face as he continued to press. Wen's lungs contracted. She gave a great, heaving gasp, her back arching on the floor. Her eyes flew open. Andon released his hold on her, turned away, and vomited. His hands were shaking too badly for him to remove the gloves. He tugged them off with his teeth and let them fall to the ground. Wen stared up at him in abject confusion and pain, and then tears sprang into her eyes. Jade energy crashed out of Andon like a weight dragging him through his own body toward the center of the earth. He was utterly drained, exhausted, and empty, as if he'd run for days or crawled through a desert. He pulled Wen into his lap and began to sob, and she clutched him, and they rocked together on the floor of the garage, only dimly aware of Dauk Losen and the other green bones of Southtrap standing around them, staring and silent with astonishment. Chapter 61. Lines Crossed. Shay scrambled across the floor of her bedroom and grabbed up the receiver as soon as the phone rang. Andon's voice, dampened by the long-distance connection, sent her sagging against the bed in relief at first, but he sounded so strange that her alarm surged again. "Shay-Jen," he said. "Sorry I didn't call you on time. It's done. It worked as we planned, but we were ambushed afterward, and the crews—" Andon's voice caught audibly in his throat. "Roan Toro is dead." "Are you and Wen all right?" Shay demanded. A pause. Her cousin was breathing hard. "I'm not sure yet," he said, almost too quietly for her to hear, even with the phone pressed hard against her ear. "If I give you a number, can you call me back? I'm on the payphone at the hospital and running out of coins. I think this call is going to cut out soon." After Shay returned Andon's call, he told her what had happened, with enough faltering throughout that she could tell he was still in shock and having difficulty grappling with his emotions. "How will we tell Hilo?" he cried. Shay told him not to worry about that. She would handle it, and to call her again in 2 hours so she would know he'd made it safely home. Shay was reeling when she hung up. She took several minutes to compose herself, then placed yet another long-distance call to the personal residence of Hame Tumashan, catching him before he went to bed and instructing him to go to the hospital at once and spare no effort on the part of the weatherman's branch office to make all the urgent and necessary arrangements. Shay dressed and walked across the courtyard to the main house. In the kitchen, Kianla was sitting at the kitchen table, coaxing Jaya to eat from a bowl of porridge. The toddler banged her fists on the high chair and flung a spoon onto the ground. "Where's Hilo?" Shay asked. The housekeeper's brows rose in worry at the tone of Shay's voice. "The pillar is in the training hall, I think. Is everything all right, Shaysa? Are you not going into the office today?" Outside the training hall, Shay paused and leaned her forehead against the door. Her dread was worse than it had been in the cabin with Doru, worse than standing across from Ait Madashi, knowing she might die. She could perceive her brother's aura and her nephew's small presence, and she hesitated, reluctant to take the next step, to ruin the moment, to destroy everything. She slid open the door. Hilo and Nico were sitting on the floor playing Blind Miner, a game that Shay recognized immediately, one that every Greenbone family played with their children. A piece of cloth was spread on the floor. It covered a dozen small rocks, only one of which was a piece of jade. Nico was feeling the cloth and the hard objects underneath. He tapped one of them, and Hilo whisked the cloth away and grinned. "Another point for you." It was a silly, simple game to pass the time, but it was also a way to expose children to jade and begin to attune them to its physical effects. Which one makes you feel good when you touch it? A little warm, a little tingly. Nico looked up and said, "Do you want to play Auntie Shay?" "No," Nico said. "Not right now," Shay said. "I need to talk to your uncle." Hilo scooped up the rocks and the single piece of jade, depositing them into a cloth bag with a drawstring and putting them into a drawer. "Go play outside," he told Nico. "I'll let you and your brother watch television later." The boy ran off, and Hilo turned to his weatherman. "How's Rue?" Shay asked. "He's still sleeping. We didn't get home until past midnight last night." Shay already knew this because she'd still been wide awake at that time and had seen the lights of the Duchesse come up the driveway. "He's groggy from being put under and his throat's sore, but he'll be fine." Hilo looked as if he would say more, but instead his eyes narrowed and his chin tilted to the side. Shay knew there was no way he could fail to perceive the roiling agitation of her aura. "What is it, Shay?" he asked. "Sapunyo's dead," Shay said. "After I spoke with you yesterday, Wen phoned me from Adamant Capita. We decided to go ahead with the plan because we might not get another chance. Wen carried the jade into the room. She, Andon, and Roan Toro, they killed Sapunyo and his guards, but they were ambushed afterward. Andon and Wen are alive, but they're in the hospital." Afterward, Shay couldn't recall how much and what else she told him. She couldn't even remember if she explained it all calmly or if she stammered and struggled. What she remembered later was the contrast. The way Hilo's face grew wooden, as if each muscle was locking into place, while his aura built in heat and intensity, began to roil and heave, bubble, smoke, and burn, as if it were subsuming her brother's physical energy, turning him into a statue even as he swelled in her perception to a bonfire. She remembered, strangely, that for years she used to take a secret, cruel pleasure in angering Hilo. As children, and even as teens and into their adulthood, she'd always been able to provoke him and inwardly smirk at the spectacle he could make of himself. She was ashamed of herself now, for all the times she had done that. She kept speaking, as if facts could dull reality. "Andon's hurt and in shock, but he'll recover. They're not sure about when yet. It depends on how long her brain was without oxygen. The Espenian doctors are running tests, and once she's back in Janloon..." Hilo crossed the space between them in a heartbeat and struck her across the face. Shay reacted with instinctive steel, but even so, the strength of the blow crumpled her to her knees. She put a hand to her cheek, blinking at the pain. Her head felt as if it were vibrating on her spine like a beaten gong. She perceived rather than saw Hilo about to hit her again, his eyes alight with insensible fury, and she threw a reflexive deflection that sent him staggering backward. Shay got to her feet. She didn't think she could talk. Her face was throbbing and felt frozen. She tried anyway. "Hilo!" But her brother launched himself at her with an inarticulate noise. His enraged blows fell on her steeled arms and shuddered through her frame. Their jade auras crashed against each other, shrill and explosive, rippling and grappling like tangled, sparking wires. "How could you?" Hilo might have whispered the words. He might have screamed them. Shay was not sure. She could only feel the force with which they landed, harder than his fists.
How could you?
Shay staggered from his maddened blows. In desperation, she planted a thrust kick into her brother's stomach, following it up with another deflection that flung Hilo into the training room's cabinets. The force of the impact snapped hinges and buckled the wood. Hilo shook his head, dazed, but was on his feet again in a second, and Shay was suddenly afraid. Not of Hilo, but of what might have to happen. One of them would have to beat the other unconscious for this to end. But then the door of the room slid open partway with a rasp. Rue and Nico stood peering inside, their eyes wide, their mouths open in confusion and astonishment.
Da?
Rue ventured. Hilo spun toward his sons, his face contorted.
Get out!
The boys were so stunned at their father's sudden and inexplicable wrath that they froze like rabbits. Rue's mouth trembled, then he turned and ran toward the main house, crying. Nico ran in the other direction, into the room and to Shay, grabbing her tightly around the waist and burying his face against her stomach as if to hide. She put her arms around him without thinking. Something in Hilo's expression shifted and collapsed like a crumbling tower. He sagged and slid to the ground, his back against the broken cabinets. He put his face in his hands.
Go back to the house with your brother,
Shay whispered to Nico, her voice strained, but as reassuring as she could make it. She rubbed his back.
Your uncle and I are training and can't be interrupted right now. He's not angry at you, I promise. We'll be out soon.
Gently, she loosened the boy's arms. Nico glanced uncertainly at Hilo, wanting to go to him, but his uncle, who was usually so quick to smile and roughhouse with him, neither looked up nor made any move to rise from his spot on the floor. Reluctantly, the boy shuffled out of the room. Shay closed the door quietly behind him and turned slowly back around. Hilo lifted his face from his hands and stared up at her, and she was startled to see tears in his eyes. You asked me once if I trusted you. Do you remember?
You said that you didn't have a choice,
Shay said.
I didn't,
Hilo agreed.
Even though I knew all along that you never wanted to be in the clan, never wanted to be a Kaul, never really wanted me as a brother either.
His voice deadened, turned cold and remote. She'd seen it happen before, the explosion of fury and hurt, then the rejection, the pulling away.
Get out,
he said.
You're not my weatherman, not anymore.
You're free, Shay,
like you always wanted.
Shay put a hand on the door of the training room. For a second, she imagined obeying her brother, sliding the door open and stepping out, returning to her house and packing a few items, walking down the long driveway and through the iron gates of the estate her grandfather had built, not looking back. She had done such a thing once before, years ago. She'd been a different person back then. A young woman who'd not yet lived abroad, suffered heartbreak and terrible loss, or wielded power over clan and country. She had not yet fought and nearly died in a duel of clean blades, taken lives out of vengeance and won out of mercy, or rocked her niece and nephews to sleep in her arms. She could not have imagined such things, not back then. She took several steps toward her brother.
I'm not leaving, Hilo.
She spoke unsteadily, but with no uncertainty.
I've given as much for no peak as you have. I've worked and sacrificed and bled and killed. After everything we've been through, how can you believe that I don't care every bit as much as you do? I'm guilty of having gone against you, but never against the clan.
Now you sound like Doru.
Hilo's mouth moved in a half-hearted sneer when he saw how his words cut her. He leaned his head back against the cabinets with a light thud, He appeared bitterly defeated all of a sudden, in a way that she had never seen him, not even in their most dire moments when it seemed their enemies would destroy them. Maybe I don't believe in the gods like you do, but I do know that some things are the way they are for a reason. We're Kauls. We were born for this life, whether we like it or not. The clan can claim everything I have. My time, my blood and sweat, my life, and Jade. But it can't have my wife. She's a stone eye. She's the one thing in the world that Jade can't touch. You knew that was a line I would never cross. Shay glanced the way Nico had gone. We've both crossed lines we never meant to. We've made decisions that we'll have to live with the rest of our lives. We have that much in common. She touched her face gingerly. Her jaw still felt numb, and it hurt to talk. She went to where Hilo sat and looked down on him. I never encouraged Wen, never forced her to do anything. She came to me years ago, Hilo. All you wanted was for her to stay out of clan affairs, and all she wanted was in. She knew you'd never approve, but she's too green at heart and was willing to risk even your love. Without her, we wouldn't have established jade sales to the Espenians when we most needed it during the war with the mountain. We wouldn't have gained valuable information from the spies she managed, or transported Jade to the Green Bones in Espenia and created our alliances there. We wouldn't have been able to get to Zapuño and kill him. Shay lowered herself to the ground next to her brother and rested her bruised back against the splintered cabinet. Hate me from now on if you have to, but you need me to stay, Hilo. And you need Wen and Andon. You said it yourself years ago. We have each other, and maybe that's the one thing we have that our enemies don't. Hilo's aura gave a dark pulse, like an angry sigh, but he didn't move or open his eyes. Shay slumped back and closed her own eyes. The clan is my blood, and the pillar is its master, she whispered. I have a lot of regrets in life, but those oaths aren't one of them. Chapter 62. Still at War. Shay had been sitting in the sanctum of the Temple of Divine Return for some time when she perceived the unexpected presence of Ait Madashi's dense, molten jade aura pierce the fog of her thoughts, intensifying like a heat source against her closed eyes as it approached. Ait knelt on the green cushion next to her. I'm told that you visit the temple every week at the same time, she said conversationally. Unwise from a security standpoint. A sense of oddly poignant déjà vu kept Shay motionless for a moment. She imagined reaching back in time with her mind and looking down at herself nearly 5 years ago, meeting Ait Mada in this same place, unsure of whether she or her clan would survive the encounter. She felt no fear this time, though the puckered scar across her abdomen prickled. She opened her eyes, and for a second, her gaze slid involuntarily to Ait's bare arms. The coils of silver encircling them were more densely set with jade stones, jade that had once been part of Shay's 2-tier choker. She raised her eyes calmly to Ait's face. You've had your chances to kill me. True, Ait agreed. We'll both know when the real time comes. The pillar of the mountain was as formidable a presence as ever, but a few fine lines were visible around her eyes as she turned them on the younger woman. Over the past years, with all her public speeches and television appearances, she had taken to wearing some makeup. Shay was all of a sudden self-conscious of her own appearance. Her face was still visibly bruised from where Hilo had struck her. She brought her gaze back to the front, to the mural of banishment and return, and the circle of meditating penitents.
"You don't bow in the sanctum," she observed. "Do you ever come here to ask forgiveness from the gods? Do you even believe in the gods, Ait Jen?"
"I believe in them," Ait said, "but I don't need to explain myself to them. When I was 8 years old, they destroyed my town and killed my family and everyone I cared for. In the orphanage, I was told that it wasn't the gods that caused the landslide. It was the Shatarians and their bombs. Which goes to show that the gods don't determine fate. People do. Powerful people."
Ait gazed impassively at the penitents, who were, it was believed, carrying all their words to the ears of the gods in heaven.
"I've never killed or ordered someone to be killed out of anger or a desire for personal vengeance. When I've taken lives, it's been out of necessity for the ultimate good of the clan and the country. Can you say the same for yourself and your clan, Kaul Shei-Jen?"
Shay wondered if perhaps Ait resented her in some way. If, beyond her simple ambition to see the mountain prevail over no peak, she harbored an ongoing desire to punish Shay specifically. The last time they'd met in this temple, Shay had spurned Ait's fratricidal offer that they rule together under one clan, and chosen instead that they should struggle against each other at every turn. She'd offered Ait a clean blade, and by all rights, she should be dead. Yet here she sat.
"I congratulate you on assassinating Zapunyo,"
Ait said, not expecting or waiting for Shay to answer the rhetorical question.
"Perhaps you acted out of retribution, but you acted correctly for us all. Zapunyo was a blight on the world, an untrained foreigner, a Yuiwan, selling our jade to other foreign criminals. As Kekonese, as Green Bones, we can agree that he had to die. Zapunyo's sons are dead as well. Ailo and the rest of the Barukan saw to it that same night."
The casualness with which she had said this shifted something in Shay's mind. Suspicions revolved and fell neatly into place.
"You were collaborating with them the whole time."
Ait said,
"Your brother wanted to destroy the enterprise that Zapunyo had built. I wanted to take it. You and I came to the same conclusion, Kaul Jen. If we hope to extend our influence beyond the borders of our island nation, we need allies abroad, allies with Jade. Ailo leads the Barukan in the Yuiwas and has influential friends back in Shotar. They now control Zapunyo's estate and all his considerable assets."
"Which means that you control them," Shay amended. "What did you pay to the half-bones in order to secure their allegiance?"
She made a noise of understanding before Ait could answer.
"Of course. The passing of the Orticon Conflict Refugee Act. You whispered Chancellor Sohn's name to ensure that the vote in the Royal Council would go your way."
"We think of them as petty gangsters, but the Barukan are human beings as much as any of us. They want to get their families out of war-torn Ortico."
Ait brushed a stray bit of lint from her smooth black slacks.
"The Royal Council has voted to allow 7,000 Shatarians of Kekonese ancestry to immigrate to our country.
Opponents of the Refugee Act have argued that it would be a security concern and a costly burden on the government. Fortunately, Green Bones will come to the aid of the country, as we have in the past.
Ait's smile was cold and satisfied, the expression of a snake that has successfully swallowed a great meal.
Lawyers in my weatherman's office have already been clearing the way in anticipation of this important legislation. The Mountain Clan will be reviewing applications and sponsoring refugees, helping them to find new homes, gainful employment, and a place in our society. We'll teach them to leave behind their foreign customs, to learn our ways and integrate into Kekanese society, including accepting the authority of the clan.
Shay nodded. Up to 7,000 additional sworn members of the Mountain Clan, selected and brought in by Ait and her people. New Barukan fingers who already wore jade, who romanticized the Green Bone way of life, who had strong connections to the black market jade trade and other criminal enterprises throughout Shatar, the Uiwa Islands, Igutan, and the rest of the region. The mountain had been busy. While No Peak had been growing its international businesses, strengthening relationships with the Espenian government and the Green Bone community in Port Massey, Ait had been building a base of power closer to home.
You've always had visionary strategies, Ait Jen,
Shay said, not attempting to hide the grudging admiration in her voice.
But do you really believe you can control the Barukan you're bringing in? They might wear jade, but they're not Green Bones. They weren't trained at Wylon or the Academy, nor raised with Aisho. The local criminals you supported years ago, the ones you used as informers in No Peak territory and then cast off, they turned into a social rot in Janloon, one that the Barukan themselves took advantage of in order to steal jade from our shores.
Perhaps she and Aitmata had something else in common, Shay thought. The arrogance to rationalize their own worst ideas, to commit to a course of action out of pride without truly understanding the possibility of disaster.
You claim to be a patriot, a protector of Kakon and our way of life, but you're willing to bargain it all for your own gain. You're willing to ally with anyone who gets you closer to your ultimate goal. Even if you achieve it, even if the mountain comes to rule all of Kakon, it won't be the Kakon we recognize. If you have your way, being a Green Bone will mean nothing.
Ait appeared to consider Shay's words.
It will mean something different, something even more powerful than before. Change is inevitable, Kaul Jen. The only question is whether we control its direction or become victims of a landslide. There will always be people who resist, who try to drag us backward. People like Ven Sandalan, who believed that family pedigree and wealth meant he was untouchable.
Ait's dense jade aura emanated the deep heat of old coals.
Now that Ven and his heirs are dead, K-Star Freight has been acquired by an Igutanian transportation conglomerate that has made assurances that K-Star will continue to be run independently in Kakon. We're all biased against foreigners, but the world is opening up more each day. And I'll take foreign allies over Green Bones who insist on standing in the way.
Shay said,
Did you seek me out here in the temple just to gloat, Ait Jen?
For the first time in their conversation, Ait showed irritation.
I want to make it clear that even after all these years, no peak remains in the weaker position. You've expanded your own businesses and cultivated your own allies, but the mountain once again possesses more people and greater resources. Both of our clans have interests spread well beyond our borders. We have international networks and stakeholders. We're past the point we were at 5 years ago, when one of us might have won the war in the streets and conquered the other through superior exercise of violence.
Shay said nothing, knowing that what Ait said was true. The pillar said,
Surely you've seen the news that an armistice has been declared in Ortico. The western half will be governed by Shatar, and an independent eastern state will fall under the protection of Igutan. Nearly 4 years of conflict, and gods know how much money and lives spent by both sides, and the result is exactly what anyone could have foreseen when two powers of equal determination clash.
Ait shifted on her cushion to face Shay more directly. Shay saw up close, for the first time, the woman's left ear, the top third of it cleanly sliced away, a permanent disfigurement that was ambiguously a mark of atonement or a badge of combat. Either way, Ait wore it without shame, making no effort to hide it.
We sat in front of the cameras in the General Star Hotel, knowing the peace we were declaring between our clans was a temporary measure based on necessity,
Ait said.
Now the foreign proxy war is over, but the necessity is no less. The military tension between Espenia and Igutan continues unabated. The Orticon War might have been an unfortunate thing for the world, but it has benefited the Kekanese economy and our importance in the world. The foreigners still want our jade, but now also our goods, our money, and our influence. So let this moment be one of true agreement between us, Kaul Shejen, our own private armistice. We both tried to win the war covertly by manipulating agents. They failed, which only goes to show that outsiders are not reliable when it comes to Green Bone matters. I've whispered Kaul Hilo's name enough for it to have become a predictable habit, and I tire of the game. In Ortico, the global powers came to the realization that they had to check their feud or risk dragging the entire world into another many-nations war. Your brother may not be able to think in such broad terms, but you can. Prevail upon his better judgment, as limited as that might be. There are small children in your family now, and I imagine you don't want them to lose any more fathers or uncles.
Ait's voice took on a softly menacing turn.
If you move against me again, or simply fail to keep Kaul Hilo's vengeful nature in check, then remember that Ven Sando was the patriarch of an old and powerful Green Bone line, one that should have thrived for generations to come. But because of his treachery, he lost everything. His business accomplishments, the lives of his loved ones, the very existence and legacy of his family name and bloodline. It could happen to anyone.
Yes, Shay thought.
Even you.
Ait had not come by her victory unscathed. She'd been beleaguered by fractiousness within her clan, fractiousness abetted by no peak at every turn. She'd sold the mountain's largest company to foreign interests, made allies of the criminal Barukan, broken Aisho by murdering Chancellor Sohn, and stained her hands with the blood of her own greenbones yet again. She'd been forced to recognize the claim of an unproven 12-year-old boy and elevate the undistinguished Coben family into a position of power she had never intended to share. Shay suspected that for all of Ait's smugness over her renewed position of strength over No Peak, she had not wanted to do any of these things. Shay felt, in that moment, a curious empathy for her mortal enemy. What Ait had said to her was correct. No one was untouchable. She felt the other woman's aura pressing against her like an expanding solid surface. She remembered the critical moment in their duel when their energies had grappled, neither able to overcome the other, and the sense of elation she'd felt when she'd succeeded, for an instant, to bring her rival to a standstill. She'd done so again. Ait would not be threatening her if she did not, on some level, even with all her considerable victories, fear the fact that the Kaul family was still alive. Damaged, yes, but alive and growing with its own allies, resources, and implacable vengefulness. As surely as the division between East and West Ortico would fester like an infected scar, the history of violence between No Peak and the mountain meant that in the end, one of them was bound to prevail, perhaps by the finality of the blade, perhaps by other means. Shay bent at the waist and touched her forehead to the ground in front of the cushion. "Yato, father of all," she said, "I beg you recognize all the Greenbones who came before us, especially my grandfather, Kaul Sennington, and his comrade, Ait Ugantin, and all the Jade warriors who fought for Kakon while striving to be true to Aisho and the divine virtues." Shay straightened and said to her enemy, "Everything you say is true. We have more at stake now, and it's in everyone's best interests for our clans to keep the peace. But we will never be at peace. You'll pursue your ruthless agenda, and my clan will pursue ours. Make no mistake, we are still at war, in a different way." She stood up, feeling the stiffness in her back unclench. "I have to pick up my nephews from swim class. If you'll excuse me, Ait Jen, my family needs me." Chapter 63. Home at Last. When Andon landed in Janloon International Airport, a car and driver were waiting for him. Crossing the way-away bridge into morning traffic, Andon stared at the skyline of the city he'd left 3.5 years ago. The view was deeply familiar, yet different. There were buildings that had been there as long as he could remember, and new ones that he did not recognize. Construction cranes balanced like orange storks along the waterfront, stretching their arms toward Summer Harbor. Andon rolled down the window and breathed in the heat and smell of Janloon, letting the urban music of car horns and shouted Kekanese wash over him. The car carried him past the dense tenements of Coinwash and Fishtown, the condo buildings and upscale shops of North Soto, the urban parks and trendy eateries between Greenplain and Yoyoyi, the manicured estate fronts of Palace Hill. He saw trees broken from recent typhoon damage, newspaper stands proclaiming the end of the Orticon War, red autumn festival lamps and green streamers adorning eaves and street posts, green and white paper lanterns hung from storefront windows in their respective districts. A nameless and profound ache gathered in Andon's chest. Janloon was warm and dangerous. It throbbed with life and hot-blooded movement. It knew that it was special, that there was no other place like it in the world. Other places deceived. In other places, people hid their jade. They exchanged money under the table, and they killed in the dark. Janloon wore its savagery on its sleeve. It was a proud fist among nations. It did not hide what it was. Janloon was honest. When he arrived at the Kaul house, Andon took his suitcase out of the trunk, careful not to jar his splinted fingers. 2 men were walking down the driveway on their way out, perhaps having concluded a meeting with the pillar. It had been so long since Andon had seen jade worn openly that his eyes were drawn to the green around their wrists and necks, even before he recognized their faces. Juen knew, and Lot Jin paused when they saw him.
"Emery Andon,"
Lot said after a moment.
"welcome back."
Lot looked older. He was dressed in a collared shirt and smoke-gray jacket, talon knife sheathed at the hip, wavy hair cut short to show off the jade pierced through the tops of his ears. He didn't smile, but the adolescent sulkiness that used to hang around his bow-shaped mouth was gone. He spoke slower and more seriously, unmistakable as a fist of no peak.
"Juen Jen, Lot Jen."
Andon touched his forehead and inclined in salute. He took his suitcase and went into the house. Like Janloon itself, the Kaul family home overwhelmed Andon with its familiarity, and yet there were signs that things had changed. Some of the furniture was new, and old pieces were rearranged. Andon glanced into the study and did not recognize Lon's old space. The desk was cluttered. There were more chairs, family photos on the walls, a television playing on mute. Most striking of all were the signs that this was a house with small children. A playpen in one corner of the family room, a half-assembled train set on the floor, a stack of children's books on the coffee table, pairs of small shoes near the door. For a long minute, Andon stood in the foyer, unable to move, until Kianla came through the kitchen with a joyful shout and ran to greet him.
"Andon say, finally you've come home."
She'd aged visibly. Her hair was gray now, her soft face wrinkled. Andon went out to find the pillar sitting in the courtyard. A cigarette dangled from the fingers of one hand, but he did not seem to be smoking it. Hilo's gaze was distant and tired, and there were circles as dark as bruises under his eyes. Andon approached and stopped in front of his cousin, but he didn't sit down in the seat opposite him at the patio table. Hilo looked up at Andon as if rousing to the realization that he was there, even though Andon knew he must have perceived him arriving several minutes ago. Neither of them spoke at first. They took each other in silently. At last, Andon said,
"How's Wen?"
Hilo stubbed out his unsmoked cigarette. "She's recovering in Morenia. Dr. True says it could take a long time because of the brain damage. She's partly paralyzed on the right side of her body. She can understand what people are saying, but has trouble talking." Hilo's voice was factual and expressionless, his sunken gaze nowhere nearby. Quietly, "She's alive at least. It could have been worse." Wen had been flown home from Port Massey as soon as she was able to be transported. Hame Tumashan, working under Shay's orders, had swiftly made a number of discreet but persuasive and costly arrangements on behalf of the weatherman's office. The staff at the Crestwood Hotel conveniently failed to remember seeing anyone go up to Zapunyo's hotel room. The police report concluded that the smuggler had been assassinated by bodyguards in his own inner circle during a shootout that left everyone in the room dead. Several members of the Kekanese community testified that Wen was Andon's cousin and Ron Toro's recent girlfriend from Janloon, which was why the three of them were together on the night of the brutal revenge killing by Willem Reams's re-established Southside crew. Wen, who was in no state to answer any questions from local authorities, was medically evacuated to Janloon within 48 hours. It took another week and a half for Hame and the clan's lawyers to extract Andon, long enough for him to recover in the Dauk's house under Sana's care. Exhausted and shaken, he'd slept for days, huddled under blankets, and fed bone broth like an invalid, but he wasn't as sick as he'd been the last time he'd handled too much jade. At Roan Toro's funeral, he'd folded the Green Bone's black gloves and laid them in the man's casket. He wished he could have saved Roan as well on that terrible day. He'd tried, but Roan's throat had been crushed in his violent final struggles, and too much time had passed. By the time Andon crawled over to him, the life energy was gone from his body. He wondered if the Dauks blamed him for failing, but when he tried to apologize, Dauk Losen only shook his head and put a heavy hand on Andon's shoulder. "A man as green as Roan Toro. He wasn't fated to leave this world peacefully," Dauk said sorrowfully. "Let the gods recognize him." Andon had always thought of Roan Toro as the most Kekanese man in all of South Trap, and yet he'd been as much a part of Port Massey as the Iron Eye Bridge. Without him, Espenia once again seemed like a foreign place to Andon, one that he was relieved to say goodbye to. Even bowed down with grief, the Dauks were there at the airport, along with Mr. and Mrs. Hyan, to see Andon off on the day of his departure. Corey was not there. He'd come into town to attend Roan's funeral, but stayed only for the day before returning to Adamant Capita. Although the circumstances were tragic, Andon was grateful for the chance to see his friend one more time, and to apologize in person. "When you said you were busy with clan things, you didn't mention it might get you killed." Corey looked unusually somber in a black suit and tie, his eyes fixed on Roan's casket. He rubbed a hand over his face and turned to Andon slowly. "My da always says you're green in the soul, as if that's a good thing to be. It's not, Crumb." "Did you get my letter?" Andon forced himself to raise his eyes from the yellowing grass at his feet. "I meant everything I wrote." Corey's long expression was not warm, but had enough familiar softness to make Andon's chest hurt. "I haven't forgiven you, or my da," Corey said. "But I'm glad you're all right, and I'm glad you're going home. I know it's what you wanted." Andon was not certain if that was still true. Standing in the Kaul courtyard, he wished he had just enough jade to be able to perceive his cousin's aura, because Hilo's face was unreadable. "I'm sorry, Hilo-Gen," Andon said. "I shouldn't have agreed to do anything if Wen was involved." Hilo didn't answer for so long that Andon wondered if he'd even heard. "Wen made her own choices," the pillar said at last. "I know how persuasive she is, how she gets her way when her mind is set on something. You're the only reason my children aren't motherless right now." A wounded and confused expression flitted across the pillar's face. His voice turned hoarse and fell almost to a whisper. "She disobeyed me, went behind my back for years. How can I ever forgive that?" Andon dropped his gaze to the paving stones. "It was never about going against you, Hilo-Gen. For me or Wen. I know what it's like to not be the person your family expects you to be, and how hard it is to act for yourself after that." He cleared his throat. His voice had gone scratchy. "It's not your forgiveness we need, just your understanding." Silence fell in the courtyard, disturbed only by the warm wind that stirred the leaves in the cherry tree and the surface of the pond in the garden.
"You have to move back home, Andy,"
Hilo said quietly.
"I've missed you."
Andon had been waiting to hear those words come out of his cousin's mouth for years. Now, however, he felt no great relief or happiness, only the sort of heaviness that comes from wanting something for so long that the final achievement of it is a loss, because the waiting is over, and the waiting has become too much of a part of oneself to let go of easily.
"I'm enrolling in the College of Bioenergetic Medicine," Andon said. "I've already spoken to their admissions department, and if I get my application and fees in this week, I can start in the coming year. Channeling was always my strongest discipline at the academy. Killing Gaunt Ash made me feel like a bloodthirsty monster, but—"
He tried, for the first time, to put his decision into words.
"This time, when I used Jade, I didn't want it for myself. I wasn't trying to overcome anyone else. I was only thinking of Wen, and the Jade was just a tool in my hands that I could use to pull her away from death."
Andon let out a shaky breath. The memory of those few desperate seconds was etched indelibly into his mind, more recent and vivid than even Gaunt's death or his mother's madness.
"Maybe I can wear Jade in a different way. If I've learned anything in Espenia, it's that there's more than one way to be a green bone. I'm coming back to Janloon to stay, and I'll wear Jade again, like you always wanted me to, but only to heal, never to kill."
Andon paused. Hilo hadn't said a word to interrupt him the entire time.
"I wouldn't ask the clan to pay my tuition,"
Andon finished. Hilo's mouth went crooked halfway between a grimace and a grin.
"You think I care about the school fees? You haven't changed as much as you think you have, Andy."
The pillar rose from his chair at last and walked past Andon to the patio door. When Andon turned around, he saw the Kaul children standing at the glass, staring out at them. Hilo slid the door open and said,
"Come out, you three."
They ventured out shyly. Rue ducked his face and went behind his father's leg. Jaya toddled forward with an excited screeching noise and fell to examining bugs on the pavers. Andon crouched down.
"Hello, Nico. Do you know who I am?"
The boy gazed at him with large, calm eyes full of interest and mild skepticism.
"You're my Uncle Andy," he said.
"The one I've told you so much about, who was studying far away in Espenia," Hilo added. "He's come home to stay now, so you'll get to know him. Would you like that?"
Epilogue. You've come to the right place. Barrow got off from his shift in the kitchen of the Double-Double. He'd been working there for almost a year now, the longest he'd ever held any kind of job in his life, and he finally had enough money saved to move out of the charity home for recovering addicts. Aiton Jen had agreed to provide a reference letter so Barrow could get an apartment of his own again. He hung up his apron and walked out of the casino where not long ago he'd contemplated ending his life by jumping from the penthouse level. Strolling down Poor Man's Road, he passed the glittering lights of the Palace of Fortune and the fountain in front of the Kong Lady. Across the street, a new casino was being built. Posters on the chain-link fence surrounding the construction site advertised the opening of the Green Lotus Casino by NK Property Group in 10 months. The influx of Espenian servicemen on leave had kept Janloon's gambling tables busy over the last few years, and although most of them would soon be gone, The business owners in the Armpit district were optimistic that with the end of the Orticon War, high-rolling foreign tourists would return to the city in greater numbers than before. Barrow walked south until he reached the end of Poor Man's Road and crossed into Dog's Head. The difference was stark. On one side of Jonto Avenue, the Armpit swarmed with commercial activity and well-dressed people spending money. On the other, small brick shops looked down on narrow streets, laundry hanging from the open windows of their second-floor apartments. Barrow stepped over a sleeping dog to enter an unmarked door on the right-hand side. He climbed the narrow stairway to a lounge on the upper floor. In the evening, people would fill the small dance floor and sweat to jiggy music or sit on the red benches and converse over brandy, but that would not happen for several hours yet. Right now, the lounge was empty, except for 3 men who sat around a table, playing a game of cards and smoking, while the bartender polished glasses behind the counter. The card players glanced up when Barrow approached. One of them, a man with a square hat and a thick beard down to his chest, said, "Hey!" He looked disreputable, almost certainly of mixed blood. Barrow pulled out the crumpled, single-paged leaflet from his pocket, the one that demanded, in bold black font, "Join the revolution." "You handed this to me on the street the other day," Barrow said. "Aha!" said the man, brightening at once and shifting his chair over to make room for another seat at the table. "If you're here for the meeting, you've come to the right place." He spoke with a foreign accent, introducing himself as Guriho and his companions as Otanyo and Tadino. "I wasn't expecting shotties," Barrow said, looking at the choker of bluffer's jade around Otanyo's throat. He'd had enough of the Barukan. The men bristled, and Barrow felt he'd made a mistake. Tadino said, "Call us shotties again, and I'll cut your fucking balls off and salt them." He looked like the sort that might do it, too, his face all angles and hard lines. "We're Ortukan, which is an independent country of the Igut Coalition." Barrow shrugged. Geopolitical distinctions didn't matter to him. "You're Barukan, though." "Ex-Barukan. Did my time already and starting life anew." Otanyo placed a finger under the chain of nephrite links encircling his neck. "I wear this because it's symbolic, to show the jade is a tool of oppression, allowing those in power to stay in power and keep the rest of us imprisoned. Here in Kekon, it's the Green Bone clans. In Espenia, it's the military and the merchant class. In Igutan, the aristocracy. As jade spreads, it'll be the same story all over the world." "Unless people rise up," Guriho said, tapping the edge of a playing card against the table. "Jade in the hands of people could also break chains and free the world." "I don't want Jade. Jade ruined my life." The words came out of Barrow's mouth so quickly and without thought that he was surprised at himself. Yet as soon as he said them, he knew they were true. For so long, he'd lusted after Jade more than anything else in the world. He'd risked everything to gain it, worn it for such a short while, then lost it in equally dramatic fashion. For the past 2 years, he'd been an empty shell, unsure of what meaning remained in life. Most everyone he knew was missing or dead. Cheeky, both of the moots, Soradio, mowing shrimps, the scrap pickers, the new green in the rat house. All because of Jade and the clans that controlled it. The fact that he, Barrow, was still alive when they were all dead was a lucky joke of the gods. Or it might have some purpose. Barrow said, "Taking down the clans, though, that sounds good." This has been a Hachette audio production of Jade War, the Green Bone Saga, Book 2. Written by Fonda Lee. Read by Andrew Cascino. Production supervised by Pavel Rivera. Produced and directed by Dennis Kao. Post-production by Sean Bolter and Ian Lehman. Recorded at Literati Audio Studios. Jade War is also available in print and digital formats from Orbit, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2019 by Fonda Lee. Audio production copyright 2019 Hachette Audio, all rights reserved. Hachette Book Group supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this book without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the book other than for review purposes, please contact permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales is entirely coincidental.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.